You're watching Fox 17 This Morning with Jennifer Waddell, Bob Sellers, Skywatch 17 weather with meteorologist Craig Edwards, and steer clear traffic with Aaron Como. This is Fox 17 This Morning.
4 o'clock, it is a March mess. So let's take a live look from our sky eye. Rain, ice, and snow hitting our area overnight, no doubt. March is coming in like a lion.
And we do have team coverage this morning with our crews around the state. Kelly Rippon waking up in Dixon County, Samantha Singer closer to Metro Nashville. We've got our crews headed to Hopkinsville and Monterey as well.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 17 This Morning. I'm Bob Sellers here with Jennifer Waddell.
Yeah, you got it.
And let's get over to Craig. He's the man with the answers, like when, where, and that's a key point, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. This is, once again, code red for this morning, meaning that you need to be concerned about the weather out there for today. Whenever you see these codes, by the way, just to let you know, if it's a code red, that means there's something you really need to be concerned about and active with. If you see the code yellows like we had yesterday, it means there's something you need to be aware of and get ready for and use some caution. Well, this morning we're under red, and that's because we've got ice and snow taking place across Middle Tennessee. Live Doppler radar scan, where you're seeing this kind of a mixed color, this kind of a pink, that's some snow, it's some sleet mixed together, and the totals are just beginning to mount up in areas around Middle Tennessee. Now, when it's all white, that's snow, and that is certainly the case as it's developing here in Nashville and off to the north and west. Clarksville already has more than 3.5 inches of snow on the ground, and there's a lot more coming. We're at 24 degrees right now with the snow officially being recorded over at the airport. It looks like 24 at the top of the hour, 22 degrees at 6, and 21 degrees by 7 o'clock, 19 by 8 o'clock. You can see the trend there. So temperatures going down as that cold air is coming on in, and there's a lot more moisture to make its way into Middle Tennessee, meaning that we're going to continue to see the snow around, and some of the heaviest snow is yet to come this morning. It looks like that's going to be around the 7 o'clock hour, and then after that we'll see it start to taper off a little bit as we head through the rest of the morning. The flurries end a little bit later on for today. But once again, we are talking about some significant snow totals around the region. I'm going to take a look at those with you. We'll talk about the potential for more snow as we're going through the day. That's all coming up in less than 10 minutes. Right now, let's see how things are going for those roads out there for this morning. You know we've got ice and snow, so a code red. Here's Aaron.
That's right, Craig. Code red to warn everyone as you wake up around the mid-state in Kentucky. You are encountering icy roads, snowy conditions. If you have to make your way to work this morning, leave early and take it slow. Up in the Clarksville area, several dozens of crashes reported last night. Right now, 24 westbound closed between Trenton Road and the Kentucky state line. So as you head towards Fort Campbell, you're going to have to exit at 79 and take 41A, and please just use a lot of caution. TDOT working on getting that portion of the interstate reopened. Southeast side of town. Right now we have two problems. This is 24 eastbound at Brightly. We have a crash involving a car that spun sideways. One lane of traffic is getting by, but you can see very light traffic. And also just south of that point on the westbound side, we have a disabled car that spun out, so that's slowing you down there as well. If that's any indication of how the morning commute is going to look, my best advice to you is please leave early and take it as slow as possible. We'll keep you updated on all the problems that develop on this code red day. Bob.
Thanks, Aaron. We have team coverage of this March mess. Starting out west of Nashville in Dixon County, Fox 17's Kelly Rippon has been there all night. Kelly, what's it looking like now?
We have seen just about everything under the sun so far, Bob. In the last 12 hours, it was rain as we went to bed last night, and when we woke up this morning, ice. And you can see these cars are completely coated in a layer of ice. Our news car, we couldn't get the doors open this morning. Now, we also have seen that sleet. And actually down here, I want to show you the good news is this isn't a solid sheet of ice here in the parking lot, at least right now. And now it has kind of converted over to snow. So really, we've watched the entire process happen. I want to show you guys over here. Take a look. This is I-40, and you can see the trucks are going incredibly slow out there, but we are still seeing traffic moving in both directions, but they're being cautious. That's the best advice we can give you if you are headed out there at all this morning. We've been checking in with the Dixon Emergency Office. So far, no real accidents in this area to report at this hour. Hopefully, a lot of people heeding the advice they shared yesterday. Stay inside, stay home if you don't have to be out. We're going to be keeping you apprised on the conditions out here in Dixon County, and of course, any news that develops out here with this winter weather and the March rest that we've had so far. Reporting live in Dixon County, Kelly Rippon, Fox 17 News.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. 4:04 right now, and now we want to take a look north of Dixon where the snow is falling rapidly. Fox 17 Samantha Singer making her way up to Clarksville right now where Craig was just saying they've got a good bit of snow already.
Our way to Clarksville right now. We're 24 westbound. I'll give you guys a look out the window here in the steer clear traffic car. What we're experiencing now, you can see a lot of this precip here coming down in the form of what looks like, freezing rain, but on the roads, definitely been icy. We're not at all going the speed limit. We have to be well under that because it is so slippery. Here's a look out the back window. Now you can see a lot of people are at home. They're not out this morning, and that's a great thing. Please, if you can, stay home today because the roads are just not good at all, and we're going to be monitoring them all morning as we head up to Clarksville to show you all that snow they're getting. We're live here in the steer clear traffic car. Samantha Singer, Fox 17 News.
All right, yeah, Samantha, thank you. Yeah, kind of metro area right now, we're looking at really just kind of a slick sheet of ice on just about everything. So if you're waking up and you're in the metro area, you're seeing what Samantha was seeing and what a lot of us saw. And it's the reason we have all these closings. We've got the school closings map pulled up here for you. The counties in red are all closed for today. The counties you see in green haven't made a call just yet. That may change as we go throughout the course of the morning. We also just found out about 3 minutes ago that MTSU has closed campus for today. So in addition to all of these local school districts like, Williamson, Sumner, Murray, Hickman, Dixon, Robertson, Rutherford, all those, they're closed. MTSU also just announced a few minutes ago they're closing campus as well. We do also want to tell you that our Fox 17 job boot camp has been postponed because of the bad weather. It was supposed to be today, but we've rescheduled that for March 24th at Bridgestone Arena. It's a great opportunity to get out there and get yourself in front of some employers. Bob?
Right now, Metro Police searching for answers after a body turned up near the Cumberland River. Let's take a look at a map where they found the body, a homeless camp off Cowan Street in East Nashville. Metro Police don't know who the man is, but they believe he's been dead several days. How he died, still a mystery this morning because unfortunately, animals got to the body before police did. The plunging temperatures are uncomfortable for most of us, but for Nashville's homeless population, they can be a serious problem. The Nashville Rescue Mission has already filled its 400 beds, but says it will not turn away anybody in this unseasonable cold. Usually when it gets cold, this cold, the Nashville Rescue Mission sends out their cold patrol to find people who might need help. But with yesterday's rain turning into ice overnight, they're asking for help. If you see somebody in the need of help, you can call Metro Police's non-emergency number, which is 615-862-8600.
Well, we're operating under a code red because we still have more snow and ice, and it looks like more snow coming than we saw earlier. I'll have all the details about that in a moment.
And right behind Craig, you saw those flashing lights and the ice over TDOT camera. Code red for your steer clear traffic. We're also tracking a closure on 24 in Clarksville. I'm going to help you get around all this if you have to be out and about today.
If they don't have an emergency, don't call 911.
I would urge everyone to keep blankets and flashlights in place where you can find them quickly if your power goes out.
If you don't have to travel, just stay home and stay off the roads. That way our road crews can have more room to work.
It is a mess outside. It's the March mess, and Fox 17 has you covered this morning. We are live through 9 a.m. We've got a live look this morning from Dixon, where the snow and the ice have come down. This is where Kelly Rippon is working this morning. She's been out and about already, kind of giving us a look at the road conditions and what you're going to be facing if you're in Dixon this morning. That's one of the spots that's getting some of that weather before Metro is getting it. So you can see that light coating of ice, which is what we found this morning, Metro Center. You know, a lot of us stayed here in Metro at one of the hotels and woke up to that thin sheet of ice on our car.
It's hard to get your door open.
Yeah, it really is.
And
I heard that from several people, yeah.
Yeah, and that assumes that you can get your key into the key.
Exactly. So we've had freezing rain out there, and what's happened is that's blown onto those cars, and so there's a coating of ice over the entire vehicle at this point, including into the locks. In some locations out there. It's changing over to snow now, but there's going to be ice underneath the snow as you're getting out. This is a look at our live Doppler radar. The snow line you can see just down to the south of Nashville right now. So it's just about Antioch and making its way further to the south and east. Murfreesboro still picking up ice, and I understand they've got almost a half inch of ice, I should say a quarter of an inch of ice in a few locations around Rutherford County already. This is an ice and snow mix right through here, and then it changes over to the rain as you get closer to the Knoxville area. Further off to the northwest, it's snow, and it has been snow over the last couple of hours. And as a result, the Clarksville area already has 3.5 to 4 inches of snow on the ground. So it's a lot more snow there than it is ice, but it's a lot more ice around Nashville just beginning to change into the snow. And once again, folks, this is going to continue on as we go through the next several hours. We're just going to continue to get some heavier snow making its way into the Nashville area. This is a look at the sky eye. We're just beginning to see that we're getting some accumulations to show up around the area. So we're going to see more and more of that as we go through the next couple of hours. Winter storm warning in effect until noon today. Winter weather advisories in effect in areas off to the east. That's going to be really the eastern sections of the state. So what we're talking about inside this warning is 2 to 6 inches of sleet and snow. Now, that's just a general through that entire pink area you're seeing on the map. The areas off to the east, it's 1 to 2 inches of sleet and snow that will be gathering there. So it's going to be harder hit here in really Middle Tennessee. That is going to be the eastern part of the state. 2 to 4 inches of snow really still expected through the Nashville area, even though if you look outside right now, you're saying there's nothing really there. Well, there's some ice that's out there. And then on top of that, we're going to put some more snow because it looks like the heavier snow has yet to make its way in, and it is showing up on the radar back down to the southwest. 1 to 2 inches of accumulated snow and ice in areas further down to the south, 3 to 6 off to the north. And you really don't have to go that much further to the north to find even more than that. North of Bowling Green, toward Munfordville and toward Elizabethtown in Kentucky, you start running into the snow totals that are closer to 10 inches. So there's a lot of snow out there, and there's still a lot more to come before this thing comes to an end. So we've got several more hours of snow coming our way. Temperatures for today, only in the mid-20s. And I think this afternoon, really, the low to mid-20s. It doesn't look like the temperatures are going to be able to go up that much. And then for tonight, with some clearing, the temperature will drop down to 8 degrees. If we get down that low, below 12 degrees, we're going to set a record low for Friday. And it looks like 8 will be the low tonight. Tomorrow, 33 degrees with sunshine. The good news here is, first of all, it's just barely above freezing, but it is above freezing. And then the sunshine out there is going to start to melt a lot of this snow and ice away. So it takes a lot of that sunshine to really do that, and that's going to be the case for tomorrow. As we head on into Saturday, we're at 46 degrees. That's after refreezing, by the way, for Saturday morning, so watch out for that. Sunshine on Saturday, the high will top out at 46. 50 degrees on Sunday with partly cloudy skies. 54 by Monday. Notice these temperatures continue climbing. Then 35 for a low by the time we get to Tuesday. So not even below freezing. That too is going to help. And by then we should have most of this melted away. And Tuesday's high at 60 with a 20% chance of rain. Slight chance of rain also on Wednesday. And the high there should be around 62 degrees with partly cloudy skies. So a lot going on out there over the next several hours. But good news is it's going to start to warm up as we're heading through the weekend. And then we'll get that melting that will start to take place in the area as well. We're going to talk more about the snow that's on its way to the Nashville area in just about 10 minutes.
All right, if you're hoping to escape the snow and ice, you might want to check your flight status before you venture out. But I was just checking, I can tell you not all the flights have been canceled out of Nashville Airport. And remember, it may depend on where you're going because this system is moving into the southeast. So there are cancellations, a significant number, but not every flight is canceled. So you may want to check and see what your flight is doing and plan accordingly.
4:16, and we have breaking news on this code red traffic day. Southeast side of town, 24 westbound between Harding and Briley. This is an injury crash involving an officer. You can see the car sideways there. Several police officers we saw an earlier TDOT truck and ambulance aiding in that scene. Right now, just the outer right lane is getting by. And I want to show you a look at our other camera, 24 eastbound, a crash. Look at these flashing lights. And just to give you any indication of the road conditions, the TDOT camera is completely iced over. You can see the flashing lights behind it, but we can't make out exactly what's going on the eastbound side. So anyway you cut it, if you have to be out and about this morning, give yourself plenty of extra time, reduce your speeds, and take it as slow as you can. Problems continue on the northwest side of town. Right now, as you make your way out in Clarksville, we're dealing with several crashes in your secondary neighborhood areas. 24 westbound as you head towards the Kentucky state line, closed between Trenton Road and the state line there. You'll need to exit at 79, take 41A. In addition to that, as you make your way out in Kentucky, 24 is closed in both directions, eastbound and westbound, between US 62, which is exit 27 interchange at Calvert City, to the 60 Kentucky 80 interchange in Cadiz. That is because there's so much snow and ice and so many accidents overnight that they've decided to close it down. They're asking folks to seek a safe place until they're able to reopen that. Now, continuing our team coverage, Fox 17's Roger Suzanen has coverage of this March mess from Putnam County.
You know, here in Putnam County, really this is good advice anywhere. The folks who work for wrecker services tell us, here's why you need to take it slow, or better yet, avoid the roads. You look behind me here and you can see it is so easy to lose control of your vehicle. Today it is so cold outside that obviously you don't want to go out on the roads, especially secondary roads. Better to stay in your house. Now, if you do have to go outside, of course, keep it slow. But here's the other thing. Be on the lookout for emergency responders as well as folks who are working on the utility lines. They're going to try to get out later this morning, but they say they really need the public's help in staying out of their way. Reporting in Putnam County, Roger Suzanne at Fox 17 News.
All right, Roger, thank you for that perspective. It is 4:18 right now. If you're waking up and, wondering, what are we dealing with? Well, we want to let you know that no matter where you live in the mid-state this morning, you've got some kind of weather. We also want to let you know there are some resources, okay? So we're here to help you get prepared for your day and give you the information you need to stay safe. What we're showing you right now is TDOT's winter road conditions map, okay? If you see green, those are good driving conditions. If you see pink, that means that there are patches of snow and ice, and if you see red, that means that travel is not advised. As you can see from this map here, there's a whole lot of pink, which means...
Now, see, I'm colorblind because that looks purple to me.
Does it look purple? Hot pink. So if you're seeing that on the map, which is what we're seeing across the mid-state right now, folks, this map is a good indicator that there are a lot of problem areas, as Aaron just showed you from some of our TDOT maps. If you don't have to leave this morning, try to stay home. We understand there are a lot of folks that have to report to work. You know, a lot of the bosses have said, look, we got work to do. You got to get in.
Also, when you put on your brakes, you're going to skid and you won't expect it because it doesn't look as slick as it is.
Yeah, a lot of slick spots for sure. And, there is some concern this morning that this March mess might leave a lot of folks without power, especially if we start to see that ice accumulate again. It is why Nashville Electric Service already has crews on standby, and they're ready, prepared to call in if more people are needed. We talked to one of the spokespeople who says it is possible that we could see more outages with the storm than the last storm we had. That's because a lot of the trees may have been weakened by the February ice storms.
The main thing is just to see how much actually falls, because last time around we were spared a little bit with the amount of ice that fell. We could run into more problems this time around if there's more ice, because any weakened tree branches that were maybe weakened by the weight last time might create trouble this time around.
Now, the ice storm last month caused power outages for 50,000 homes in Davidson County alone. So you might be wondering, what do I do? Well, if your power goes out, you can call NES if that's your provider. A lot of folks here in the mid-state have different power companies. We've got Cumberland Electric, Duck River, but if you are an NES customer, we've got a number on the screen. You might want to just jot this down or save it in your phone. The number is 615-234-0000. So that's the number. And the reason we put up that 615 is, remember, if you're local and you're making a local call, you have to dial that 615 area code now.
It's 421. Winter weather's here. We've been keeping track of this on Fox 17, the social feed that we have. Keep track of what's going on. Let's take a look at some of the posts we're getting from our Kentucky viewing area. Look over on the left here. We have actually some pretty shots of the snow and then some challenging shots showing you what some of the drivers are putting up with. And there were some places, this is the system that's moving toward us. So some of these, if we can move on to the next one, we've got a number of these pictures through here. Some of them are beautiful as people, if you can be inside, but it is slick. We were talking about this. We have some rain that has frozen. There's somebody, a snow angel. Some of the rain has frozen and there has been sleet and doors can be shut. If you have parked outside, you may have trouble getting into your car. This is an example of what you might see when you go out there, and it's deceptive because it could be frozen shut. That's a challenge we had this morning getting out. So
this is all Kentucky. All these pictures are from Kentucky.
Northwest of here, roughly. Some areas up toward Louisville have like 20 inches of snow.
Right, which by the way, folks, 24, Aaron mentioned it, but we'll mention it again. 24, about 40 miles of it in Kentucky is shut down. I think the interstate is completely closed in Kentucky this morning. It is 4:22. We are keeping an eye on the latest conditions, and we are going to have the very latest update, especially on the storm track, what we can expect to see in the next few hours, right after this.
Right now, we're 24 westbound headed to Clarksville. We can see that these semis have pulled over to the side of the road by an exit, and we do have cars behind us. Take a look out the back window. The conditions are terrible. We have a lot of snow in front of us, and I know it's hard for you guys to see, but it's really, really bad out there this morning. So don't go outside if you don't have to. We are going to be giving you more coverage live on our way in the steer clear traffic car toward Clarksville.
Thank you very much, Samantha. Right now, 4:25, and as we're looking at the radar for this morning, we continue to see that sleet and also the snow that's making its way into the area. So it's transitioned over to snow here in the Nashville area at the current time. I'm going to give you a tour around and we'll take a look at this, and you can see how the snow is pushing down to the south and to the east. Now, around Smyrna, we have indications that there's almost a quarter of an inch of ice on the ground there. So ice coating the area through here back toward Murfreesboro, and then the snow will be moving in on top of that. Here in Nashville, the snow just beginning to mount up and then head up to Clarksville. Latest reading I just got in from the National Weather Service, 4.5 inches of snow on the ground in Montgomery County right now. These whiter areas, that's the snow that's kind of making its way to the north and east. Obviously, we have winter storm warnings in effect. This will continue through noon today as we're still expecting more of this winter weather to come in, and it'll taper off to some flurries by the time we get to the noon hour. I want you to see this in motion so you can get a real idea of all of this moisture that's kind of making its way through. Notice how the cold air has been kind of making its way further down to the south. Clarksville's been getting snow for the last 3 or 4 hours now, and so that's the reason they have so much compared to the Nashville area. But there's plenty of moisture back down to the south and west that has yet to come through Nashville. So that's the reason I still think snow totals are going to pick up here. Look at all of that that's still kind of making its way to the north and coming in. So once again, it looks like the heavier snow for the Nashville metropolitan area is still on the way. Hasn't really gotten here yet. Right now we're at 23 degrees. The wind is coming from the north at 18. Makes it feel like 9 degrees. We do have snow falling, and there's a coating of ice already on the ground. Temperatures are not going to change much through the day. We're in the low 20s and then the teens as we head into the evening. We will see an end of the snow this morning, and then a few flurries around by the time we get to noon, and even some clearing developing late this afternoon. And for tonight, clear and very cold. Looks like a record low coming as we get down into the single digits. We're going to be talking about that and the weekend outlook as well in just about 10 minutes. Right now, let's check in with Aaron and see how it looks on the roads.
Well, right now we are code red with several problems around town. 24 westbound out by Briley Parkway. An injury accident involving an officer. You can see the outer right lane getting by very slowly, really icy conditions. We'll certainly keep you updated on that, but lane closures on the westbound side and eastbound side of 24 by Briley. We have a disabled car, the other camera completely iced over, so you can't get a very good view of that other issue. Now, as you make your way out east side of town, Briley Parkway southbound, there's a crash on the exit ramp to 40 westbound. Just a little bit of caution right now this morning. If you have to make your way to work and you're headed out around town, reduce your speeds, leave early, take it slow, and plan on those exit entrance ramps, bridges, and overpasses for icy conditions, and that is a place you want to use extreme caution. Now, also east side of town, if you're heading to the airport, I just checked departing flights out of Nashville, and there are just dozens of canceled flights. So please call your carrier, check online before you head out around town. Problems continue in Clarksville and Kentucky. We'll have a look there with your steer clear traffic as we continue keeping you safe in this March Madness through 9.
All the rain that fell yesterday is now turning to ice, and some of it is getting a layer of snow on top.
If you don't have to travel, just stay home and stay off the roads.
That's the official advice during this March mess.
It takes a while for it to melt off the road, and if you're not being careful, you're just going to wind up upside down.
You're watching Fox 17 this morning.
Right now, 24 westbound headed toward Clarksville. We're going at about 20 miles an hour. The snow is just whipping at our windshield. Pretty dangerous out here. We're going to give you a look all around us coming up next.
And snow hitting Hopkinsville overnight as well. Fox 17's Megan O'Halloran is there right now. We're going to hear from her live coming up.
And west of Nashville in Dixon, we have in Dixon County, look how icy. It's become snowy, but it was rainy, then icy, and now snowy. That's what a lot of us are experiencing now, including here in Nashville. We're now starting to get snow.
It is a mess, but here's what you can rest assured to know this morning. We have crews everywhere. I mean, we've got crews across the mid-state to show you everything that's going on. We have who I think is the
most important part of the crew.
Best meteorologist in town.
Yeah, up in the weather wall, and he's going to tell us exactly what to expect.
But first, we do want to let you know we have some power outages that we want to get to. We were mentioning just a few minutes ago that some of the NES officials were saying that we may see a wave of power outages this storm that are worse than what we saw from the previous storm. So right now we have, if we take a look at this map, about 2,300 people without power right now. These are NES customers, about 2,300 of them. I'm trying to get a closer look here at this map. That's over near Opry Mills. So that's just off of Briley over by the Grand Ole Opry. So more than 20. Say that again, Alyssa, our producer.
Over toward Two Rivers, which is very close to Opry Mills.
Gotcha,
and that
Two
general
Rivers,
area
yeah.
through there.
Okay, so that's what we're looking at right now, folks, but this could stack up as we go throughout the morning. Make sure you're checking on your neighbors. Give them a call or knock on their door.
Well, let's talk about what's going on out there. And once again, it has made that big transition here in Nashville over to snow. Now, areas off to the northwest where it's been snowing for several hours have about 4.5 to 5 inches of snow on the ground. Murray, Kentucky, by the way, almost a foot of snow on the ground there. Got that in just from the National Weather Service a few moments ago. When you see this is a live Doppler radar. The transition zone is just down to the south of Nashville. So from Murfreesboro through Rutherford County down to the southeast, this is some sleet, and we've measured 1 inch of accumulated sleet around the Murfreesboro and Smyrna area. So there's a lot of ice sitting there, and now the snow is going to be getting on top of that. Closer look, and you can see the transition zone right here, close to Antioch, but just on the edge of the Davidson-Rutherford County line, and it will continue to drop down to the south. And once again, heavy snow falling in the downtown area right now. Just take a look downtown. This is our sky eye, and now we're seeing that accumulating snow through the downtown. You can see the snow falling and blowing right there past the lights. So once again, heavy snow now making its way in to the metro area. If you woke up a little while ago, you looked out the window and you thought, well, there's nothing there. There's a little bit of ice underneath that, and also now the heavier snow is beginning to make its appearance as well. So look for heavy snow at times this morning. Some quick bursts will be possible out there. That's going to reduce your visibility. And remember, this is snow on top of ice, so it's going to be more slippery than it would be just with the snow. And the snow should be tapering off by 1 o'clock. I think we're just looking at flurries, to be honest with you. So most of the snow will be over with in the next couple of hours. Temperatures out there in the teens off to the north and west, the 20s right through the Nashville area. 30s are still showing up at least down around Lawrenceburg at this point, but you can expect these temperatures to continue to drop as that colder air is still making its way southward. 23 degrees here, winds from the north at 18. Our wind chill is at 9 right now. And once again, temperatures should remain in the range around 19 to 20 degrees through most of the day. 22 looks like the warmest we'll get around 2 o'clock. Then we'll see a little sunshine break through as we're getting close to the end of the day. As skies clear, the temperature drops even more, 14 degrees by 8 o'clock. We're down to 11 by 10 o'clock. And it looks like record lows tonight as we're going to get down to around 8 degrees. That's the most concerning thing about those folks that are out there without electricity right now. We're talking about some record cold that's going to be in the area with single digits by tomorrow morning. So I'm sure the power company is trying to get that electricity back on as quickly as possible to get some heat for those folks, because it is going to be bitterly cold out there for tonight and tomorrow morning. We're going to take a look at the extended forecast, your weekend outlook, coming up in a couple of minutes. But right now, let's go ahead and talk to Aaron and find out about the roads.
Well, 436, Craig, it is busy in the Steer Clear Traffic Center. That's why we're also code red, urging folks to stay home if at all possible. Right now, we're dealing with very dangerous conditions. An injury crash involving a police officer southeast side of town, 24 westbound by Briley. Just those outer right lanes getting by. We also have a crash on the eastbound side involving several cars. That TDOT camera is frozen over, so we don't have a view for you. But my best advice to you, if if you have to head out this morning, leave about an hour early and take it as slow as possible. I know Samantha Singer has mentioned they're going under 20 miles per hour on the way to Clarksville. In addition to that, this is a look downtown where, as Craig has mentioned, the snow is hitting the area. You can see at the South Loop, thick layer of white snow and ice. You may hit black ice, so just a reminder, bridges, overpasses, entrance and exit ramps tend to have problems. First, we have a crash right now, Briley southbound, the exit ramp to 40 westbound. I just checked in with Franklin Police on Twitter, and they said they're seeing sleet and ice piling up on the roads. The road conditions are very bad. Right now, they don't have any accidents, but they're worried that is going to quickly change if more folks do hit the road. You can see that yellow on 65 north and southbound. That is just showing you that even though volume is extremely light, the little bit of traffic that is out on the interstate is going by very slowly. That is what our Steer Clear traffic sensors are picking up. In Montgomery County, 24 westbound is closed between Trenton Road and the Kentucky state line. Also getting reports of big stretches of 24 in both directions closed down in Kentucky by the Indiana state line as well as by the Tennessee state line between exit 27 and out by Katie's. That's because they've had such icy and snowy conditions as well as several crashes overnight, so they're asking folks to stay in their safe place if at all possible. Right now, Fox 17 Samantha Singer, she continues our team coverage of this March mess from the Steer Clear traffic car.
Good morning. Yeah, we're here in Jolton. We're on 24 westbound, and we really have kept it. I mean, between, I'd say, 20 and 30 miles an hour this morning. Take a look out the windshield here. A lot of snow, and the snow is just coming at our car. We've seen multiple semi-trucks just lined up on the side of the road, just waiting, kind of waiting it out. Let's take a look out the back window. Not many people on the road. That's what I mean. You can see out the back window. It's very hard to see. We're going to keep monitoring this as we head up to Clarksville. It'll take us much longer than usual. We're live here in the Steer Clear traffic car. Samantha Singer, Fox 17 News. Kelly's got continued coverage in Dixon County. Kelly.
We are out here in Dixon. You can see the wind and the snow continues to fall down. And what we are seeing now is all snow. We've seen the transition from late last night to rain into that sleet and ice. And now this morning it is now big snowflakes. I want you guys to take a look. Again, these cars covered in ice. We have people that are out here defrosting their cars. And you can see out here on this tree, everything is just coated in a layer of ice. And very quickly, I want to show you guys, this is 40 over here. And you can see there are cars and traffic still out there moving, most of them going incredibly slow. That is the best suggestion we have for you at this hour as this snow continues to fall down and more people do start to make it out there. Dixon County, though, right now not seeing any accidents that they have reported, and their emergency management office is still tracking all of this stuff, as well as the 911 dispatch center has extra people on hand to make sure that everyone is taken care of here in Dixon. Again, a reminder, if you do not have an emergency, an immediate emergency, do not call the 911 number. Try to call their admin line if you report any power outages or need some assistance. Reporting live in Dixon County, Kelly Rippin, Fox 17 News.
Thank you, Kelly. And to the north, Fort Campbell is shut down today after hours of snow. Fox 17's Megan O'Halloran continues our team coverage from Hopkinsville.
Boy, it sure is coming down here in Hopkinsville this morning. Since Wednesday afternoon, we saw the rain, then we saw the freezing rain, the sleet, and now on top of all of that caked on the ground, now it is snow. And we are taking a good look at this accumulation here, and this is what it looks like on some of these roadways too. We do have the salt trucks out, we do have the snow plows out, and they have been working through the night trying to clear out some of these roads. This is Fort Campbell Boulevard, but as you can see, just as soon as these trucks go by and clear the roads, it is coming down just that fast, covering it again. So they certainly have their work cut out for them. As far as traffic goes, folks, you want to be careful out here because it is hard to keep traction on the ground. And not only that, take a look at this wind. This is what we're dealing with. This will definitely disrupt your visibility. You can see that the wind is blowing everything sideways, making for even more treacherous conditions. Reporting in Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Megan O'Halloran, Fox 17 News.
All right, Megan, thank you. Yeah, just checked with Craig, by the way, up in Hopkinsville. He's saying that the snow there is falling at about 1.5 to 2 inches per hour there. So we're going to see it really start to stack up where Megan is, and we'll have more reports from her throughout the course of the morning. Taking a quick look at the school closings here. All the red you see are all the districts that are officially closed for the day. We're going to check in on some of these green areas. Those are technically still open, but we're going to check to see whether those might be changing their minds this morning. It is 4:42. We have you covered in this March mess. We're live through 9 a.m. Good morning, folks. It is 4:44. March Mess has officially begun. Our Fox 17 social media feed buzzing with all of your weather photos and video. We can tell you that Kentucky right now getting hit pretty hard, so we want to take some of the pictures that are coming in. This is gorgeous. There are so many beautiful shots. So what we want to say this morning, folks, is yes, thanks for showing us the measurement there, by the way, as well. Thanks for sharing your pictures with us and your videos. We are going to be sharing these throughout the course of the morning. So as you're waking up, whatever you're seeing, send us your snapshot. We're going to get it on these feeds to show everybody what you're seeing in your backyard. Beautiful, beautiful shots out of Kentucky this morning. Although we do know, and this is a very serious side note here, about 40 miles worth of Interstate 24 in Kentucky shut down this morning. So the best advice that we're hearing from all the people who are in the know, we're talking, TDOT, Highway Patrol, emergency officials, if you don't have to go anywhere, stay home this morning and stay safe. The man with the plan, Craig Edwards, is, checking that forecast. How's it changing, if at all, Craig?
Well, what's going on is we're getting that transition from the sleet over to the snow that's now beginning to advance across Middle Tennessee. It took a long time, actually. Now, up around Clarksville, the snow started several hours ago, around 4 hours ago, and so they've got plenty of snow on the ground, really stacking up there. That's the case further out to the west as well, but now here in the Nashville area, the snow is really coming down hard as well. So we're beginning to see the accumulation here. Just looking outside, I just walked out a moment ago and made a quick snowball. And as I was checking that, it looks like about a ½ inch or so of snow that we've got now here at Metro Center. Did it melt away? It's already gone?
I'm going to get it. You keep going.
Okay.
I had to put it outside for some reason.
Bob
it was melting.
is preserving our snowball, so he's going to go out and get it for me here. But I'll show you a live Doppler radar. And once again, as we're looking at this, the transition zone is right here now. So it's now the snow has kind of overtaken Murfreesboro. And I want you to know that there's some ice already on the ground. They actually had about an inch of sleet in Rutherford County before the change over to the snow, and that's the case over on the plateau. It's beginning to transition here as well. So there's ice on the ground and it's coating everything. Now it's beginning to change over to that snow out there as well. So that will be the case as we go through the next 2 minutes. That's pretty solid.
It is.
It's holding up. So once again, and temperatures are dropping out there. And by the way, it only took me a moment to make this snowball just a couple of minutes ago when I stepped outside. It's snowing that hard out there. So really, really heavy snow that continues to make its way on into the Nashville area. There's the change line. You can see east of Watertown now, east of Murfreesboro. So it's all snow in areas further back out to the west. Heaviest snow has been off to the north and west from Cadiz, Kentucky, all the way back down to Fort Campbell. Hopkinsville has plenty of snow on the ground, about 4 inches of snow there, and it's about 4 or 5 inches of snow showing up around the Clarksville area. And then once again down to the south that had some ice with it earlier. Look at this picture, just a great shot from our sky eye as we're looking at the downtown. Just beautiful as the snow is stacking up right there, and you can see the flakes still flying. Now, the heaviest snow is just making its way into Nashville. That's going to be around for the next couple of hours. Then after that, we'll see just a few flurries, and maybe 2 to 4 inch accumulations will still be here. You ready? Thank you. And it looks like 2 to 4 inches accumulation here in the Nashville area, and then after that, it's just going to be cold for the rest of the day. The weekend forecast is still calling for clearing skies. The good news there is we're going to actually see sunshine around with temperatures above freezing, so it's going to really help out as we make our way through. I want to show this to you very quickly. Then sunshine for tomorrow, 33 degrees after a low of 8 tomorrow morning. That's a record low. 33 degrees the high in the afternoon, so a lot of melting there. Saturday, 46 and sunshine. Sunday, 50 degrees, partly cloudy skies. Monday, 54, 60 by Tuesday, slight chance of rain. And Wednesday, 62 degrees and partly cloudy skies. So a lot of melting is going to take place over the weekend. But in the meantime for today, if you don't have to get out there, best advice is just kind of hang around and watch it snow for a while for today. You'll be able to get out and around by tomorrow easily. Let's check in with Aaron and get the latest on those roads out there.
Well, right now the roads are just a mess. That's why we're code red. This is a look 24 eastbound out by Briley where there's a crash involving several cars. Just that outer right lane is getting by and very slowly, under 10 miles per hour because of ice and snow. We're going to switch it over now for a look at 24 westbound where the camera is actually frozen over. Behind that ice that's on the lens, there's an injury crash involving an officer 24 westbound.
Wait, an officer's involved in this one?
An officer-involved accident between 24 westbound at Harding and Briley, and that has several lanes blocked as well. You can kind of make out those flashing lights behind that icy condition that is just coating over that camera. So southeast of town, a lot of problems piling up. I want to switch things over, Jen and Bob, and take a look, Craig. This is 24 out by 65 out by Harding.
65, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So when I took this road earlier this morning, really just a little bit of a glaze of ice. That was it. There was nothing really there. No accumulation of any kind on that particular part of the interstate. So I drove through that doing it about 45 miles per hour.
Wow. But
So-
now
Now,
I mean,
yeah,
it's
snow covered.
covered.
Look at that one car going by very slowly in downtown, 40 at Fessler's. I want to show you a look there. We'll move it over because the camera next to this one is completely iced over, and you can see that thick layer of snow that is piling up on the interstate. And right now you can see those little bit of vehicles that are out there moving really slow. If we can pull up the Sky Eye, I just want to show everyone a look at the snow that is just kind of gushing around town. You can
Makes a
really get a good
beautiful
view
picture
from
on
the
the
Sky
Sky
Eye.
Eye.
I really would love to pull that up and show everyone what exactly we're up against this morning. I mean, it looks beautiful, calm, and peaceful, but that is not something you want to be driving in.
It's interesting how quickly it's accumulated on the roads downtown.
Yeah, and this is a really heavy snow that's kind of making its way in. Looking at the satellite analysis of the precipitation coming in from the west, it was running around 1 to 1.5 inches per hour, and it's picked up to 1.5 to 2 inches per hour now.
And how many hours worth of snow are we talking?
We may get another 2 hours, so yeah.
Wow.
And then it'll taper off to flurries.
Okay.
And notice how
yeah.
there's not one car on
Downtown.
the roads downtown
Yeah.
that we're looking
Yeah.
at.
Nobody down there.
There's
for now.
one.
Out here in Dixon County, we came out here to a gas station. We made our way very slowly, very carefully, and you can see there are a couple of people out there on the roads, but also you can get a better idea of how the wind is blowing this snow around and how much is still coming down out here. Now, we have seen this transition from rain, freezing rain, sleet, now into snow this morning, and the roads, I will say, are completely covered with snow and some of that slush from what we have seen overnight. But again, as long as you are driving slowly, we haven't had too many problems, but the biggest suggestion that they are still pumping out here from Dixon County is if you don't have to be out, do not go out there today until they are able to get these roads clear. And then, of course, the days after, as you can see with this wind and the cold temperatures, this is going to hang on for quite a while. We are reporting live here this morning in Dixon County. Kelly Rippon, Fox 17 News.
All right, thanks, Kelly, so much. Do appreciate it. Want to let you know that NES crews have done a great job of knocking down power outages. If we can refresh the page that you see on your screen right now.
Watch it go down from 2360 to 3.
Yeah, they have done a great job. They've got, NES told us they had their crews on standby ready to rock and roll, and boy, they have acted quickly to get this power outage knocked out, just down to about 3 people right now. So, folks, if you see these power crews out and about this morning, and there are a lot of them because they are ready for whatever might happen, give them some room, be patient. They're working hard. If you do have an outage that you need to report and you are an NES customer specifically, we've got a number up on your screen to call. Jot it down, put it in your phone. It is 615-234-0000. Now, Craig has been talking about the snow coming down at about 1.5 inches an hour.
Yeah, 1.5 inches to maybe even 2 inches per hour in some locations out there, Jen. This is a look at our Sky Eyes. We're looking at the downtown area, and once again, you can see the snowflakes right there as they're pushing on in, the wind blowing them around. And notice the accumulation that has started to develop in the downtown area. I wanted to tell you that happened in just a very short period of time. A couple of good things that work for the snow to accumulate. One is the fact that we had a little coating of ice down there. That causes it to really stick and hold on. And then, once again, it just allows it to really kind of stack up. So we've got about 1/2 inch to 1 inch already in the downtown area, and it's going to continue for the next couple of hours. Let me show you what it looks like on the radar. As we're looping this through, notice all of the snow, that's the white, that shows up back down to the southwest. That has yet to come through the Nashville area. So I still think we're looking at another inch to half inch in the next half hour, and it's going to continue beyond that. So maybe another 2 to 3 inches of snow coming into the metro area. Areas down to the south where we have that ice in the on the ground already. You're going to see the transition over to snow as well, and you've got even more coming as well. So it looks like, once again, this is just kind of the beginning for that snow that's going to be making its way through the area for the next couple of hours. 21 degrees right now here in Nashville. Our wind is coming from the northwest at 18. Makes it feel like 9 degrees. That's the wind chill right now. And notice the temperatures don't change very much during the day. 22 or 23, about as warm as it's going to get this afternoon. Then we're going to drop down to 11 degrees by 10 o'clock tonight. Clearing skies developing late today. A little sunshine should break through just before sunset. And then after that, it's just going to get really cold, down to around 8 degrees by tomorrow morning. Temperatures will go up over the weekend. We'll take a look at that forecast in about 3 minutes. You're watching Fox 17 This Morning, all local, all morning.
You're watching Fox 17 This Morning with Jennifer Waddell, Bob Sellers, Skywatch 17 weather with meteorologist Craig Edwards, and steer clear traffic with Aaron Como. This is Fox 17 This Morning.
We are tracking still significant snowfall here in Dixon County. We're going to update you on the latest conditions and how they had to try to prepare for this storm.
And right now we're looking straight up into the sky at the snow falling here in Pleasant View. 24 westbound was not looking good. We'll give you more of a look from the steer clear traffic car next.
And we're tracking breaking news with your steer clear traffic. A deadly crash out in Dixon. We're going to map that and get you around it. An overturned semi closing down 24 out in Coffee County. Plus, look at this. We're dealing with a crash involving several cars. That is blocking lanes 24 southeast of town. The latest with your steer clear traffic.
And good morning. It is 5 o'clock, and folks, we are in code red. We've got this March mess. It is creating several situations across the mid-state.
Yeah, on the ground, and obviously this is an interesting system, Craig. You predicted that it keeps shifting.
Yeah, and what we've been waiting for was that shift of the colder air coming in up above us, so that it changes all of this over to snow, and that's been actually making its way in over the last hour and a half or so, Bob. So we have snow here in the Nashville area, and it's beginning to mount up relatively quickly. The wider areas you're seeing on the radar, that's heavy, heavy snow, and once again, that's still tracking off to the northeast. The purple and pink areas, well, that's an area where we have some sleet and some freezing rain, and that's going on east of Nashville. You can see it through Wilson County, kind of east of Lebanon. Now the Lebanon area is beginning to transition over to that snow, and it reaches over onto the plateau. We do have reports over here of accumulated ice, and it's some freezing rain that accumulated, also some sleet that's on the ground, and that in turn makes it more slippery as the snow falls on top of that ice. We still have our winter storm warnings in effect throughout the area. Here's a closer look at the downtown area, and once again, heavy snow right through the metro right now. We've been watching it on the sky eye through the downtown area, and really has started to accumulate there with those really white areas indicating that heavy snow. Head up to the north into Kentucky. Now we've got a number of problems going on here as the interstates have been shut down in 24. As a matter of fact, you can't even get to Paducah at this point from the Nashville area because the interstate is closed. Hopkinsville, heavy snow, about 5 to 6 inches of snow on the ground there. Fort Campbell, around 5 inches, and Clarksville, around 5 inches of snow at the current time. And once again, areas down to the south towards Smyrna, we had a big coating of ice here before the snow started to move in. Look at, you can see how it's still kind of spreading down to the south and to the east. So once again, that snow continued to overtake the areas where we have the sleet and the ice already on the ground. That's going to allow it to accumulate. And once again, here's a look at our sky eye as we're looking at the downtown area. You can see the snow falling right there, and notice the accumulation that has already taken place. The winds are rather gusty, so it's still blowing a lot of this around, and it looks like we've got a lot more coming in from the south. It's going to be making its way on into the area. The flow is all the way back down to the Gulf of Mexico. It's snowing in Memphis. It's snowing in areas in Arkansas, even Louisiana getting some snow at this point, and Mississippi getting snow. So all of that still tracking to the north and making its way into our area. Winter storm warning continues until at least noon today. Now, the snow will end, and it looks like a few flurries will still kind of linger around as we head toward 1 o'clock this afternoon, but the warnings will end at noon today. And then after that, we should see a little sunshine breaking through. 2 to 4 inch accumulations through the Nashville area still look probable at this point. 1 to 2 inches in areas further to the south. 3 to 6 inches, we've already got that in many locations into Kentucky, and it looks like it's still mounting up out there. And areas further to the north of Bowling Green, Kentucky, along I-65, up to about a foot of snow at some locations. Even Murray, Kentucky, right there, has almost a foot of snow on the ground. So some pockets out there are really, really heavy snow. This will continue to mount up, making travel hazardous as you're going through the rest of the day, and temperatures are going to get really cold. We're talking about the single digits showing up in the area by tonight. I think here in Nashville, we're down to around 8 degrees by tomorrow morning. I'm going to have more about that. We're going to talk about the forecast as we're heading toward the weekend and when we can start melting all of this snow away, and that's coming up in less than 10 minutes. But right now, let's see what you're facing on the roads out there. Here's your steer clear traffic with Aaron Como.
Well, we're code red right now, and Craig, earlier this morning, a deadly crash, Highway 70 near Jones Creek Road. 3 people were in the car, 1 person killed out in Dixon County. Now, you saw Kelly's live shot there. Snow is still coming down, so we advise avoiding travel unless you absolutely have to be on the roads. In addition to that, in Coffee County, 24 eastbound closed right now as you head towards the Manchester area, and that is because of a overturned semi at Highway 41. We suggest exiting 24 eastbound, taking 41 to get around that. You can hook back onto the interstate at 55. So if you're traveling in Manchester, be very mindful that icy conditions are causing big problems. We're still dealing with a crash involving several cars, just the outer right lane getting by 24 eastbound at Briley Parkway. In addition to that, 24 westbound, an injury crash involving a police officer. We can't show you a view of that crash because the camera is completely iced over. We're also dealing with an accident Briley southbound on the exit ramp to 40 westbound. In Franklin, checked in with Franklin Police. They're letting folks know that the conditions on the roads are very icy right now because there isn't very much traffic. They don't have any accidents. They're worried, though, as more folks get up this morning and try to make their way to work. They're going to see an influx of crashes because of those dangerous conditions. So really urging folks, again, if you don't have to be out and about during the morning rush, to advise you to stay home. Also, 24 westbound northwest side of town, 24 closed at the Trenton Road exit and the Kentucky state line. That is because of icy conditions as well as several crashes. Kentucky, if you're traveling in Kentucky, they're really advising folks to stay off the roads because right now 24 closed both directions between the 62 exit 27 interchange at Calvert City and the interchange at Cady. So as you can see, a big stretch of 24 closed down. Your secondaries are not looking much better. Ice causing very treacherous conditions. And if you typically take public transportation to work, right now MTA buses are planning on operating on snow route detours. We're worried they may put a halt to all service as the snow continues to fall in the metro area. We'll keep you updated. We have you covered on this code red Skywatch 17 forecast and steer clear traffic morning.
All right, Aaron, thank you. Team coverage of this March mess continues. We're going to take you now west of Nashville. Fox 17's Kelly Rippon has been in Dixon County all night, and she will be reporting in. Earlier, we saw it snowing. They had heads of snow on the ground already, and Craig will track that as it continues to move this way. Let's get to Kelly right now.
You know, Bob, it's pretty incredible what we've seen happen. It was just raining all day yesterday, 65 degrees when we got to this exact same spot at 4 o'clock yesterday morning. Now take a look. You can see the entire ground covered in snow, and I have to tell you, the tracks that are made by the cars barely have time to even appear because in just a couple of minutes, more snowfall comes through and covers those up. I want you guys to also take a look at that flag up there because the wind is causing a really significant visibility issue out here in Dixon County. Now, we're right off of 40. We've been watching some trucks exit off of 40, some cars driving back and forth. Just talked to a gentleman. He preferred not to go on camera this morning because he said he just woke up, but he said, you know, he's definitely seeing the snow-covered roads out there, and they are urging everyone that if you do not have to go outside today and don't have to be on the roads, please allow them the time to get out there and treat the roads. They just finished cleaning up after the last couple of ice storms that we had and said that because of limited plows, they really need the time and the space to get out there to clear the roads off. And with the cold temperatures we're going to see all day today and tomorrow, it is going to take them a significant amount of time to get everything treated. Also, something of note, they couldn't lay that salt down very early yesterday because of the heavy rain. And you can see some trucks making their way off of the interstate right now and heading into the gas station here. So a lot of people starting to get off of 40 and realize that the roads are not good out there at this hour. We're going to check in on that fatal accident that Aaron was talking about, see if we can find out some more information. And if we are able to safely make it over to the area where that occurred, we will. But we will, of course, make sure that we are able to get there without any issue before we do so. We are live this morning in Dixon County. Kelly Rippon, Fox 17 News.
Kelly, thank you so much. 5:08 right now. We do want to continue our team coverage. We're going to go north of Dixon now, where the snow is several inches thick. Fox 17 Samantha Singer joins us live from the steer clear traffic car with a look at what she's seeing.
Well, good morning. It's been taking us a long time to head up to Clarksville, where we just pulled over at a Pleasant View gas station here off of 24 westbound. The road's terrible. You can see out the window here that snow. I'm going to really see that snow. I mean, it is just.
All right, Samantha, thanks for that look. I know they're having some challenges out there on the roads this morning with the snow and the ice, so we're going to check back in with her in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, do want to throw up our school closing map here for you real quick to get a look at so that you can see what we have going on. Everything in red is closed for the day. Chances are you probably already know whether your kids are going to school, but the county's in the green. Right now, Cannon County, Houston County.
Remember, they're the last to get hit by this.
Grundy, yeah, what we have now is still moving through that way. But as things change throughout the course of the morning, you keep it here at Fox 17 and we'll keep you updated. We are live through 9 a.m. By the way, you can check this anytime at fox17.com. Also want to let you know just something important to note. We were going to have a Fox 17 job boot camp today. We've had to postpone that because of the weather, but we have rescheduled it for March 24th at Bridgestone Arena. Aaron?
510 code red continues. An officer involved crash. Also injuries involved in this accident. 24 eastbound at Briley. Several portions of your interstate ride shut down because of ice and snow. I have the latest information you need to know. Keep it to Fox 17, all local all morning.
Here in Putnam County and on the plateau, the folks who have been receiving help are certainly extremely grateful. You can see the billboard behind me. It says, "Thank you for helping us." And this community has really kind of come together under this very, very difficult situation. The folks that they want to thank really are the utility workers and also the folks clearing the lines, as well as the hundreds, that's right, hundreds of volunteers who have been out with chainsaws clearing this area, even now with another round of winter weather. They say they are concerned perhaps about power outages throughout the day. That is a story that we will continue to track. Reporting in Putnam County, Roger Suzanne, Fox 17 News.
Coming up on 5:14, and right now the Tennessee Valley Authority needs your help conserving energy with demand spiking as the temperatures dip. Follow these simple tips, they say. You'll not only ease strain on the power grid, you'll also save yourself some money. They say use kitchen, bathroom, and all other ventilating fans sparingly. Leaving them on sucks the heat out of your home. Keep lamps, TVs, and other electronic devices away from thermostats. The heat that they give off is sensed by the thermostat and could cause your furnace to shut off frequently and that waste energy. Also, inspect windows and ductwork for any air leakage. That can reduce heating cost up to 10%. Craig.
Thanks, Bob. Temperatures are dropping out there right now, and we're into the teens in many locations just to the northwest of Nashville. Now, as that temperature is going down, we're seeing the air above us getting colder as well. So that means that this is really transitioning into an all snow event, certainly from Nashville off to the north and west. Areas onto the plateau, we're still getting some sleet at this point, but that's going to change over to some snow here shortly, as well as that colder air is still making its way down to the south and to the east. So big transition taking place across the area. This is a close look at the Davidson County area and right into the heart of Nashville, so you can see that heavier snow that's taking place here. Notice the whiter areas over toward White Bluff and back down toward Fairview and Burns. That's even heavier snow, and some of the snow is going to be falling at about 1.5 to 2 inches per hour. So if it lasts for 2 hours, then you're talking about 2 inches of snow that'll take place just in that time period. So it is mounting up out there. Cadiz, Kentucky already has about 4 to 5 inches of snow on the ground. Same case in Hopkinsville. Fort Campbell, about the same story. Clarksville has about that much. Then down to the south and east, the snow is just beginning to mount up. So we're seeing that from Rural Hill back down to Smyrna. There's still a little bit of ice showing up around Murfreesboro, but once again, that's transitioning into the snow. Lebanon now has snow as well, and it's right on the edge of Watertown and moving off to the east, more toward Lebanon and really toward the Carthage area. So heavier snow coming in those white bands you see here, and that's going to be tracking off to the north and to the east. Now look at the temperatures down into the teens northwest of Nashville. 18 from Hopkinsville to Clarksville to Dixon, 16 in Paris and Camden. Then you'll hit the 20s, low 20s, but once again, we've seen these temperatures dropping, and now the 30s are disappearing. Still 32 showing up in Crossville, but that's the warmest reading around. That too will be going down. Here in Nashville, we're at 21 degrees with some moderate to heavy snow falling. The wind is coming in from the north at 14, giving us a wind chill of 8 at the current time. Now, temperature profile for the day looks like we drop down to 19 by 10 o'clock. Then we'll rise back to about 20, 22 at 2 o'clock. 23 looks like as warm as it's going to get. That's going to be around 3 and 4 o'clock for this afternoon. Then after that, with clearing skies, that cold air really settling in, 19 degrees by 6. We're at 14 degrees by 8 o'clock and down to 12 by 10 o'clock. Some of these numbers are a little bit different from the last time you saw them, as we're getting new additional information in about how this is going to break down as we go through the day. So once again, it looks like it is going to be exceptionally cold. Now here's the latest on the extended forecast too. This is some new information. 23 the high today, down to 8 by tomorrow morning, a record low. And I've taken the high down on Friday to 31, so just below freezing. However, don't worry too much. If we have bright sunshine, I do expect that, we will get some melting taking place as we're going through the day on Friday. 17 on Saturday morning, up to 47 on Saturday. Sunshine there, once again, helping with that melting, up to 50 degrees on Sunday with partly cloudy skies. Monday at 54, 60 on Tuesday. It looks like the rain chance has gone up just a little bit for Wednesday. It's at 62 degrees, but a 30% chance of some showers, otherwise partly cloudy skies. So a lot of melting will start to take place as early as Friday. It'll refreeze at night, but melt away during the afternoons, and will continue to melt away at this snow and ice as we continue through the morning. We're going to talk about how long this snow is going to last today, coming up in about 10 minutes.
Well, 518 and we're code red for your steer clear traffic. Right now, we're dealing with some big problems southeast side of town. 24 eastbound by Briley, we have a crash involving several cars and an officer. Injuries involved in this accident, just the outer right lane getting by very slowly. You can see westbound traffic backing up. A lot of folks that have to make their way to work, I think, are leaving early. The problem is you're dealing with icy conditions, an accident on the westbound side by Harding as well. That TDOT camera completely iced over. Let's switch things over. I want to show you a look west side of town. Look at that interstate, completely coated in snow. And honestly, I've seen some cars going by a little bit faster than I would advise. You could hit black ice underneath that snow.
Well, the thing about it, Erin, and you know, we've talked about this before, it's typically a little easier to drive in the snow.
Right.
But that doesn't mean you shouldn't use extra caution.
Exactly. You never know what you're going to be up against. So I'll show you a look at Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. We'll switch things over there. Really snowy conditions, and it's a ghost town. Not any traffic out in Hendersonville right now.
That's Vietnam Vets right now?
Yes. And look at that thick layer of snow, sleet, and ice that has kind of picked up all over that stretch of road.
Not a car to be seen.
No. Downtown, we'll switch things over around the South Loop because traffic is out and about right now. And like I said, take it slow. Where you see the semi coming towards us, bridges and overpasses like that tend to freeze first.
Yeah.
And because there is a layer of snow, but it rained overnight, you really may hit icy patches that you're not prepared for. And that is why we're really advising folks to slow it down so much and use such caution as they make their way out around town. A quick look by the airport. I know several flights have been canceled in and out of Nashville this morning. I want to show you a look at what that interstate's looking like. And you can actually see the snow coming down right now. Look at that.
So this is by the airport?
Really slow. That's 40 at Donaldson right now.
Okay. Yeah, take it slow, folks. And yeah, call ahead and check to see if your flight's even going to get out on time. Erin, I know you were supposed to have a flight later today, weren't you?
Yeah, it hasn't been canceled yet, but I'm worried that's going to change.
All right, folks, we're here to keep you protected this morning, keep you safe, and give you a look at what's out there on the road. So part of protecting your family this morning is if you do have to go out, we understand some of you are going to have to get out there this morning. Here's how you can stay safe in these conditions. First of all, you know, don't put yourself in any more danger than you have to. If you turn on your cruise control, okay, say you're used to, you know, doing that in the morning on your way in for your commute, that can be a dangerous thing. So this morning when you're heading out, do not turn on the cruise control. Make sure you are in control, not the vehicle, that you are in control of your speed and the conditions. You know, if you end up hydroplaning or if your wheels start to spin, you need to be able to control that. So make sure you keep it off the cruise this morning when you're coming in.
Right now we're in Pleasant View, just off of 24, and look at that snow. I mean, we are dealing with a lot of terrible roads this morning, and we're heading back on the road, headed to Clarksville. We're going to show you the looks all around town from the Steer Clear traffic car. You're watching Fox 17. We are live through 9 a.m.
For you.
524, and we have some snow in our parking lot, and somebody was smart enough to put their windshield wipers up so they don't freeze to the car. It is icy underneath there. The snow coming down in some places, maybe even here, 2 inches an hour. Craig gives us an update on what to expect in just a moment.
And you know what? We're keeping a close eye on all of your snapshots and videos. We want to say thanks, first of all, for sending them in. You really give us a good look as to what's going on in your backyard. So we're going to take a look at some of the photos that are coming in. Now, these are some from Kentucky right now, which, I mean, they're just getting socked with the snow right now. You know, we've had Samantha trying to make her way up to Clarksville, having a rough go of that. And some of these pictures show you why. I mean, lots of snow. Some places have upwards of a foot of snow. You know, and on top of some of that ice as well. But so we want to say thanks for these beautiful shots. That's nice gorgeous. That's when the sun was still up yesterday. But be safe out there, folks. We are in a code red for a reason. Craig, what's the latest?
Let me show you the radar. We do have some really heavy snow taking place out there, Jen. The wider areas that you're seeing on the radar, those are the areas where we're getting the heaviest snow. Those are the heaviest echoes that are coming back into the radar system. So you can see that heavier snow right here just west of I-65, Franklin, Kentucky, near White House, and then also back into Cheatham County, near Ashland City. Also some areas just in western Davidson County, and then back down into parts of Williamson County, Dixon County. So Bonacqua getting some pretty heavy snow right now. It's tapering off a little bit over in the Clarksville area near Fort Campbell, but that doesn't mean it's over with. You'll see more coming in, and then areas off to the east still transitioning from the sleet, that's what you see here, and freezing rain on into the snow from Watertown back out to the west. So once again, more snow still coming into the area. This is the way it looks downtown from the sky eye. You can still see the snow falling right there, the flakes floating around. Notice the accumulation that we've already gotten in the downtown area as well. And it looks like, once again, it's not over. 2 to 4 inch accumulations through the Nashville area and 3 to 6 off to the north. And we've actually gone even above 6 in a couple of spots already there. 1 to 2 inches in areas further down to the south. So if you're going to be driving this morning, please be careful. Looks like more snow coming through. It'll taper off to just flurries before noon and through the noon hour, but 2 to 4 inch snowfall and sleet accumulation out there through much of Middle Tennessee for today. And that's going to make driving very hazardous, so be careful. 23 is as warm as it's going to get this afternoon, down to 8 tonight. Looks like 31 tomorrow with sunshine. So we'll start melting away some of this. Even though it's below freezing, the sunshine will start to melt some of the ice and snow, but it's still going to be tricky out there as we're going through the day. And I'm going to have more about this as we continue in just a couple of minutes.
Well, right now at 526, checking in with your Steer Clear traffic. A deadly crash overnight in Hickman County, Highway 70 near Jones Creek Road. Really dangerous conditions because of snow and ice in Dixon, so please reduce your speeds if you have to be out on the roads. Right now you can see traffic moving along very slowly 40 near Charlotte, and that is because of ice and snow piling up on the interstate. You can see the snow actually coming off in little clouds as folks make their way. You really want to take it slow today. The potential to spin out on black ice underneath that snow is definitely out there. In Coffee County, 24 eastbound closed at Highway 41. So as you head down towards Manchester, you're going to hit that closure. We suggest exiting well above that point, taking 41 straight down this morning. 24 eastbound at Briley, an earlier crash involving injuries and an officer in the process of clearing. The average speeds right now under 20 miles per hour around the curve because of slick conditions. Again, if you have to make your way to work this morning, the best advice I can give you, leave the house about an hour early and just plan to take it very slow, going under 20 miles per hour. There is a crash right now, Briley southbound on the exit ramp to 40 westbound. Another accident 24 westbound out by Harding Place. Northwest side of town is a mess. We're going to help you get around those dangerous conditions in Clarksville. Next, keep it to Fox 17 this morning.
Good morning, folks. 5:30 right now. We are Fox 17 live through 9 a.m. and we have you covered in this March mess. We've got a live look from the parking lot here at the studios of Fox 17. By the way, for reference, we are at Metro Center, just off Rosa Parks. And this is what we're seeing in our parking lot.
It was kind of blowing before, but now it seems to be coming
Calming
pretty
down a
straight
little
down.
bit, yeah.
Yeah. And we continue to follow with team coverage of this March mess. We've had out in Dixon County, Kelly Rippon has been following us. Steer clear traffic car is out and about, also encountering snow.
Oh, yeah.
And it is a code red.
And some of the heaviest snow has been off to the north around Clarksville and on into Kentucky.
Yeah.
Unbelievable amount. Murray, Kentucky, I can't believe almost a foot of snow.
That is wild.
Not that far away. This is the way it looks on our sky eye, folks, and the snow continues to mount up in the downtown area. As we're seeing this, a live picture of our sky eye. Notice the snow on the right-hand side of the screen. Now, you know, we're talking about the winds here, Bob. It looks like they've picked up downtown. Look at that. So you can see them really kind of pushing through right there and blowing that snow around. In this area right through here, you can really kind of see the snowflakes. And then once again, the accumulation really kind of stacking up in the downtown area right now, too. That really took place just within the last 2 hours. Prior to that, it was just a little coating of ice that was out there. We had freezing rain and some sleet that went on for a long period of time, and then it finally changed over to the snow for the downtown area. So here's a look at the Doppler radar. The snow transition line has made its way off to the east, now just about into Putnam County. We have seen a couple of snowflakes here, but there's also still a little bit of sleet falling, and that's in the purple area through here. Where you see it mixing over to a kind of a pink, well, that's a little mix of some sleet and some snow, and that's what's happening just south of Cookeville as we're going back down towards Smith County and areas further back downstate as well. Towards Shelbyville, they've got some heavy snow going on right now. Columbia, heavy snow moving through your area and back over into Hickman County as well. So really heavy snow in some locations. A little warm air has tried to make its way back in toward Jackson. I don't expect that to continue. They're seeing a little bit of sleet after seeing snow earlier this morning. For us, I think this is probably going to stay in the form of snow. Heavy snow now over the western sections of Davidson County, the whiter areas that you're seeing here, reaching along I-40, further back out to the west from Fairview back to Kingston Springs as well. So heavy snow in those areas. By the way, we're keeping close eye on the Harpeth River. It looks like it's still going to continue to climb and reach flood stage today around Kingston Springs. So all of the heavy rain from yesterday still draining back into the Harpeth. And that, in conjunction with all this snow coming in, once again, is going to take those levels up even higher. But once again, heavy snow taking place in the downtown area at the current time. Our reading right now, 21 degrees here in Nashville. The wind is coming in from the north at 14, making the wind chill 8 degrees. It is cold out there, and it's not going to get any warmer as we go through the day. Look for heavy snow this morning. It's going to taper off to a few flurries by 9 o'clock, and then by 1 o'clock, it looks like it comes to an end. And then for tonight, record cold coming in as the temperatures will continue to drop. Now, this is the temperature profile for the day. 19 degrees at 10 o'clock. By noon, we're at 20, 22. At 2 o'clock, I think at 3 o'clock, we hit 23. We should still be there at 4 o'clock. And then after that, the temperatures will really start to drop. 19 by 6 o'clock, 14 by 8, down to 12 by 10 o'clock tonight. And it keeps going on down into the single digits by tomorrow morning, down to about 8 degrees. That'll be a record low. 12 is actually the record for tomorrow. So it looks like we're going to surpass that even before we get to midnight tonight. So it is going to be very, very cold out there. Temperatures are going to be chilly coming up tomorrow as well during the day, even though we'll have some sunshine, but we should be able to melt some of this snow and ice away. And we're going to talk about how long this snow is going to continue across Middle Tennessee coming up in about 10 minutes. But right now, it's going to be tough.
Well, right now, that's exactly why we're code red, Craig. 65 southbound at Dickerson Pike. We have a new accident, and you can see that yellow through Madison. There's very little traffic around town right now, but the few vehicles that are making their way around to get to work or their safe place are taking it very, very slow. I'm seeing even slower conditions in Millersville, both directions on 65. So the best advice I can give you, if at all possible, stay home this morning, wait out the morning commute because of this snow coming down and the sleet mix. If you have to make your way to work, leave the house about an hour early and take it as slow as possible. Coffee County 24 eastbound remains closed at Highway 41. That's down towards Manchester. Exit well above that point at 64. Take 41A. That'll help you out there. MTA buses are currently operating but on a snow route detour, so check out your route before you head out the door if you're taking public transportation. Now 65 southbound at Old Hickory Boulevard in Brentwood, heavy snow on that interstate, but you can see cars going by surprisingly fast. My best advice to you is don't do that. Take it slow, stay in the right lane, stay in those lanes that are cleared. You can't even make out the lines on the interstate right now, and that's the same story on Vietnam Vets as well as 40 in both directions. Now, as you make your way out in Montgomery County, 24 westbound closed right now at the Kentucky state line, and that is because of ice and snow and a mix of accidents. In Kentucky, a huge portion of 24 in both directions is closed. Snow is really heavy in Kentucky, and they're actually asking folks to stay off the roads if at all possible and wait out the storm. Fox 17 Samantha Singer continues our team coverage of this March mess from northwest side of town.
Hey, Aaron, yeah, we're in Pleasant View. We stopped at this gas station earlier, and we really have not been able to leave. The snow is just continuing to just come down here, and you can see a look now with all the lights, how I mean, these flakes are huge. People, we talked to one guy in the gas station who was pretty unhappy. He's like, hey, it's the beginning of March. I should be mowing my lawn. So definitely going to be monitoring everything here. We were on 24 westbound, and it was very, very difficult to drive, so we got off of there. So please be careful if you must go out there this morning. We're going to continue to give you looks from the steer clear traffic car. Also outside, here's one look out the back window. We are live here in the steer clear traffic car. Samantha Singer, Fox 17 News. Oh, it's all that snow on there. Back to you guys. Oh, Kelly actually is continuing our team coverage. She's over in Dixon County. Kelly.
We are out here in Dixon County. I want you guys to take a look. Actually, a car stuck right behind us on the main road here off of 40 at the gas station. And we have Jacob Payne now. That's not his car. We were talking to him earlier this morning. Jacob, you said she just can't get her car moving over there.
Yeah, it's slick out there.
And you drove from Cumberland Furnished. You're headed to Tullahoma. Tell us the biggest challenge you faced so far on your journey, and obviously you haven't made it quite there yet.
Well, the roads are bad, but the visibility is probably the worst. It's hard to see.
If people don't have to be out, what's your best suggestion?
Stay at the house.
Stay at the house, yeah. And he said he has to go to work. And you actually can see these are tree and professional service crews behind us headed down the road. They are all prepped and ready to go for any of the power outages out there this morning. And we're going to get Jacob back in the car and get him a jacket because he doesn't have enough on this morning. It is very cold, about 22 degrees out here in Dixon County, and it's continuing to come down. As Jacob mentioned, if you don't have to be out there, don't. I always like to brag I'm from Western Pennsylvania. I can handle the snow and the winter here in Nashville. This is definitely the worst I have seen the snow coming down since I have been down here. So if you can, stay at home, let the crews get out there, let them do their job. And as you can see, someone is already stuck here this morning in Dixon County. We are live reporting. Kelly Rippin, Fox 17 News.
Thanks, Kelly. Good advice. You know, so hard to see out there. Now, in Fort Campbell, it's shut down today after hours of snow there. Fox 17's Megan O'Halloran continues our team coverage from Hopkinsville.
It is just not let up here in Hopkinsville. We're dealing with the snowfall now, and boy, is it coming down. Take a look here on our news card. It's completely covered. This is ice and snow on top of that, making for some very icy conditions, and the roads are so bad. This is an abandoned parking lot completely covered in snow and ice. The roads are so bad that some of these truck drivers made probably a good decision and pulled over for the night. We assume they're probably next door here at the hotel, but you definitely want to stay off the roads if you can. We caught up with a salt truck driver last night who said the interstates are terrible. People were only going 20 to 25 miles an hour, taking it slow because it's hard to maintain traction. It's hard to keep control of your car, especially in this weather. And up here in Hopkinsville, it seems like we are right in the middle of this storm because it is not letting up at all. As you can see, a blanket of white here, and the traffic, there doesn't seem to be much of it, which is a good thing because you want to stay safe and indoors and wait this weather out if you can. Reporting in Hopkinsville, Megan O'Halloran, Fox 17 News.
Yeah, boy, they're really getting in Hopkinsville right now. Megan, thanks for that update. Want to let you know as you're getting ready to hit the roads this morning, we want to show you a resource that can show you what you will be facing. Now, Aaron is here to show you the conditions. We've got TDOT cameras. Aaron's tracking the crashes and getting you detours, but this map is kind of cool because this is TDOT's winter road condition map. You can pull this up on your computer and the color codes here will show you just how bad it is. For example, if you see green, that's good driving conditions. There's none of that anywhere on this map in the mid-state. The pink means there are patches of snow and ice. The red means they are extremely hazardous conditions. And as you can see, looking at this map, we have a lot of red right now, especially west of Nashville. This is out toward Dixon, where Kelly Ripon is right now. Red, extremely hazardous right now, and those pink roads all have patches of snow and ice. So folks, if you got to get up and get out this morning, give yourself lots of extra time. You can stream us on the way so you can listen to what's happening. And just most importantly, be safe out there. We are Fox 17. We are live through 9 a.m. We have complete March Mess team coverage.
Welcome back, everyone. It is 5:44, and that's a live picture coming in from our Sky Eye as we're looking downtown right now. And look at that. The snow is picked up again, and it is snowing heavily. Visibility is reduced by some of that snow. There's also a little bit of fog that's kind of blowing by the lens of our camera right there. It's kind of the steam coming off some of the buildings downtown. Code red for today, meaning there's weather you need to be concerned about and take action about. And as we're looking at Doppler radar, it's pretty easy to tell why. We've got snow all across Middle Tennessee, and where it's not snowing, there's a combination of some sleet, freezing rain, and then some snow. So that's the case over on the plateau. All of this, once again, is tracking eastward, making its way across the area. Now, it looks like it's tapering off a little bit in a few areas back out to the west, but boy, the damage has been done here already. Many areas, more than 5-6 inches of snow on the ground. In some spots closer to Murray, Kentucky, we've had reports almost a foot of snow there. Still snowing back in parts of Missouri, and eventually all of that's going to make its way eastward. So that means we still have more snow before it comes to an end here in Nashville. The wider areas that you're seeing on the radar indicate the heavier snow that we're picking up on. So notice this line right through here. It's in the western sections of Davidson County back into Cheatham County. Southern sections of Cheatham County getting some pretty heavy snow right now along I-40, and that's the case back toward Oak Hill and toward Brentwood as well. So once again, that will continue kind of drifting off to the east. Lighter snow off to the east right now from Watertown back to Gordonsville and back toward Lebanon and Mount Juliet. But it looks like some of that heavier snow will be tracking in your area very soon as well. So this is what you can expect to see. The way it looks downtown will be the way it looks over in Mount Juliet coming up in just a few minutes as more snow starts making its way into that area. Winter storm warning remains in effect. That's going to remain with us as we go through the noon hour. The snow showers will start to taper off to just a few flurries later on, but the colder air is arriving as we're going through the day. It's going to be below freezing all day, meaning we're not going to get a lot of melting going on today. And then for tomorrow, I should say, well, tonight and early tomorrow morning, record cold coming in as temperatures will drop down into the single digits, and then we'll start to see some sunshine. We'll talk more about that sunshine coming up in a couple of minutes. I think we all want to see that.
Yeah, a little sun for this March. But in the meantime, we do have this March mess that we're dealing with, and we want to let you know that it is affecting flights in and out of Nashville International. What we are taking a look at right now is the departure section from the BNA website, and what it's showing us is that, for example, it's 5:46 right now, so coming up at 6 a.m. there was a flight out to Newark. It's canceled. 6 o'clock flight to D.C. canceled. 6:02 flight to Chicago canceled. 6:05 flight to Denver canceled, and the list goes on. We have a lot of flight cancellations throughout the course of the morning. Even looking down now toward 6:44, there's a flight out to Detroit. That's been canceled. There is a flight out to L.A.
Time to go to L.A.
that is still scheduled for now, later this morning at 6:45. But folks, you definitely want to check ahead or check our website for the latest.
Well, right now, Jen, we're code red for your local travel around the mid-state and Kentucky. Montgomery County 24 westbound closed to the Kentucky state line. If you have to be out on the roads, keep it to 41A. As you make your way out in Kentucky, a huge stretch of 24 in both directions is closed right now. In fact, we have Keith Todd from the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet on the line. Keith, what do you advise travelers this morning?
We're advising folks to stay home today unless you have a fairly well tricked out four-wheel drive with a lot of ground clearance. You're probably not going anywhere today in western Kentucky anyway. We have a section of I-24 officially from about the 65 to about the 27 that is closed in both directions. Kentucky State Police have it closed, and until they get some things cleared out there, they're not even allowing our plows out. We do have a plan. We have a couple of contract road graders in the Grand Rivers area. We have 3, and we're going to send those in each direction down I-24 as soon as we get it cleared enough that we can put them out there. That should help quite a bit. Overnight, we had a crash at about the 46 westbound that backed up traffic to about the 60-mile marker. And while the traffic was sitting there waiting for the one crash to be cleared, it drifted in around the vehicles and essentially trapped a group of trucks in there that we just could not get free. As far as snowfall, we have about 8 to 12 inches, some areas with 15 inches, and snow drifts of about 2 feet are pretty common. So unless you have a really tricked out four-wheel drive, you're probably not going to go very far.
Well, thank you very much, Keith. We appreciate you joining us this morning. As he mentioned, huge stretch of 24 shut down and snow drifts as well as 8 to 12 inches. So unless it's an emergency, really advising folks to stay off of those roads in Kentucky or you are likely to get stuck. Thank you so much, Keith. We'll try to catch up with him a little bit later in the morning as well. Now, in addition to that, we're dealing with several other problems around town. 65 north side of town, TDOT message boards all over the mid-state advising folks ice and snow to take it slow and use caution. Traffic needs to be moving a little bit slower than what we've been seeing in some of the TDOT cameras because of the rain from overnight before the snow picked up. You may hit patches of black ice that is covered by snow, and that's really dangerous. 65 southbound at Dickerson Pike, a crash. 24 westbound near Briley. You can see the flashing lights behind the ice that froze over that TDOT lens. We still have an accident 24 westbound by Briley. The officer involved crash involving injuries 24 eastbound at Briley. That has cleared, but traffic around that bend is going under 10 miles per hour because of the treacherous conditions. Aside from that, in Franklin, you're under 30 miles per hour, 65 north and southbound, and that is just because of snow and ice causing a little bit of traffic that is out there to take it slow. Franklin police tweeting that it's dangerous on their secondaries, and they're advising folks also in Franklin to stay off the roads if possible. MTA buses are operating on a snow route detour schedule, and right now the Music City Star is in service. We're going to be tracking your morning commute and those road conditions. Keep it to Fox 17 this morning. We want to keep you safe if you do have to head out the door. That's your look at Steer Clear traffic.
Good morning, folks. It is 5:53. We're taking a look at your best snapshots from across our area. Want to say thanks to Todd Gear as he sent these in from Clarksville. This is the 41 bypass area. He's saying a solid 6 inches of snow there in Clarksville. So thanks to Todd for sending these in. By the way, these are over on our Facebook page where we have lots of other wintry weather photos. So thanks to all of our viewers for sharing. We appreciate the perspective and keep them coming.
Take a look at this.
Wow.
That is the downtown area from our Sky Eye.
My goodness.
I know. So we've got heavy snow falling out there. Now, once again, some of this may be an obstruction that's from some of the heating units that are on top of the L&C tower. That's where our camera's located. So it actually kind of creates that fog appearance out there, but that may be blocking some of our view. But nonetheless, there is still some heavy snow still falling out there, and you can see it kind of pushing through right here as the wind is gathering those snowflakes and kind of pushing them on by. So you can tell we've got a breeze out there and we've got snow, and that is accumulated snow across the area. Visibility has really dropped. So once again, some heavy snow passing through the downtown area at the current time. And this is what it looks like on Doppler radar. The snow overspreading Middle Tennessee, making its way off to the east. Now, some of you still are getting a little bit more sleet than you're getting snow. That would be the case in Manchester, back toward McMinnville. But when you get onto the plateau, the transition is taking place. Now, this is all becoming snow over toward the Crossville area through Cookville, along I-40. way and back into the Nashville area and then back off to the north and west. It's tapering off a little bit as we're heading back into western Kentucky. But once again, as we heard a few moments ago, some areas here 8 to 12 inches of snow and some snow drifts that are about 2 feet in height. So that makes it really, really difficult to get around. And then back out to the southwest, more heavy snow beginning to show up there too. We've got a little dry slot that's kind of developed right here east of Jackson. That's making its way toward I-40. But I don't expect that to really be the case for most of us. Over the next several hours, we're just going to continue to see more and more snow making its way through. Then later on, it will start to taper off. 2 to 4 inches of accumulation around the Nashville area, 1 to 2 in areas further down to the south, 3 to 6 easily off to the north. We can probably take that up to an 8. Because it looks like, once again, some areas have gotten at least that much of snow already across parts of Kentucky. Winter storm warning remains in effect until noon today. Ice and snow covering those roads, making it very slick. If you're going to be out, use caution. Plan on spending an extra hour, maybe hour and a half to get to your location that you're trying to get to, because it is going to be that slow out there with the ice around. 23 degrees will turn out to be the high this afternoon. That's around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Then we're down to 8 tonight as skies clear, and tomorrow high only of 31. We will have bright sunshine. And with that bright sunshine out there, we will start to melt away some of this, even though it's just below freezing. So some melting begins to occur tomorrow, but most of it will take place through the weekend. The weekend outlook looks really promising, and we'll take a look at that in about 10 minutes. Right now, let's get the latest on what's happening on the roads, because that's a big story this morning.
Well, we're code red, Craig, and I just want to give you an update that we just got in from Clarksville. They said a few more crashes trickled in during the night for a total of 56 reported accidents from 5 o'clock yesterday evening until 5 o'clock this morning. 37 of the crashes were inside the city limits and 19 were on county roads. They said several officers have been getting stuck. The emergency management office has reopened this morning as of 5. So really don't want to travel in Clarksville. And it gives you any indication, Samantha Singer was heading to Clarksville in the steer clear traffic car. And right now she is in Pleasant View, unable to get there because of snow and ice is just making such dangerous conditions. West side of town, 40 at 440, snow and ice. Really want to slow it down on bridges and overpasses. These folks on 40 eastbound going under 15 miles per hour. We really advise you to stay off the roads this morning in the mid-state and Kentucky if at all possible. And if you have to get out, make sure you take it very slow and give yourself a ton of extra time to get around. Aside from that, you can see a thick blanket of snow, 40 at Old Hickory Boulevard in Hermitage. Any way you cut it, it's just not a great morning to be traveling because of these dangerous conditions. That's your look at steer clear traffic.
We are out here in Dixon County already. Just watched a car get stuck in front of us. Do not go out on the roadways here if you do not have to west of Nashville. You're watching Fox 17. We are all local all morning through this March mess.
You're watching Fox 17 this morning with Jennifer Waddell, Bob Sellers, Skywatch 17 weather with meteorologist Craig Edwards, and steer clear traffic with Aaron Como. This is Fox 17 this morning.
Good morning. It is 6 o'clock, and this is a live picture from the Metro Center. We just stepped in from outside. I can tell you, folks, we've got about 3 inches of snow on the ground here right now, and you can tell it is still snowing heavily out there. We have crews all across the area covering this March mess, and once again, we're going to get to those live reports out there as we're going through the morning. Let's go out to Kelly. She's standing by in Dixon this morning.
Man, Craig, I will tell you what, we have seen everything under the sun. 65 and rainy, now 22, and significant snow out here. I want you guys to take a look. You can see this car was just abandoned by the driver. Actually, our photographer, Andrew Sarda, tried to help her, along with a good Samaritan, push the car. They did get it out of the entrance to this gas station that we're posted up at this morning, but she gave up. She had a coworker pick her up, and she is out of here this morning. That is just an example of how significant the roads are as far as being covered by snow. And we talked to a gentleman earlier this morning. He was pumping his gas, and he said the visibility is really what was
Okay, well, thank you very much, Kelly. We seem to have lost your audio right there, and I can imagine due to the weather conditions that we're experiencing out there. You can see the heavy snow continues to fall over in the Dixon area, and that's the case here around downtown as well. Where you see the wider parts of the map here, That's where the snow is at its heaviest, and that is through the downtown area. Notice it gets a little grayer in areas back to Ashland City and northward, and that's because the snow's tapering off just a little bit. But nonetheless, it's still heavy snow in most of these locations across Middle Tennessee. Areas down to the south now getting their snow as well. It took a lot longer to transfer over to snow in areas in Rutherford County from Smyrna through Murfreesboro and then off to the northeast toward Watertown. But that is all snow at the current time, and once again, that's falling on top of ice, meaning that it's going to stack up pretty quickly, and it's also going to be more slippery than you would expect from the fact that we've got all of that snow falling out there and it's sitting on that ice, actually ice pack that's down below it. That's the case over on the plateau as well, reaching back down toward the Chattanooga area. Once again, all of that making its way to the east across the region at the current time. Now, this is a look at our sky eye as we're looking at the AT&T tower, and that visibility is down because of the heavy snow that we're seeing down there. We also have a little bit of some steam coming off some of the heating systems on the L&C tower that's kind of blocking it out. But really, the reason the visibility has dropped down so much is because of the heavy snow that we're experiencing in the area at the current time. And that's just going to be the case as we go through the next couple of hours. 21 degrees right now here in Nashville. The wind is from the north at 10 miles per hour. Our wind chill is at 10. It feels cold out there, and with the snow, it's going to stay cold as we go through the day. Heavy snow this morning. It'll taper off to flurries at 9 o'clock, and we'll still see a few flurries through the noon hour. And then record cold is going to start to settle in as temperatures go down to the single digits by tomorrow morning. Now, the temperature profile for today is like this. I expect the snow to continue even as we head toward 2 o'clock this afternoon, but only in the form of a few flurries by then. Temperatures around 20 degrees by lunchtime, 22 degrees at 2 o'clock, 23 around 4. A little sunshine is possible late this afternoon. Then as we head into the evening, skies clear even more. We're down to 19 by 6 o'clock, 14 by 8, and we're at 12 degrees by 10 o'clock tonight. I think the low tonight's down to around 8. That's going to be a record low for tomorrow morning. And then temperatures will still struggle to get to the freezing point by tomorrow afternoon. There will be some melting that will start tomorrow, but the bulk of it's going to take place over the weekend. I'll have more about that as we look at that extended forecast in a couple of moments. But right now, let's check in with Aaron, because you need to know what it looks like on the roads out there.
Oh yeah, Craig, it looks beautiful outside as far as the great snow falling down, but it's not doing great things to our roads around town. 65 southbound at Dickerson Pike, we have an accident. And look at all the yellow and red on the map. Now, there's very little traffic around town, but the few vehicles that are driving very slowly because of the snow, sleet, and ice mix that is around town. 65 at Vietnam Vets, you can see some disabled cars blocking the right shoulder, unable to continue down because of the thick snow picking up on that stretch of interstate. And look how slow those very few cars are going. This is exactly why we're advising folks to stay home if at all possible. If it is not absolutely necessary that you make your way to work this morning, this is not a time you want to be out and about around town. Kingston Springs, things really slow right now. We're checking in 34 miles per hour, but as you make your way out towards the Hickman County line, you're dealing with some very heavy snow that is making 40 almost impassable. As far as those secondaries, they're piling up with snow as well. Franklin dealing with a lot of ice, sleet, and snow mix. 65 in both directions. A little bit of traffic out there is moving slower than usual as well. 24 at Haywood. You can see cars out there. It looks like that one is almost sliding. I see some brake lights picking up. They're hitting icy patches. We don't want to see cars spinning out, and that's why we're asking folks to leave about an hour early if you have to make the commute this morning. Now, in addition to that, in Montgomery County, 24 westbound closed at the Kentucky state line. We tried to get Samantha Singer in the steer clear traffic car to head to Clarksville, but she's stuck in Pleasant View right now at a gas station because the roads just aren't good enough for her to be able to travel up there. In Kentucky as well, a huge portion of 24 is shut down. We talked to Keith Todd with the Transportation Cabinet, and they're really advising folks to stay off the roads because they have abandoned cars all over town. Same story in Clarksville. We're going to keep you updated, but my best advice to give you is if you can stay warm in your home, that is your best bet this morning. Jen?
Absolutely, Aaron, thank you. It is 6 minutes after 6 o'clock right now, and chances are if you have kids in school, you know whether they are going to school. By this point, a lot of them closed last night, but we have had some changes this morning. We're showing you our closing map, but I do want to tell you that this map has just updated. For example, we know that Grundy County schools have just closed. Some of those districts that are off to the east were a little late in making the call this morning just because, you know, they're getting the weather a little after we are, but we know for sure that Grundy County is closed. And all the other districts here in the mid-state as well are closed. So, you know, you got a snow day. If you're home with the kids, hope you enjoy it. Hope you can have a little bit of fun. But if you do have to get up and get out, please be safe. This weather is one of the reasons that we've had to postpone our Fox 17 job boot camp. We were supposed to have that today for you, and we know that that is a very popular event, but because of the weather, we want to keep people safe. We have rescheduled that for March 24th. It'll be at Bridgestone Arena.
Now at 6:07, the plunging temperatures are uncomfortable for most of us, but for Nashville's homeless population, they can be a serious problem. Take Nashville Rescue Mission, which has already filled the 400 beds that it has. It says that they will not turn anybody away in this unseasonable cold. Usually when it does get this cold, the Nashville Rescue Mission sends out their cold patrol to find people who might need help. But with yesterday's rain turned into ice overnight, they're asking for help. If you see somebody in need of help, you're asked to call Metro Police's non-emergency number, which is 615-862-8600.
All right, and right now I want to let you know the Tennessee Valley Authority needs some help to conserve energy. You've heard us talk a lot about the potential for power outages. There are some things that we can all do to try to conserve energy to keep that from happening. There is a demand that is spiking as it's going to get colder. If you follow just a few tips, you're going to ease the strain on your own power grid, and you might actually save a little money as well. So first of all, if you have to use the kitchen, the bathroom, and your ventilation fans, use them sparingly. Leaving them on can suck the heat out of your home. Also, keep your lamps, your TVs, and all your other electronic appliances away from the thermostats. They give off heat, and the thermostat can pick that up and can actually cause your furnace to shut off frequently because they think it's warm enough in the house. So keep those appliances away from your thermostats. Also, give a quick check to your windows and your ductwork for any kind of leakage. You can reduce your heating cost up to about 10% if you make sure that you've got things all sealed up. Right now, 6:08, almost 6:09 on this morning, and as part of our team coverage, we have Samantha Singer live now. She is giving us a look. Are you in Pleasant View still, Samantha?
That's right, Jen. Yeah, we were on 24 westbound. We had to stop because the roads were too treacherous. We're here at a gas station in Pleasant View, and we just actually had this tractor trailer stop our friend Donald here. He's been on the road. So, Donald, tell me what you were experiencing when you were on 24.
Well, exit 31. It's a tractor trailer turning sideways. I know Interstate 24 in Kentucky's shut down, but it's a mess. You can't see nothing. And it's even worse trying to deliver in it.
Oh, gosh. So you're doing your regular delivery today?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, how are you driving? You just going much slower than usual?
Very slow. 30, 35 mile an hour at the tops.
Well, be safe. Thank you, Donald. Definitely be safe. Oh, you too. Just give you guys a look here, what we've been experiencing. So, snowing, so cold, and then all the snow on the ground. And we have been talking to people at this gas station. And one guy, you're going to hear from him in about 30 minutes about what he's experienced so far this morning. For now, we're live in Pleasant View. Samantha Singer, Fox 17 News.
All right, Samantha, thank you so much. 6:10, part of our coverage whenever we have this kind of weather always includes you, our viewer. You send us your pictures, your videos, and we want to say thanks. A lot of these coming in from North and West Tennessee from overnight. The snow and the ice, a big problem. I mean, we've seen it all around, but we want to say thanks to all of you who have shared your images with us either on Facebook or on Twitter. And hey, keep them coming. You can find us WZTV Fox 17 on Facebook and at WZTV on Twitter to share your pictures and videos. By the way, do it in a safe manner, please.
Absolutely.
Don't take pictures or video if you're going to put yourself or anybody else in danger.
That's the truth. We're operating under that code red, so you'll want to be careful out there for today. And now we know the heavy snow has moved into the Nashville area. The next question to answer is, how long is it going to last? I'll answer that for you in just a couple of minutes.
And right now at 6:10, 440 completely covered in snow. Traffic moving very slowly. We advise you to stay off the roads if possible. If not, I'll help you plan your route. Keep it to Fox 17, all local all morning.
If you have an emergency, don't call 911.
I would urge everyone to keep blankets and flashlights in place where you can find them quickly if your power goes out.
If you don't have to travel, just stay home and stay off the roads. That way our road crews can have more room to work.
You know what? That is the message for the morning in this March mess, folks. It is coming down across the mid-state. Chances are, no matter where you live, you have snow, and it is falling quickly in some places.
Out here in Dixon County, it has been piling up and it's continuing to fall. It hasn't seen any kind of reprieve. We are watching as kind of cars come off the interstate here and come up the road here in Dixon County, and we watch this car get stuck here. Our photographer Andrew Starter tried to help out and get her back on the road, but it was a no-go. They had to just get her car to a safe place, and she hopped out of the car to stop. You can see a lot of trucks exiting off of 40 there. We've talked to a couple people who have said the visibility is the biggest issue out there. The roads absolutely are not good, but the visibility is what's worse. Now, I do want to let you guys know I did get a message from the Office of Emergency Management here in Dixon County saying that all roadways, primary and secondary, are very bad this morning. I just talked to a gentleman from the Office of Emergency Management, and he says if people don't have to be out, please allow the crews to get out there. And I was saying earlier, you know, I'm used to snow. I'm from Western Pennsylvania. This is something that I'm used to. This is the most significant snowfall that I've seen in my time in Nashville. And while it is very serious and we want everyone to stay safe, it is kind of fun. The employees over at Dunkin' Donuts and the Sudden Service gas station actually made snow angels out there, and they said they'd come out and talk to us coming up in our next half hour. But again, if you don't have to be out, please stay home. Hopefully you have all of the supplies you need to stay warm, stay safe, and have some food and water nearby. We'll keep you posted on the conditions out here in Dixon County. Reporting live west of Nashville, Kelly Rippin, Fox 17 News.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Code red in the weather department for this morning. I agree with Kelly. This is the most significant snow we've seen in quite some time. Actually, not just this year, Kelly, but over the last several years, we haven't seen this much snow. Accumulation levels continue to mount up. This is the live Doppler radar, and as we're looking at this, a couple of things to note. First of all, where you see the whiter bands, that's where the heavier snow is falling at the current time. Where you see the pinks, that means there's a little bit of sleet. We've got a little warm air that's trying to mix in with this. It's coming in from the southwest. This is kind of unexpected, to be honest with you, so we'll see exactly how this is going to develop as it's pushing on in. We don't need any ice on top of the snow that we already have. Let me give you a closer look into the Nashville area. Davidson County, we've got 2 to 4 inches of snow on the ground at the current time from Nashville back down to the south toward Oak Hill and on into Williamson County toward Brentwood and down to Franklin. Heavy snow falling at the current time. This will continue kind of making its way to the north and east. Up around Clarksville into the Fort Campbell area, we have 5 inches of snow, maybe 6 in some spots. It's still snowing. It's lighter there than it is around Nashville, but certainly still some snow continuing to fall. You don't have to go very far off to the north. You'll find almost a foot of snow showing up in parts of Kentucky. Bowling Green, heavy snow making its way through Warren County right now. It's along I-65 heading to the northeast. Further up I-65, about a foot of snow around Munfordville and further to the north toward Elizabethtown. That's just south of the Louisville area. Then over onto our plateau, as we're looking here, heavy snow across Putnam County into Cookeville and southward now down toward Smithville. It's beginning to snow a little bit more into Cumberland County as well, and then back down toward Rutherford County. We started this with about an inch of sleet on the ground. Then the snow started to fall in Rutherford County, and that's the case from Laverne to Smyrna, all the way back down to Murfreesboro, even further off to the east toward Woodbury, back up to Watertown, and it looks like Mount Juliet, just about the same. So once again, we do have some heavy snow out there beginning to fall in some areas down to the south that have not seen the heaviest snow so far. It's tapering off just a little bit in areas further back out to the west. Looking outside, this is a live view from our sky eye as we're looking at the AT&T tower. That snow that's blocking the visibility out there because it's snowing so heavily right now. And once again, that's going to be the case for the next couple of hours. It will taper off a little bit later for this morning. Right now we're 21 degrees with that heavy snow falling. Wind is from the north at 14 miles per hour. Wind chills are down in the single digits, around 8 and 9 degrees at the current time. We should be at 19 around 10 o'clock, 20 degrees as of noon, 22 at 2 and 23 degrees by 4 o'clock. A little sunshine here as the snow will taper off to a few flurries, and then it looks like clearing skies for the evening, and temperatures really plummet down to 19 by 6 o'clock, 14 by the time we get to 8 o'clock, and 12 by 10 o'clock tonight. If we get down to that 12 degrees by 10 o'clock tonight, easily we will set a record low tomorrow morning and down into the single digits. 12 is the record low for tomorrow, and I think we're going to be well below that by tomorrow morning. We'll look at the weekend forecast in a couple of moments, but right now, let's check in with Aaron and see what it looks like around the area.
Well, right now, Craig, we're code red, and it looks like conditions are worsening around town. That is a look east side of town, 40 up by Donaldson. Visibility is a problem. Traffic is crawling along. Right now, we have Heather Jensen on the line with TDOT. Heather, what advice do you have for folks waking up around town considering leaving for work?
Just as you said, conditions are deteriorating very, very quickly, as we thought they would, and we feared because it is coming into the rush hours of the morning. And yeah, stay home if you can. It's the same message we usually put out there, but we do it because there's good reason for it. Visibility is very low, especially in the Nashville area. We're talking about whiteout conditions where you can't see the lanes on the road. You can barely see in front of you, as you guys can see from our traffic cameras. To the north of us, Montgomery County, even in Sumner County, they're getting hit so hard with snow. Unfortunately, our trucks cannot keep up. Once we clear one lane, by the time we make it back around to clear another lane, it's already covered up again. So we're really dealing with a lot of different conditions. To the south of us in Lewis and Wayne County, we're seeing a lot of ice still. So many conditions in all 26 of our Middle Tennessee counties. If you don't have to be out, there is no reason to be out on these roads.
That's really good advice, Heather. And we got reports of a TDOT truck involved in an accident west side of town. Do you have anything on that?
Yeah, actually, we had an incident on I-24 East in Coffee County where one of our salt trucks were doing their job, trying to salt the roads and clear them as much as possible, and unfortunately hit the edge of the roadway where they were salting. So, again, just all the more reason, you know, if our trucks are having issues, you can guarantee you will have issues as well. So just be cautious out there. And again, if you don't have to go out, do not even attempt to go out.
And one last question. What are we doing in terms of clearing the roads? Are the plows able to get things done right now, or are they kind of waiting until the snow lays?
We are using predominantly the snow plows because the precipitation keeps falling. We don't want to waste our salt resources because when we put down salt, it's just being covered back up by another layer of ice or snow, depending upon where you are. So we are using plows. We're getting a little bit of traction, but as I said, depending upon where you are, those lanes that we're clearing are being covered right back up behind us. So again, it's difficult to make any headway, and it will continue to be so until this precipitation stops.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Heather, and we feel the same way here at Fox 17. If at all possible, wait out this morning rush because conditions are worsening. It's hard to see the lines on the interstates, and the best bet is to stay home right now until they're able to better plow those interstates. We'll have more on this March mess as Fox 17 this morning continues.
It is 6:24, and folks, we have a wintry weather mess. It's the March mess right here. A live look from Clarksville from one of our traffic cameras. You can see maybe one lane cleared up through there, but we just got off the phone with Heather Jensen at TDOT. She tells us that just as soon as the trucks can get a road plowed, the snow covers them back up again. So TDOT kind of having a hard time keeping up right now. The best advice from them this morning: don't go out unless you absolutely have to.
Code red because of that snow that's coming through the area right now. And I have to tell you, the areas around Montgomery County and up around Clarksville, they have about 5 inches of snow on the ground. It's tapered off a little bit there, but it has not here in Nashville. This is a live picture from our Sky Eye, and as we're looking at the AT&T Tower, that visibility is reduced because of the heavy snow that continues to fall. Now, the snowflakes we're looking at are a little bit smaller than they were earlier, but we're still getting the snow, and it looks like that's going to continue to be the case as we go through the next couple of hours. There is a little bit of dry air that's kind of working its way in back out to the west. We'll be keeping an eye on that. We don't need any sleet to add to this, but once again, it may be tapering off in areas further back out to the west, just a bit along I-40. But once again, they already have plenty of snow on the ground, and that's the case off to the east now as well. Snow continues to make its way on into Cumberland County. A little bit of freezing rain further back down to the south and east toward Grundy County, but that's going to change over to some snow as well as we go through the next couple of hours. More snow coming in. Our winter storm warning continues until noon today. There's an advisory off to the east over the eastern sections of the state and around Knoxville on the other side of the Cumberland Plateau. But we're going to be watching for that snow through the noon hour, and it should taper off to a few flurries by then and just a couple of light flurries into the afternoon before we start to see some clearing developing. For today, colder air is arriving, and it's going to be arriving through the day. It's going to remain below freezing all day, meaning we're not going to get any melting of this ice and snow around the area, and record cold looks like it's moving in for tonight with temperatures down into the single digits. Snowfall totals out there, 2 to 4 inches. I just measured the snow here at Metro Center, and we've got 3 inches of snow to 3.5, and there is a coating of ice underneath that. So once again, it's right around 3.5 inches of snow and ice, 1 to 2 inches further down to the south, 3 to 6 inches, and above that in areas of Kentucky. It should taper off in the next couple of hours. Temperatures for today only in the 20s this afternoon. The weekend forecast shows some sunshine, and we'll look at that weekend in 10 minutes.
Well, right now, Craig, we're code red for your steer clear traffic. The snow looks beautiful around town, but it is just putting us in really bad, dangerous conditions on our interstates and secondaries. Coffee County, 24 eastbound remains closed at Highway 41. An overturned truck, a teed-out salt truck actually involved in that accident. And you can see how slow-moving traffic is in that area around Manchester. Now look north side of town. This is 65 near Vietnam Vets, and as Jen mentioned, Heather Jensen earlier with TDOT told us as quickly as they're able to plow these interstates, they're getting coated in snow again. Speeds under 15 miles per hour. Whiteout conditions. You can see that snow still coming down pretty heavy. A lot of folks pulled over along the interstates, unable to see and drive because of those icy conditions from the snow. East Trinity Lane, the off-ramp to Ellington Parkway, a crash. Another 140 eastbound near Spence Lane. We're seeing yellow and red all over our map, despite the fact that traffic is very light around town. Charlotte at 18th Avenue North. 440 is at a crawl right now. We have a new accident, 40 westbound out by Charlotte. We're going to keep you updated, but again, as we stress here on Fox 17 this morning, if you can wait out this snowy conditions, we really advise you to stay off the roads. We're going to check in Clarksville with your next look at steer clear traffic. Keep it to Fox 17.
Hey guys, we are out in Hopkinsville this morning, waking up to an absolute mess. We were with you last night, and since our newscast last night, I would say we have doubled in accumulation. I want to say, if I had to guess, we're talking up to 10 inches of snow. We're in an abandoned parking lot, and we can't even find the bottom here. It's all the way, I mean, this is what we're talking about. This is, let's show them, Ryan. This is the bottom of the parking lot, and that's not even the bottom. This is another layer of sleet and ice compacted there. And so we're talking about significant accumulation, and I cannot believe how many people are on the roads right now. This is Fort Campbell Boulevard. We have seen car after car get stuck in this mess, especially trying to cross intersections because it's not as maintained as the main roads here. And hey guys, we don't know what they're doing out. Emergency management has asked everybody to stay home so these snow plows can get the roads cleared off, because they have a lot of work on their hands, and it makes it harder for them to clear the roads when people are on them. We had to walk over here from our hotel because we are completely snowed in with our other vehicles. So it was a treacherous walk. I mean, I'm literally standing in the snow and can't even get to the bottom yet. So, wow, I'm just impressed. My producer called me this morning and said, you better get out here. You cannot believe what we're seeing in Hopkinsville, and I don't think the people that live here can believe it either. Reporting live in Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Megan O'Halloran, Fox 17 News.
Right now it's quiet here in Pleasant View. We're here stopped off of 24 at a gas station. Take a look. I'm going to walk into the snow right here, and you can see how deep it is, how it's going up well above my boot right there. This wind is bad because it's so cold, so it's whipping that snow right into your face. I mean, we have a truck right here. This guy is delivering supplies here to the gas station. We've been watching him go in and out, and I can't see him right now. I think he's already in the store, so he's got to work out in this. And we talked earlier to a guy who is headed to Nashville. He was trying to make it there for work. Here's what he had to say.
As long as they keep it in a safe speed, I mean, I just hope that everybody else drives safely.
Yeah, he just hopes that everybody else on the road driving slowly. That's been the main thing that I've been talking to people about, just really taking it slow, because, you know, you see that snow and you think, hey, you got a little more traction. However, there's that ice underneath, and it's still very dangerous. We're going to keep you posted on all the snow here in Pleasant View, now northwest of town. We're live. Samantha Singer, Fox 17 News.
Thank you very much, Samantha. We're under a code red in the weather department this morning for that snow and ice that we continue to see out there. This is live Doppler radar, and as we're scanning across the area, heavy snow continues here in Davidson County, right around Nashville. But further back down to the south and west, a little good news. It's beginning to taper off. That's the case closer to Dixon, where the snow seems to be coming to an end. At least it's getting down to a few flurries. Same story in Bon Aqua and back down towards Centerville as you're moving into Hickman County and along I-40 back out to the south and to the west. But this is the way it looks downtown, and we still have heavy snow in the immediate area, and it looks like that's going to be the case for the next couple of hours. Then it really tapers off to a few flurries later on. So heavy snow at times this morning. Some quick bursts out there are very possible and likely across areas from Nashville to the south and east. It will reduce the visibility considerably, so if you're going to be driving, that's another factor to consider. Also think about the fact this is snow on top of ice. Now the ice varies from place to place. Here at Metro Center, the ice is less than 1/4 of an inch, just maybe 1/10 of an inch of ice before the snow started. But there are areas down to the southeast, say in Rutherford County, where there is thicker ice and then the snow on top of that. So it makes it much more difficult to get around. So watch out for that. The snow will be ending by 1 o'clock. And by that I mean it'll taper off to some flurries after about 9 o'clock this morning, and the flurries should be over with by about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Even some clearing will start to develop, a little sunshine coming through. 21 degrees right now with heavy snow still falling in the downtown area. The wind is from the north at 12 miles per hour. Our wind chill is at 9. That's what it feels like out there. The temperature profile for the day still showing temperatures only up to 23 at around 4 o'clock this afternoon. Skies will continue to clear as we're heading into the evening, and the temperature really drops. 19 by 6, 14 degrees by 8 o'clock, and we're down to 12 degrees by 10 o'clock tonight, with that temperature continuing to make its way down to about 8 by tomorrow morning. If we get to 8 degrees, that's going to be a new record low temperature for the date. The high will make it up to 31 tomorrow. We'll have bright sunshine, so we're not quite to freezing, not to 32 degrees, but with that bright sunshine around, we should be able to melt a lot of this snow. The sunshine will do its work out there. Then on Saturday, we're topping out at 47. A lot of melting will take place. That's after the refreeze overnight, down to 17. And then into Sunday, 50 degrees, partly cloudy skies there as we continue to melt this away. By the time we get to Monday and Tuesday, most of it should be gone. 54 degrees on Monday, 60 by the time we get to Tuesday, 62 on Wednesday. Slight chance of rain on both of those days. Otherwise, partly cloudy skies. Once again, the snow will still be with us over the next couple of hours as we continue to see those accumulation levels go up. Here at Metro Center, I measured 3.5 inches, and some of that has some sleet underneath it, so about 1/4 of an inch or less of some ice that's out there. So watch out if you're going to be out and about. We'll talk more about the forecast for today and when all of this will come to an end in just about 10 minutes.
Well, right now at 6:36, Craig, we're seeing a lot of accidents, closures, and problems around town. If there ever was a morning to wait out the rush before you try to get out the door, today is the day. Snow is causing whiteout conditions. 40 westbound at Church Street, an accident scene there. We're seeing cars pulled over all over the interstates, unable to see because of visibility problems, and the little bit of traffic that is out about around town really taking it slow. Kentucky, a huge portion of 24 in both directions remains closed. We talked with Keith Todd from the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet earlier this morning, and he let us know that that huge stretch remains closed because they had so many problems and accidents and icy conditions there during the overnight ride. We'll let you know when they're able to get things moving. They're really urging drivers in Kentucky to stay home. Megan O'Halloran showed you those conditions in Hopkinsville. It's just really impossible to get out around town. Samantha Singer was going to head to Clarksville. She's in Pleasant View right now because the roads were so terrible on the way to Clarksville. They decided to just hold out there for now. 24 westbound closed to the Kentucky state line. Secondaries covered in thick snow. This is southeast side of town. 24 at Hickory Hollow, snow and ice. The little bit of traffic out there is just crawling along, speeds under 10 miles per hour. And the potential to get stuck in those snowy conditions is really big out there. Heather Jensen from TDOT told us that basically the snow plows out around town. As soon as they are able to clear a stretch of interstate, it just gets recovered in snow. Vietnam Vets, I've seen just a little bit of traffic out there. You can see how thick that snow is and how poor that visibility is as you head towards 65. Same story on 65 north side of town. Huge red lines through Millersville, and that's not because of volume on the interstates. That's just because of reduced speeds from the problems. East Trinity Lane, the off-ramp to Ellington Parkway, a crash, and then another accident 40 eastbound near Spence Lane. I wanted to bring you a look at that from our TDOT camera, but it's completely iced over. So that's just a little indication of what you're up against this morning. Really treacherous conditions through Hermitage, out in Wilson County, Putnam County, things out in Hickman County looking bad. Really all over the mid-state in Kentucky. It's not a morning to drive unless you absolutely have to make your way out today. Jen?
Yep, that's the word of the morning. All right, Aaron, thank you so much. 6:39, and want to let you know that Fort Campbell schools are closed today along with the base itself. And here's a look at some of the other schools that are closed today. All the counties in red shut down at least for today. The counties in green still technically open, although we expect that that may change throughout the course of the morning. So make sure you keep it here to Fox 17. We're your only station that's always live through 9 a.m. Also want to let you know that our Fox 17 job boot camp had to be postponed because of the bad weather today. We didn't want anybody to get out in that and potentially have an accident. So we've rescheduled our job boot camp for March 24th. That will be at Bridgestone Arena.
Take a look at this time-lapse video out of Louisville, Kentucky. It starts, we've got sleet and snow falling over a period of time. Somebody uses the old ruler test, measuring the inches there, slowly piling up. Beginning of the video, you see the bottom of the ruler. Watch this as it progresses, kind of crawling up that ruler, becoming less visible as we go. Now, we've gotten some pictures from people up north and west of here of snow, because this looks more icy than snow. But there are like 20 inches of snow in some places in Kentucky.
Oh, yeah, beautiful, beautiful shots this morning. These are coming in from near Clarksville, although I think a lot of the times, you know, we get these pictures and by the time, especially with this storm, that we get them, there's more snow, but still some great shots. So we want to say thanks for sharing all of your pictures. We've been pulling these up from our social media sites, Twitter, Facebook as well. There's another shot that's near Mount Juliet. That car is iced over, but the snow is falling right now. We've got a good 3.5 inches of snow at Metro Center. What's it look like where you are? We've got Craig up next to give you the breakdown. Good morning, Nashville, 6:43. Good morning to you if you're waking up in Kingston Springs or maybe up in Millersville or Goodlettsville this morning. Thanks for waking up with us here on Fox 17 this morning. A foggy, snowy live look over downtown Nashville, folks. We have snow everywhere. Some of you may have up to a foot of snow if you're watching us in Kentucky. You might have more ice and sleet if you are over in Putnam County. And that, by the way, is where we find Fox 17's Roger Suzanne is right now to give us the latest on the conditions there. Morning, Roger.
Yeah, Jen, this morning's storm is really almost punching you in the face if you go outside in Putnam County. We're in Monterey. It really is kind of a sleet mix, and you certainly can feel it when it lands. And you can look here on the ground and see it's not really much of a snow that has accumulated here. It's kind of an icy, slushy mess. And I can tell you, if you look out on the road there behind me, it is the exact same consistency. Now, the good news with this storm was at least the timing. They were able to warn plenty of folks. They said, look, the storm is going to come early this morning, and so certainly stay off the roads. So school is closed. What they're concerned about, though, with this sleet here in Putnam County and on the plateau in general, is if it really starts to accumulate, we could be talking about more power outages. Remember, last week, 50,000 people on the plateau were without power. Now, that number has declined considerably to less than 1,000 homes. But, again, this is really starting to accumulate right now as you look at the ground. The good news, we have not seen a whole lot of traffic here in Monterey so far. Again, schools are closed, but this is a situation that we are going to be tracking because you can see the storm arrived late in Monterey and in Putnam County, but it arrived in full force now. And again, it is more of a sleet than a snow, which could be worth keeping an eye on, certainly as the morning progresses. Reporting live in Monterey, Roger Suzanne in Fox 17 News.
So we've been out here in Dickson County for more than 24 hours now. We got out here at 4 o'clock yesterday morning at this gas station. It was 65 and raining, and it was actually kind of enjoyable. This morning, we've got significant snowfall. Thankfully, it is tapering just a little bit. All right, we've got Jessica and Lucky. Now, we talked to them yesterday morning, too. Jessica, you said that you guys don't shut down here at the gas station. What have you heard from drivers so far this morning?
that the weather is really ridiculous. You know, there's already been one wreck, people getting stuck.
Yeah, we've got a car right in front of the gas station, actually. And lucky.
Got one there, and well, she was over there, and I guess she got out.
She must have got out. Now, you guys were having fun with it, because you guys are the only ones here, and there's not a lot of people coming in. What were you guys doing out here this morning?
Snow angels. I was going to build a snowman, but the last time I did that, they threw my snow angel away. Or my snowman away, so yeah.
And that's not fun. That's not fun. And it is actually a good time. And like I said, they're the only employees here. I have a feeling they're going to be working extra shifts because other employees are not showing up this morning because the roads are dangerous out there. Again, Dixon County reminding people, if you don't have to be out, don't be out. But do call your other coworkers and let them know if you're not going to be coming into work, because they've had a little bit of an issue with that here this morning. We're going to keep you posted again on the conditions out here in Dixon County, as well as keep checking in with the Office of Emergency Management about any warnings that they are wanting to get out to residents in the west of Nashville area. We are live this morning in Dixon County. Kelly Rippon, Fox 17 News.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Code red out there as we're looking at all this snow that continues to make its way into the area for this morning. I'm getting some new snow totals coming in that I have not seen before in Tennessee, certainly in Middle Tennessee. We've seen them off to the east in the mountains before, but I'm getting the reports now coming in from over in Stewart County of a foot of snow that's showing up there. Just came in just a moment ago to the National Weather Service office. This is a live Doppler radar. The heavier snow is now down to the south and east of the Nashville area. It's tracking to the northeast and continued to move through. But as Kelly was telling you, over in Dixon County, it's beginning to taper off a little bit. You can see that pocket right there where it really tapers down to just a few flurries. So it looks like, once again, a few dry slots beginning to make their way in here, showing that we're getting closer to the end of this snow as it's coming on through. Winter storm warnings remain in effect until noon today for the snow totals that we're looking at across the area. The air is still going to be cold throughout the day, below freezing all day, and record cold coming in for tonight. Look at some of these snow totals. Here at Metro Center, I measured this one just a few minutes ago. It's 3 inches of snow. There's still about a tenth of an inch of ice underneath that, almost 3.5 inches in a few spots. Big Rock over at Stewart County reporting 9 inches of snow. Clarksville has 5 inches. Tennessee Ridge and Houston County 4.5. And once again, just got another report coming in from Stewart County where they've got a foot of snow. So there are areas out there that have more snow than others, and areas down to the southeast still snowing heavily there. Still looks like we've got another hour, maybe 2 of snow before it tapers off to some flurries and clearing skies. Snow's going to stick with us. It's going to be cold all day. I'll have more about that coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Well, right now we're code red for your steer clear traffic. Want to give you a tour of some of the TDOT cameras around town. This is southeast side 24 by Bell Road. You can't even see the lines on the interstate. Traffic coming towards us on the westbound side, kind of making their own lanes in the center. And Craig and I noticed some of those cars going way too fast for conditions. You want to keep it under 15 miles per hour if you have to head out today.
Well, the problem is when something goes wrong. It's not when everybody's going forward. It's when you slip. And, you know, visibility also, that guy that Kelly talked to.
Exactly. Visibility is a problem, and black ice underneath the snow. Right now, that's 65 north side of town at the 24 split. Usually jammed up this time of morning. Right now, traffic is light. Not a whole lot of folks heading out around town. We'll switch things over for a look on Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. It's basically a ghost town. We've seen a little bit of traffic heading towards 65. You can see one car making their way towards New Shackle right now. Got a tweet from a buddy of mine that said there's whiteout conditions north side of town. They saw several cars pulled over along Interstate 65 trying to wait out the bad conditions. We'll check in now. This is west side of town. This is in Bellevue. 40 out by Old Hickory Boulevard, a blanket of snow.
That's 40?
That is Interstate 40, believe it or not, out by Old Hickory. And I'll show you guys a look on the east side of town, 40 out by Old Hickory Boulevard. That's in Hermitage. And I'm telling you, on an average day, we see bumper to bumper traffic. Right now, I'm seeing one lonely tractor trailer going under 15 miles per hour.
Now, you know, we were talking to Heather from TDOT, and she was saying that the trucks are having a hard time keeping up.
Yes.
I mean, it's hard to see where any of these interstates have even been plowed, if they have been.
I've seen TDOT trucks out and about, and I've seen a lot of crashes, but I haven't seen any visible tracks on the interstate. But she was saying that as soon as they plow something, because of the speed at which the snow is falling, it's just covering again. That's exactly why we're urging folks to please try to wait out the morning rush, let TDOT do their job, clear some of the roads. Kentucky especially not a place you want to be traveling. Clarksville, over 59 accidents between 5 last night, 5 this morning. We're going to help keep you safe. We understand some of you do have to make your way to work, so keep it to Fox 17 this morning. We're tracking all the latest crashes around town.
If you want to escape Nashville in this March mess, might be difficult. There are a lot of cancellations at BNA. There are some that are going off, but they look, most of them are delayed. So you might want to check and make sure where you're going is also not being affected. This is a massive storm that goes from Mexico all the way up to parts of Newfoundland. So that's why so many people are being affected in the sky. So check your flight before you go. Let's get out to Samantha right now and take a look up north of Nashville, what they're experiencing up there. Samantha.
Good morning. Yeah, we're northwest of town. I want to show you what I just got. We stopped here and we're trying to make snowballs, but it's not really that good of packing snow. I'm going to just throw that out there. I spilled a little on my jeans here. Okay, so we're going to give you a look here at the steer clear traffic car. I'm going to put it out to out the windshield. Now, we've had a very difficult time this morning moving around, maneuvering in this gas station. Now, we've talked to different drivers. They've been saying that some of them had to get to work, so they were taking a chance, heading out there on the roads. And then other people telling me that they are not going to take a chance. They're headed home because they live right nearby. Now, you can see we're having a lot of difficulty trying to get out of this gas station parking lot. I'll give you a look out the back window, and we're going to continue to keep you posted on things happening northwest of town. We are live in the steer clear traffic car. Samantha Singer, Fox 17 News.
And at 6:55, we're under a code red because of all that snow out there. Let me show you what it looks like on the radar. A couple of things you need to note. Where you see those really white areas showing up, that's where the snow is at its heaviest. Where you see the green kind of showing back through, that's where it's tapering off. And so we're seeing some pockets of that developing just to the southwest of downtown. That should continue to drift into the downtown area over the next few minutes, meaning that the snow will start to taper off a little bit closer to the downtown area. Right now, we still have some snow out there falling right around the metro area, but back out to the west toward Charlotte, looks like it is kind of coming to a close, at least briefly. Further to the north and west into Kentucky, it's tapered off a bit. It's not snowing as heavily, but some light snow continues. Clarksville has about 5 inches, maybe even 6 inches of snow on the ground since the last check. Over toward Warren County, Bowling Green, Kentucky, snow on the ground along I-65 as well. Some areas north of there, more than a foot of snow. And now over on the plateau, some much heavier snow showing up in Monterey and back down into parts of Cumberland County as well as across Putnam County. That's heavy snow from Dodson Branch and also back down to Smithville and back down to the south toward Murfreesboro. Heavy snow over in eastern Rutherford County, and that reaches back down in parts of Murray County as well. So it's all kind of making its way down to the south and east, and the individual cells, the whiter areas are kind of heading off to the north and to the east. Now, this is the way it looks downtown from our sky eye. You can see the accumulated snow out there. We still have some lighter snow falling around the downtown area. Look at these snow totals, and these are some of the latest ones I've just gotten in. White House, about 5 inches of snow. Bumpus Mills, I was telling you about this a moment ago, just got this in from Stewart County. They have a foot of snow on the ground there. That was measured by the Highway Department. Clarksville says 5 inches of snow, 4.5 at Tennessee Ridge in Houston County. And Franklin, down to the south of Nashville, only about 1.5 inches at last measurement. I can tell you, though, that snow has been continuing to fall, 2 to 4 inches around the Nashville area, 1 to 2 further to the south, and above 6 inches in many locations off to the north into Kentucky. It turns into just flurries later today with a high of 23, down to 8 tonight, 31 tomorrow with some sunshine. We'll start melting some of this snow and ice away. I'll have a look at your extended forecast in 10 minutes.
Right now, you do not want to be traveling on the roads in Kentucky. We're dealing with a huge closure on 24. We're going to help get you around that.
And trekking it through the snow in Hopkinsville, Kentucky this morning. I've got a ruler out and we're going to measure it when we come back.
You're watching Fox 17 this morning with Jennifer Waddell, Bob Sellers, Skywatch 17 weather with meteorologist Craig Edwards, and steer clear traffic with Aaron Como. This is Fox 17 this morning.
Hey guys, we are here with you in Hopkinsville this morning, and we're going to show you how much snow is on the ground. We're in an abandoned parking lot, and yeah, that ruler's not stopping.
Oh my.
About 8 inches here. Can you believe that? 8 inches of snowfall. It was only about half of that when we went to bed last night after the newscast. Here's the problem that people are having today. Take a walk with me around our SAT truck. You can see this snow drift is incredible. All of that wind has pushed the snow up here. So, I mean, when we're talking, look at that. We're talking, what is that, almost 11 inches with the snow drift. I don't know how we're going to get our truck out of here. And if you take a look over here, we've got some truckers waking up this morning. They played it safe. They got off the roads. The interstates are a mess. As Aaron was saying, I-24 West completely shut down, 2 jackknife semis and tons of cars slipping and sliding off the road. These guys played it safe. They pulled off into this abandoned parking lot. It'll be interesting to see how they get out of here. Wow, what a mess. Let's take a look at our intersections here at Fort Campbell Boulevard. The snowplows have come by, and here's the problem. They've been pushing all the snow to the side of the road, but it's making almost like a snowy speed bump to get through the intersection. So we've seen a lot of people having trouble crossing the road. A few people have gotten stuck, but other than that, things are looking, you know, cold and quiet out here. This poor guy, I don't think he can drive. He's walking with a bag of groceries. So yeah, it's guys, it's nuts out here. I cannot believe how much more of this accumulation that we're seeing this morning compared to last night. Let's check in now with Kelly Rippin, who is in Dickson County. Kelly, what are you seeing over there?
We are out here in Dickson County and thankfully getting a little bit of a reprieve, as Craig mentioned, that pocket of snow kind of moving out of this area. But I want you guys to take a look because for a long time, as people were driving, these tracks were not even able to be seen for longer than just a couple of minutes because so much snow was coming down that they were being covered up almost immediately. Now, I talked to the Office of Emergency Management. Actually, take a look. We've got a plow coming down right now. What he tells me is that as they are trying to get out there and get on the roadways, they need everybody else to try to stay home if you can. I asked him if there are any particular pockets of Dickson County that are especially bad. He says the whole county, primary and secondary roads, all very much buried this morning under a lot of snow. And you can see people still out there on the roadways, mostly trucks and SUVs, and we still have this car stuck here. The woman abandoned it this morning about 2 hours ago while we were live out here this morning. So again, he said, please stay off the roads. They have a limited number of plows, but they are getting out there. It's going to take time to get the primary roads and the secondary roads cleared, and then they're going to put the salt down after that. And he also says the state is just now getting to the highways, but still there are areas that haven't been treated yet. So use extreme caution if you do need to leave the house at all this morning here in Dickson County. We're going to send it out for team coverage to Samantha Singer, who's also been covering all of the snow north of where we're at.
Good morning. We are back in the steer clear traffic car. We're attempting to head to Clarksville. We're getting back onto 24 westbound. We had stopped for a little while because it was just still too dark in the morning and it was very hard to see on the roads. Let's give you a look out the windshield. Now, in front of us, you can see the road is just completely covered in snow. I mean, this is not a light dusting. This is a lot. We're walking around in there. Your shoe definitely just sinks down in that snow. Right now, not too much is blowing at our windshield, which is great for us. And we are going to be heading on the interstate to see what it's looking like out there. Talking to people this morning, definitely kind of had the same idea. Please keep it slow. We did actually catch up with a Pleasant View police officer. Here's what he had to say about the whole situation.
Typically, if it's bad weather, we don't want to damage our cars, so we usually sit tight unless we get a call or somebody's in need of help.
He said that the patrolling, it's less of a patrol, it's more of a just being there, ready to go once somebody calls and needs their help. So we're going to continue to give you looks around town in the steer clear traffic car as we're going to be heading now more northwest of town. But for now, we're live in Cheatham County in the steer clear traffic car. Samantha Singer, Fox 17 News. Aaron?
Thank you, Samantha. Well, you definitely want to take it slow if you have to be out and about heading to work this morning. Once you hit Montgomery County on 24 westbound, we're closed at the Kentucky state line because of so many accidents out there. You can see how slow-moving traffic is in both directions. Now, aside from that, we're dealing with a huge stretch of 24 closed in both directions. That is on 24 in Kentucky. In Clarksville, we've had about 59 crashes since 5 o'clock last night till 5 o'clock this morning. Tons of problems around the Clarksville area. Again, I talked to Douglas on Twitter. Usually he takes 24 eastbound to Nashville. He said today he's working from home. He's not even going to try it in those slick conditions. Aside from that, 40 westbound at Church Street, an accident. Another crash, East Trinity Lane on the off-ramp to Ellington Parkway. Brent Turner told me East Nashville looking pretty bad out there on the secondaries. Again, avoid driving if at all possible. 40 eastbound near Spence Lane, a crash. And then another accident downtown Charlotte at 18th Avenue North. We're also urging folks to use caution on bridges and overpasses just like this 140 at 440. Again, light traffic all over town. Can barely even make out the lanes on the interstates. We're going to take a little tour of TDOT cameras with your next look at steer clear traffic.
Thank you very much, Aaron. And right now, 6 minutes, almost 7 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is a live look at our Doppler radar, and you can see that snow showing up out there. Also, back down to the south and east, that's also some sleet still showing up out there. Sleet and freezing rain as temperatures once again are dropping in that area. But it's snow across most of Middle Tennessee at this time, and it's mounting up out there too. Closer to the downtown area, it's light snow, and once again, the flakes have gotten a lot smaller across the metro area. Just went outside a moment ago to check the measurements again. We're still right at 3 inches of snow here at Metro Center, which is on the north side of downtown. There is about 1/10 of an inch of ice underneath that. And so once again, it is ice and snow out around the metro area for this morning. There's more ice in some locations and more snow in others. I do want you to note, though, as we're seeing on radar, some of the areas out to the west are really seeing the end of the snow, at least for a temporary time. That includes Dixon, back toward Waverly, Bon Aqua, and moving on into Cheatham County, it looks like as well. So this will, once again, a little dry slot that's kind of coming in and causing that snow to actually taper off down to flurries to almost nothing. It does look like this is the beginning of the end for the bulk of this snow as we go through the next couple of hours. But then after that, once again, it's still going to be very, very cold. A look at the Sky Eye live picture coming in from downtown. You can see the accumulated snow across the downtown area right now. We're not seeing as much snow flying across the lens out there right now either, so not really snowing as heavily. Current temperatures at 21 degrees. The wind is from the north at 14. That gives us a wind chill of 8 degrees at the current time. And wind chills are going to be significant as we go through the day and into the evening hours as well. Heavy snow in a few locations down to the south and east of downtown Nashville. It'll be flurries from 9 o'clock until about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Then the record cold will start to settle in as temperatures will get down to the single digits overnight tonight. 19 degrees by 10 o'clock, still with some light snow around. 20 degrees by noon, 22 degrees at 2 o'clock, then 23 around 4 o'clock this afternoon. Maybe even a little bit of sunshine late today. Then with clearing skies heading into the evening, the temperature really goes down. 14 by 8 o'clock, and we're down to 12 degrees by 10 o'clock tonight. It still looks like the overnight low is going to drop down to about 8 degrees by tomorrow morning. So look at this over the next couple of days. Lots of sunshine in your forecast, but still on the cold side in the afternoon. Tomorrow, 31. Sunshine will help melt away some of that snow, even though we're just below freezing. 17 for Saturday morning, so a refreezing of some of that melted ice. And then 47 degrees on Saturday. That's a huge change. That's going to melt a lot of the snow away. 50 degrees on Sunday, 54 Monday, 60 on Tuesday. Slight chance of rain and a better chance of some showers around on Wednesday with a high near 62 degrees. So it's going to get better through the weekend as temperatures start to go back up, but it's going to take a little while to melt some of this snow away. You may be really surprised at how much snow some folks in Middle Tennessee got. We're going to take a look at those totals in about 10 minutes.
Here in Putnam County, it's difficult enough just to walk around outside, let alone drive. And unfortunately, we've already seen power outages, more power outages here on the plateau. We will tell you where it's happening and why. You're watching Fox 17 this morning, all local, all morning.
Welcome back to Fox 17 this morning, 13 minutes after 7 o'clock, and that's a live picture coming in from Clarksville. Now, you'll notice those cars moving along over there on that plowed area of the roadway. Well, once again, the snow you're looking at is about 5 inches. In some areas, a little more than 5 inches of snow that has accumulated. They did not get all of the sleet that we got around Nashville and areas down to the south and east. But boy, they sure got plenty of snow. Speaking of sleet and snow, it's beginning to take place over on the plateau this morning as well. Our Roger Suzanne is standing by, and he has more about that.
Yeah, Craig, we had a little bit of snow here earlier this morning. Now it really is an icy sleet that is falling. You can see I'm on a pretty major road here, and you can see snow is coating the ground, but then there's ice underneath it, and there's going to be ice on top of it as well. And you can see how slow cars have to take it here. Now, I've been talking to you this morning mostly about the ice, and I want to show you something right here on this car. It's been here since last night, and you can see it is just coated in ice, which is a very scary situation for folks who live here, folks who would want to drive, and also for utility workers who are still in the area. I just spoke with one a few minutes ago, and he told me if it continues like this, we're going to see a lot more power outages. But what he's hoping for is that the warm-up will come before we see anything too troublesome. I can tell you, though, we have already, unfortunately, here on the plateau, seen increased power outages in the Pleasant Hill area, which is in Cumberland County. There was a pole fire early this morning, and it's wiped out power to about 1,000 people. Now, Volunteer Energy is saying that they hope to be able to restore those lines within the next few hours, but folks in that area were some of the folks who were impacted by the storm about last week, which at one point wiped out power to 50,000 people. So again, folks already now in the dark again here on the plateau, and hopefully it'll warm up before things get really nasty. Reporting live in Monterey, Roger Suzanne, Fox 17 News.
Thank you very much, Roger. That is the concern. Once again, without electricity over there and temperatures getting really, really cold into the single digits for tonight, it could be really, really scary for the folks over on the plateau. This is the way it looks on our sky eye for this morning. Visibility's improved dramatically just over the last few minutes out there, so you can see the snow that has accumulated across the area. It's tapering off. The snow showers are much, much lighter right now than they have been here in the downtown area. Now, looking at live Doppler, you can see that there's that drier air that's coming in, reaching from areas around Montgomery County all the way back into Cheatham County and almost into Davidson. So that's slipping on into the downtown area, and you can see back out along the areas to the west. So I-40 improving as far as falling snow is concerned. The snow that's on I-40 is not going anywhere. Temperatures are too cold for that. And then there's more light snow from Murray, Kentucky, all the way back down to Jackson. Then off to the east, this is the heavier snow. It's moving into the area where Roger was reporting from over in Putnam County, also back into Cumberland County, and then further back down to the south and to the west. And that's still some drizzle that's happening there, a little bit of sleet that's kind of mixed in areas off to the east. And obviously, Roger was seeing a little sleet still over in Putnam County at the current time. So looking into the downtown area, we've got about 3 to 4 inches of snow across the area for this morning. That's going to make it tough to get around for this morning. Look at some of the other snow totals. 5 inches showing up in White House, 12 inches in Bumpus Mills. This is over in Stewart County, close to Dover. Clarksville has 5 inches of snow, 4.5 at Tennessee Ridge in Houston County, Franklin, and about 1.5 inches. Colder air is coming in today, so this snow isn't going anywhere. It's going to be below freezing all day. Record cold for tonight with those temperatures dropping down to around 8 degrees. Tomorrow, some sunshine, and we'll make our way to 31. We will get some melting tomorrow, but the bulk of the melting is going to take place over the weekend. And once again, we have live reporters all over the place this morning. Let's check in this morning with Megan.
Good morning, Craig. We are waking up here in Hopkinsville, Kentucky with about 8 inches of snow on the ground, and I'm with Dave Briggs, a truck driver. Where are you headed, Dave?
Missoula, Montana.
That is a long drive. What do you think about this weather and all the snow?
Well, it's not good. It's kind of puts a stop on things. I mean, I live in Portland, Oregon, and I happen to pick this road up in Cleveland, North Carolina, and to go to Missoula, Montana, and here we sit.
Was this an expected stop for you? I know when we were...
Well, that was a stop, but not quite where I wanted to. But
we saw you guys actually pull in last night in the abandoned parking lot. Pretty smart, because I know a lot of people were stuck on the roads. You decided to pull off and play it safe.
yes, that's the key idea here.
I know last night on the Interstate I-24 West, there were 2 semis that jackknifed. Is that a threat? You know, when you get on the roads, is that something that you have to worry about?
Yes, it is. It can be very dangerous, and then people don't get their groceries at the grocery store or their mail or whatever. I seen a FedEx truck that ended up in the ditch and jackknifed, and so people don't get their packages neither. So
We want you to definitely be careful out on the roads. Is this something you're used to, driving these conditions?
yes, I've been actually a driver for 38 years. First major accident I had by myself was 20 years in, and here it's 18 years later, and it's better off to shut the truck down.
Yeah. How do you keep going on days like this? How do you get through the day?
Yeah, just one of them days.
It is just one of them days. Well, best of luck to you getting out of here, and please safe travels on to Montana. Let's take a look at your road conditions. Aaron Como has more on that.
Well, Megan, it's a code red day, and Samantha Singer in the steer clear traffic car. Big shout out to Sean. She got stuck, unfortunately, trying to make her way to Clarksville, and he was able to help push them out. They got stuck in a big snow embankment there, so that's just a little piece of advice to you. If you have to make it to work, factor in a good extra hour to reduce your speeds. Take it slow. Factor in time for things like this, because we're seeing folks stuck all over town. So again, thank you to Sean. Let's take a look at some of our interstates around town right now. This is a look northwest side of town. This is 24 eastbound. It's a ghost town covered in snow. The eastbound side, as you head past Old Hickory Boulevard, one lonely car making its way. Take it slow if you're making it to work. I think a lot of folks are taking our advice, the advice of TDOT and emergency management around town, and staying home. But as you can see, south side of town, this is 65 out by Harding Place. Some folks making their way down towards Franklin or north towards 440. We're not seeing a whole lot of volume out there. Traffic is light, but you can see that thick layer of snow. And the reason we're cautioning folks to drive slowly as if there was ice out there in addition to the snow, because of the rain from overnight, you may hit black ice that is buried underneath, and that'll cause you to spin out. It'll cause some additional accidents. Let's get over to a look at our steer clear map, and we'll show you some other accidents around town and places you need to be concerned about. In Coffee County, 24 eastbound will be closed until about 10 o'clock this morning by Highway 41. There's an overturned semi and a crash involving a salt truck out there. Really slow conditions. We'll have more steer clear traffic because your secondaries crowded with crashes as well all over the mid-state. Keep it to Fox 17 this morning. We have you covered with this March mess. 7:23. It is a code red day for your Skywatch 17 forecast and your steer clear traffic. Snow coming down pretty heavy in downtown Nashville. It looks beautiful. And all those kids off from school are probably going to enjoy some snowmen and some snow angel time. But those of you that are trying to get to work, we advise you to stay home if at all possible. And if you have to hit those interstates, give yourself an extra hour. Right now, Fox 17 Samantha Singer running into traffic problems of her own as she heads towards Clarksville.
Hey, good morning. Okay, so we just got some amazing help from a man in Pleasant View. His name was Sean. Big shout out to Sean because
Yay, Sean.
Okay, we were stuck on a side road. I know, right? I'm going to give you a look out the windshield. We're now safe. We're on 24 eastbound, headed back to Nashville, but we were on a back road in Pleasant View. We were stuck in the steer clear traffic car. We couldn't get any traction. So we look out the window, my photographer and I, Nathan, we say, oh my gosh, there was a man. He just got out of his car. He was already trying to push us out. And his name was Sean, and he was just so nice. You can check at my Twitter page. You can see a picture of him. Thank you so much. But right now, you guys are looking. Oh, it's up right now. You can see him. So that was wonderful. It's great to see people who really, they have your back, and I love it. So you're getting a look now, though, out the front windshield. Nobody is on 24 eastbound, but that's a good thing because we do not want anybody to go out if they don't have to go out. Let's take a look.
Where's the road?
You can't even see the lines.
I mean, that's 24. Where is the road?
Go ahead.
No, you can't even see it. Oh my gosh, yeah, we're going about 19 miles an hour, but we're live here in the steer clear traffic car. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yikes.
Be careful out there, Samantha. Man.
Thank you very much, Samantha. Appreciate
Nathan.
that.
Okay.
Yeah. And so once again, that's the case in many locations around Middle Tennessee for this morning. Snow's tapered off a little bit out to the west toward the Dixon area, but around Nashville we still have some light snow taking place. There's some light snow around Clarksville, but you can see this dry slot that's continuing to kind of make its way off to the north, and we'll see that once again kind of drifting through the area. This is the first sign that the snow is beginning to come to an end. It is going to take a while before it all ends. This is what it looks like in motion. So watch this. So you can see this dry slot that develops back out to the west, and watch it kind of push to the north right through there. So it's just to the east of I-65, east of Bowling Green. But we're going to see a little more snow before this kind of comes to a complete end this morning. Visibility has improved over the downtown area. Look for heavy snow at times, generally off to the east of the Nashville area now. Some quick bursts out there drop that visibility down. The snow is on top of ice, making it very slippery this morning, and it should be over with. Even the flurries ending by 1 o'clock this afternoon. Temperatures are going to remain on the cold side through the day. Right now we're 21. The wind is from the north at 14. That makes it feel like 8. Well, the highs this afternoon are only going to be around 23 degrees, so it's still going to be cold and get even colder as we head into the evening, but some clearing of skies developing as we head through the afternoon and into the evening hours, and clear skies tomorrow morning and very cold. It'll be interesting to see what that sunrise looks like tomorrow morning with the snow that's still going to be in place and the clear skies we're going to see out there as well. We'll talk more about that, the weekend forecast, in just about 10 minutes.
Well, Craig, 7:26, and as Samantha showed us from the steer clear traffic car, there was not a car on 24 from Pleasant View on the eastbound side. Kentucky, the interstate's actually shut down in both directions since earlier this morning and overnight. 24 east and westbound from exit 27 interchange at Calvert City to the interchange in Cadiz. So please, they're urging folks to Kentucky Transportation Cabinet to stay off the roads if at all possible. Folks are getting stuck all over town. Dozens of crashes in Clarksville from overnight through this morning, and 24 westbound closed at the Kentucky state line because of ice and treacherous conditions. In addition to that, we're tracking several crashes on our secondaries. We have an accident as we head all the way down towards Coffee County, 24 eastbound at Highway 41. That's not going to be reopened till about 10. You can keep it to 41 to get around that. Lebanon Pike at Spence Lane. Several of our TDOT cameras are actually iced over. Old Smith at Anderson Road. So the best advice to you, if you can stay home, we advise you to do so. And if you have to get on the road, please reduce your speeds and leave early. More Steer Clear traffic. We'll take a tour of our TDOT cameras around town with your next look at Steer Clear traffic.
It is 7:30 on this Wednesday morning. It's Thursday morning.
It's
right?
Thursday.
Thursday morning. I'm losing the days. The snow has moved in. As you can see, it has stopped from our sky eye, but there are places still getting hit with snow, and there may be a layer of sleet coming in that Craig is going to tell us about in just a minute from this massive March Mess store. And I say massive, it goes from Mexico to Newfoundland.
Yeah, we have team coverage right now. We've got reporters all across the mid-state. Fox 17's Kelly Rippon reporting on the conditions in Dixon County. We've got Samantha Singer live in the Steer Clear traffic car, and Megan O'Halloran. She's in Hopkinsville. Also, Fox 17's Roger Susanna. We've got him over in Monterey.
And good morning. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 17 this morning. I'm Bob Sellers.
Jennifer Waddell here. We do want to get straight to the weather, the forecast. Craig, what are we looking at right now?
Well, the good news is it's beginning to taper off in many locations. Here's a live look at the Doppler radar, and a lot of color showing up on our radar this morning. We're still getting rain, heavy rain and icy rain. That's off to the east around the Knoxville area. Then it transitions into some sleet and freezing rain on the edge of the plateau. Westward, it's all in the form of snow at this time. Heavier snow showing up from the Cookeville area east of Murfreesboro back into Coffee County and further back down to the south and to the west through Shelbyville. So that's the heavy pocket. Then you get into some lighter snow from Murfreesboro into Nashville, and then it tapers off to almost nothing at all in a couple of spots from Ashland City back down to the south toward Bon Aqua, Kingston Springs, even further back to the south toward Jackson. A little bit of light snow continues over the far northwestern sections of the state back into Kentucky. So it gives you an idea of what we're facing out there this morning with this snow that continues in the area. And we do have a number of accumulations around as well. White House, about 5 inches of snow on the ground. Over in Stewart County, we've got a report of a foot of snow near Bumpus Mills. The Highway Department actually took that measurement for us. So Stewart County, closer to Dover. Once again, we've seen totals over there in around 8 to 12 inches of snow. Clarksville, 5 inches of snow on the ground. Tennessee Ridge in Houston County, 4.5 inches of snow. Franklin has 1.5 inches of snow, but I do believe there's ice underneath that. That is the case here at Metro Center, where I measured 3 inches of snow and about 1/10 of an inch of ice underneath that. So think about that. While we're looking at these snow totals out there, there is ice underneath that snow in many locations, and that's going to make it even more slippery. So once again, you don't have the footing or perhaps the traction in your car that you might expect to have. 1 to 2 inch accumulations down to the south. This includes sleet and snow. 2 to 4 inches through the Nashville area, back up to Gallatin, and then off to the east on the northern edge of the plateau. And then 3 to 6 inches, and we've got that plus in there because there's several spots in Kentucky that have much more than 6 inches of snow. So up to 12 inches of snow in some locations there. Our winter storm warning is going to remain in effect for the Nashville area until noon today. It's an advisory off to the east as they're getting some of that freezing rain that's making its way into that area right now. Today it looks like the temperature will make it up to around 23 degrees. That should be around 3 and 4 o'clock this afternoon. Tonight it looks like we're going to drop down to 8 degrees. Skies should start to clear, so only a couple of clouds passing through and record cold. That 8 degrees will be a new record, and it looks pretty likely, especially the fact that we have the snow on the ground. That enhances the possibility of those temperatures dropping even more. Then for tomorrow, the temperature will top out at 31 degrees. Lots of sunshine, and even though we're not going to hit the freezing point, that sun is going to start to melt some of that snow and ice. So good news there is we'll start to melt some of the roadways away, and it actually will start to improve even more as we head through Saturday and Sunday with a lot more sunshine. We'll take a look at the extended forecast, the 7-day outlook, including your weekend, in just about 10 minutes.
Well, right now it's 7:34. That code red is holding strong for your steer clear traffic, really advising you to stay off the roads if at all possible. Unfortunately, north side of town, 65 southbound, a guy has stalled out. You can see the hood is popped. He's trying to get his car up and running, and look at that heavy snow. Clearly it has not been plowed yet on 65 southbound. Jennifer and I watched a guy fishtail out past that car. You really want to reduce your speeds. The good thing is those folks are keeping it to the center lane with a big buffer between that stalled out vehicle to try to keep that driver safe until he gets up and running. I'm sure TDOT is on the way. Now I want to show you a look southeast of town because it's clear that things have not been plowed at all here. But look at this. What a difference. 24 near Old Hickory Boulevard. You can actually see some of the lines on the road, traffic moving by under 20 miles per hour still, but it looks like you're in a little bit better shape there. Now TDOT is trying really hard to keep up with those interstates, but you saw north side of town. It's a morning that if you can wait out the rush, we strongly advise doing so because thick snow and icy patches are just developing all over. The secondaries in East Nashville are a little dangerous and covered in snow. Accidents all over town. One by the airport, Donaldson Pike and Hanger Lane. Now, if you are heading to the airport today, I know I'm supposed to leave for a flight to D.C. after 3 o'clock today. I'm assuming that's going to be canceled, and it looks like right now every flight in and out of Nashville has been canceled or delayed. So please check with your carrier before you make that dangerous trip in the car over to the airport. As you make your way out in Kentucky, keep in mind they're asking folks to stay off the road if at all possible. Now, if you have to head out and about, keep in mind 24 in both directions completely shut down. That's from the Calvert City interchange all the way down to Katie's. Miles and miles of closed stretch of 24. And then as you make your way out in Clarksville, in Montgomery County, 24 westbound closed at the Kentucky state line. 24, there's barely a car in sight in either direction. Continuing our team coverage of the March mess. Weather, Fox 17 Samantha Singer live in Clarksville, heading away from there with the latest. How are things shaping up? I know you guys were stuck earlier.
Yes, Aaron. Well, we were stuck on a back road in Pleasant View. Thank you so much to the wonderful Good Samaritan, Sean, who helped us push the steer clear car out of that mess. Right now, we have a clear road in front of us. Nobody is on the road. Let's take a look out the windshield. However, covered in snow. You can see it's beautiful. It's a beautiful view. However, we're definitely keeping it slow this morning because we don't want anything to happen out here. We've gotten a lot of advice. I talked to a sheriff's deputy over in Cheatham County. I also talked to a Pleasant View police officer. They just advise people stay off the road if you can. They're actually going to be staying put in one central location. And actually, we're sliding. Okay. Okay. We're just going to stop right here. Oh, that scared me. Sorry. Okay. We're getting back here on 24 eastbound. Sorry, I could not talk right there because we were sliding. My photographer, Nathan, he's keeping it slow, but it looks like we're going to have to keep it even slower because We were just fishtailing, but we're going to send it back to you guys. We're live in the Steer Clear Traffic Car here, Fox 17.
Yeah, and that's what it's like out there, folks, and that's what we worry about. It's not when you're going straight and everything's okay. When you do start to slide, that's the problem. Kelly Ribbon's been over in Dixon County. She's been following what's going on in that part of our world west of Nashville. And let's go to her right now and see what the conditions are. She at least is not in the car with Nathan.
No, we are safely outside the car here in Dixon County. The good news is, Bob, we have seen a break in that snow. So this is giving the plows a chance to get out there. Now, actually, a plow stopped by here to grab coffee, and I was talking to the driver. She works for TDOT. She said she has been out since last night. They have been going nonstop around the clock trying to get the roads clear. And you can see they are making some headway out here. Cars are moving along just off of 40 here a little bit smoother. But what we were told earlier by the Office of Emergency Management is that the state is covering those major roadways, but the county now has to hit the secondaries and still some of the primary roads for residents here in Dixon County, and it's taking them a significant amount of time. So still, do not go out if you don't have to. And now she also said she stopped by here to get coffee because, you know, they have been working for so many hours at a time that they need to take a break, and they'll bring in new crews to work, again, long hours to make sure the roads are clear. The first step, plowing the roads. She had salt on her truck as well, was not laying that down because they need to get the roads clear before they lay that salt down for it all to start working accurately. Again, we'll be tracking the conditions here in Dixon. Very cold. We'll talk about the temperature swing that we've experienced coming up in our next half hour. We're live this morning in Dixon County. Kelly Rippon, Fox 17 News.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. 7:39. Folks, this is our school closing map. Just about every county has now called it for the day. It looks like our map may not be updated just yet, but we've got all the districts in the mid-state closed for the day. Also want to let you know that, for example, the Country Music Hall of Fame has closed for the day. MTSU is closed for the day. We have hundreds of cancellations. We're scrolling them along the bottom of your screen throughout the course of the morning. We've got them on our website, fox17.com. Also want to let you know that we are going to be on the air this morning to bring you complete team coverage of this March mess. We're going to be on through at least 10 o'clock this morning, so we're going to keep it here, hold it down, and make sure you are aware and safe if you do have to head out. Also want to let you know that our Fox 17 job boot camp that we were supposed to have today, we're postponing it because of this bad weather. We don't need anybody in an accident, so we've rescheduled for March 24th. So our job boot camp, March 24th at Bridgestone Arena. Aaron's trying to get my attention. We've got a situation on one of our TDOT camps.
What, Aaron? What do you got?
This is what we were looking at a few minutes ago, and Aaron wants to bring it to your attention.
If we can take TDOT 1, guys.
Let's pull up TDOT 1.
I want to show you exactly why you don't want to be driving today. We were showing you a look. See that truck that's completely spun out trying to get back into traffic? Completely spun sideways. It's just building up with icy conditions out there. There's a stall, a guy unable to move to the right of the screen, and traffic is now getting stuck. That's by Vietnam Vets on 65 southbound.
And so that guy that was sitting there almost hit the one that's...
Yeah, we just almost witnessed a big accident there. So just a heads up for your driving conditions this morning.
All right, we will keep track of that, and we saw it right before when in Nathan's car up in the steer clear traffic car. Right now, Metro Police are searching for answers after a body turned up near the Cumberland River. Let's take a look at a map where they found the body, a homeless camp off Cowan Street in East Nashville. Well, Metro Police don't know who the man is, but they do believe that he's been dead for several days. How he died, still a mystery, because unfortunately animals got to the body before police did. Now, the plunging temperatures we're experiencing, uncomfortable for most of us, but for Nashville's homeless population, they can be dangerous. The Nashville Rescue Mission has already filled their 400 beds, but say they won't turn anybody away in the unseasonably cold weather. Usually when it gets this cold, the Nashville Rescue Mission sends out what they call a cold patrol to find people who might need help. But with yesterday's rain turned into ice overnight and now snow, they're asking for help. If you see somebody in need of help, you can call Metro Police's non-emergency number. That's 615-862-8600.
Well, just look at these roads here in Monterey. It is like a toboggan run. Sleet on top of ice. We'll have more on the road conditions and power outages here in Putnam County.
7:44 right now. We are code red for your steer clear traffic. North side of town. It doesn't look like a plow has made their way over 65 southbound by Vietnam Vets yet. We have a stalled car with the hood popped. TDOT and police not yet out there, and folks traveling in that center lane giving a good buffer room to keep that driver safe until it's able to get towed out of the way. That car has its blinkers on. We saw a truck spin out sideways through that patch earlier. So if you have to be out and about making your way to work, please just reduce your speed. You want to go under 10 miles per hour if you encounter an interstate that hasn't been plowed yet, like this one. We're tracking dozens of accidents around town on your secondaries. Right now in Brentwood, we just got word from Brentwood Police. Holly Tree Gap Road is closed between Franklin Road and Murray Road because of treacherous conditions. Bob just said he knows that area well, and it's a windy road, so that probably is factoring in the dangerous conditions. Avoid that area, detour around that. As you make your way out east side of town, a crash Briley up by Lebanon and Pike. We have another crash 18th Avenue South near Appleton Street. In addition to that, as you make your way out downtown, several crashes, including one 5th Avenue South at Demonbreun, another one 4th by Korean Veterans Boulevard. In Belmead, Woodmont Boulevard at Harding Place, an accident. And then we have another crash by the airport, Hanger Lane at Donaldson Pike. You can see yellow all over our map because of the speed sensors checking in right now. Volume's light, but the little bit of folks that are traveling right now trying to make their way to work are taking it much slower than usual. You can check in with me on Twitter at Aaron Steer Clear. I have a list of just dozens of accidents on our secondaries around town. Avoid travel in Clarksville. They're getting heavier snow, really dangerous conditions throughout town there. 24 shut down on the westbound side in Clarksville at the Kentucky state line. And then in Kentucky, that is an area you really want to avoid travel. An entire stretch of 24 in both directions by Katie's is currently shut down. So we're going to try to help you stay around town safely. But the best advice we can give you, if at all possible, wait out these snowy conditions until TDOT is able to better treat those interstates. That's your look at Steer Clear traffic.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Right now, 7:46, code red in the Skywatch 17 Weather Department this morning for the snow and the ice that we have out there. Look at Doppler radar. Couple of things to note. First of all, we still have some heavy snow taking place in areas off to the east of downtown. And that's really along the edge of the plateau and reaching back down to almost Alabama. And then further back out to the west tapers off some light snow, and there's some pockets out there where it actually tapers off to almost nothing at all. Looking into the downtown area, we still have some light snow that's showing up here. Some of this is ground clutter, but some of it's some very light snow that I was able to see outside here at the station at Metro Center and also from our Sky Eye downtown. I want to put this in motion, though, so you can see how this is developing and heading off to the north and east. We've got these pockets where some drier air is coming in. That's what we expect to see. Some drier air will help to taper all of this off, so you can see those spots as they're making their way northward. And notice this one as it's making its way right here south of I-40. It's coming into the downtown area. That means that the snow is going to come to an end downtown. Looking at our Sky Eye, we still see a couple of snowflakes kind of passing by here right now, but it is beginning to lighten up a little bit more, and we're going to start to see some of that snow really taper off as we go through the next couple of hours. Right now we're 21 degrees. The wind's coming from the north at 14. The wind chill is at 8 degrees. It feels cold out there, and it's going to be down to about 8 degrees by tomorrow morning. So our headlines, the snow seems to be coming to an end, certainly in some spots. This is the first sign that it's going to be tapering off. Flurries will still be around from 9 o'clock until about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Then the record cold will move in. Once again, 8 degrees should be the overnight low tonight, and that's going to be a record low for us. Temperatures for today will stay in the 20s, so well below freezing, meaning that the snow that we have out there is going to linger on. It's not going anywhere, and then we'll have a little bit of sunshine late this afternoon, clearing skies heading into the evening with those temperatures dropping down through the teens into the single digits by tomorrow morning. For the weekend, sunshine comes in and helps to melt away a lot of this. It's just going to take a few days to get it done. Not as much as it did last time, but certainly it does look like it's going to take a few days to get the roads back to really good condition again. And it looks like some of those snow totals are really surprising across Middle Tennessee. We're going to take a look at those in 10 minutes.
The dome is gone. It's come right here. Continuing our team coverage of the March mess weather situation, we have crews spread out across the mid-state. Fox 17's Roger Susanna now live in Monterey.
Yeah, Bob, here is a live look at the havoc that this storm is already wreaking here in Putnam County. We are on 40 West and pretty much at a standstill because you can see there is a pickup truck up ahead that looks like it actually went to the side of the road. Now, state police are here, and a tow truck also just arrived. We decided to come on here to 40 West. We were moving okay for a little while. We wanted to head to the Pleasant Hill area, where we have been told by Volunteer Energy that there are some power outages, but you can see that it is slow going. One lane is getting by, as you see here on the right, but they may need to shut down this highway in just a little bit as a tow truck just arrived. But really, the amazing thing is 40 West, this is actually one of the better road conditions that we've seen in this area. Of course, as you'd imagine, the roads actually in Monterey, and especially the secondaries, are even more problematic. But this just goes to show you, even on the highways here in Putnam County, you are not safe. Now, we can tell you that earlier this week there were as many as 50,000 people in the plateau without power. That number had been going down, but unfortunately, again, we have heard reports in the Pleasant Hill area that there are about 1,000 power outages this morning. We are going to head that way. It may take us a while, though. As you can see, the traffic is at a standstill because of this wreck on 40 West. We're live in Monterey. Roger Suzanne, Fox 17 News.
Roger, boy, be safe out there. As you are getting ready to maybe hit the roads this morning, if you absolutely have to go out, we do want to let you know about a resource that can be really helpful. You can add this into your app section, save it as a bookmark on your website, along with like our morning show app, for example, where you can get our streaming service, and Aaron can keep you posted on the roads. But this map is actually TDOT's winter road condition map, and the red that you see in the middle is an indicator of extremely hazardous road conditions. And you can see that is absolutely the case west of Nashville. The hot pink color on the roads, that means that there are patches of snow and ice. So on this TDOT winter weather condition map, if you see that pink or the red, you're advised not to travel on any of those roads. And yeah, like we said, that's pretty much all of the mid-state right now. We've actually posted a link to this map on our website, fox17.com, to make it easier for you. And of course, we've got Aaron keeping an eye on the highways here as well.
And it's 7:52. The winter weather has hit us, of course. And take a look at some of these posts that we've had on various social media as we go through these. We appreciate you giving us a feel for what you are experiencing in your area, because it depends on where you are. Now, I-24 has been closed, as we know, eastbound and westbound up near Kentucky. The lanes closed for about 40 miles. And we just saw the slick roads on the way back, because that's where our steer clear traffic car is. Also, we want to mention, thank you for your posts. Keep them coming in, please, so we can get a feel for what you are experiencing. And also, a number of flights, if not all the flights right now at Nashville International, have been affected by this weather. We know most, if not all of them, again, have been canceled or postponed for a while, so you might want to check. And this is a massive storm from Mexico to Newfoundland, so it could be affecting where you're going, not just here in Tennessee.
All right, it is 7:53, folks. I want to let you know that we are holding it down here at Fox 17. We've been on the air since 4 o'clock this morning. We have tracked every round of this latest winter storm, and we're actually going to be here past our normal 9 a.m. time. So at 7:53 right now, we're going to stay on until at least 10 o'clock this morning. We have very dangerous road conditions. We've got snow and ice still falling across the mid-state. We have what may be, and I'll have to check with Craig on this, but could it be near record snowfall in some places of the mid-state? In some places of the mid-state. So we have a lot going on right now. And as we continue our team coverage this morning for you, I want to let you know we have you covered. We've got folks in Hopkinsville. We've got folks in Clarksville. We have folks out in Putnam County. And right now, joining us live on the phone is Shannon Sumrall. She's with Nashville International. Good morning, Shannon. We've been keeping an eye on these conditions. Tell us what you're seeing right now.
Well, this morning has been pretty rough at the airport and the rest of Nashville. We haven't had any planes land or take off. We have our first plane scheduled to land in about 30 minutes. We've been working to keep the runways plowed, but as fast as we could plow them this morning, it was being covered back up with snow. But since the snow has slacked off, our first plane is coming in the next 30 minutes, and hopefully we'll be able to start a full schedule after that.
How many folks would you say you have there waiting right now with you at the airport? Is it crowded and you got a lot of folks waiting, or is it kind of empty?
It's not empty. It's not completely full either. There's a good bit of people there, but we are urging everyone please check your flight status before you brave the roads and head to the airport. We don't want you stuck out on the roads or stuck in the airport if your flight's already canceled.
Now, we're looking at your website right now that tracks the flights coming in and going out, and we've got this link on our website as well. But if someone does have a flight today and they're going to try to make it to the airport, what's the parking situation there? Do you guys have the lots cleared?
Yes, parking is good right now. Our maintenance crews are out making sure that the parking lots are salted and safe for passengers. If they're not, then that section will be closed off, but there's plenty of parking right now.
All right, very good. Certainly appreciate your time, Shannon. Thanks for joining us. She's with Nashville International Airport, giving us some perspective there this morning. You know, we have so many business travelers here in Nashville and a lot of folks who just love to visit our city as well. So hopefully you can get off and on your way safely today, maybe tomorrow. Craig?
And it looks like things will improve a lot by tomorrow, but we've got some other weather coming in for tonight. Bitter cold. We're talking about record lows by tomorrow morning. We'll take a look at that forecast and get you through the weekend as well. You're watching Fox 17 this morning, all local, all morning. It is 7:58. We have a code red in the weather department because of all of that snow you see out there for this morning. This is the way it looks from our sky eye, and we do have accumulated snow around the Nashville area. It ranges from 2 to 3 inches to even 4 inches around the metro area, but even more than that in some areas that are further off to the north. Here's a look at the radar so you can get an idea. You can see the snow kind of making its way through. Now, all this is traveling to the north and east. There's some pockets down to the south where it seems to be ending, and it's tapering off out to the west. So we're almost through this snow event. It's going to actually taper off to flurries in the next hour and a half or so. 21 degrees here in Nashville right now, though. We still have snow going on. The wind from the north at 16 miles per hour. Flurries through the morning hours. Looks like we make it up to around 23 around 4 o'clock. Some clearing, a little bit of sunshine late this afternoon. Then clearing skies heading into the evening, and the really cold air starts to make a big push. 19 degrees by 6 o'clock, 14 by 8, and we're down to 12 degrees by 10 o'clock. I think we're going down into the single digits tonight, down to around 8 degrees, and that's going to set a record low temperature for tomorrow morning's date. After that, some sunshine to melt some of this away, and that'll all start to take place early tomorrow and make our way on into the weekend. We're going to look at that forecast for next week. As we start to warm up, I think there's some really good news for you. We'll have more. You're watching Fox 17 this morning, all local, all morning.
You're watching Fox 17 this morning with Jennifer Waddell, Bob Sellers, Skywatch 17 weather with meteorologist Craig Edwards, and steer clear traffic with Aaron Como. This is Fox 17 this morning.
Right now we're live in the steer clear traffic car headed 24 eastbound down to Antioch, and the roads are terrible. Very snowy, few cars, but that's good because you should stay off the roads today. We're going to give you a look around town next.
And Roger Susanna continues our team coverage of this March mess. He is in Putnam County following the conditions there. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 17 this morning. We have complete team coverage of this March mess weather with crews spread across the state. You've seen a couple just now.
Absolutely, and of course we've got the best team here in the studio. We've got Aaron and Craig who have their traffic and your forecast, but you guys have been so busy this morning.
Very busy, right, Craig?
Yeah, we anticipated it was going to be like this, though. It really looked like with the snow coming in, I knew we were going to have some problems, and certainly you knew that the roads were
You have a certain relief that you were actually, you were right.
See, you know,
he knew he was going to be right.
They tease me about this because actually they hear me over the weather center and go, yes, as the forecast is working out. So yeah, I do have some relief. Now that's not to say it's going to be easy for you to get around out there for today, folks. It's not. We've got some snow going on right now. We're operating under our code red because we have a winter storm warning in effect until noon today. The snow is gradually ending, and it looks like the flurries will be around as we head into the afternoon, but early afternoon. Then actually a little sunshine will actually start to move into the area. Here's a look at live Doppler radar. What a difference this is from about 4 hours ago as the snow was really beginning to fall heavily. We do have some heavy snow in a few spots just south of I-40 right here from Cookeville to the Crossville, where you see these really bright whites. That's where the snow is the heaviest, and you can see it south of Shelbyville. This is making its way into Grundy County as well. So once again, we've got some sleet, some freezing rain right there in the purples. Then this is all in the form of snow, and it is light snow through the Nashville area back up to Clarksville. But some snow totals out there, a bit surprising. White House, about 5 inches of snow. We're getting some reports around from Clarksville that just came in a few moments ago. Aaron, what did they say to that? Clarksville, the report came in, it was more than 5. Was it 6 inches of snow?
They said about 6 inches.
6 inches, yeah, because we're getting some new totals are coming in. And be honest with you, the guys out at the National Weather Service have really kind of stopped sending out all of the updates on this because the snow isn't over with yet, and we've just got so many totals that have already come in. But let me tell you, Bumpus Mills, this is over in Stewart County, a foot of snow on the ground over there. White House has 5 inches. Tennessee Ridge in Houston County about 4.5 inches. Franklin at 1.5 inches. Now, these totals have been coming in, but there's snow falling on top of that, so there are some more totals that'll be arriving a bit later on. By the way, we're going to have a special newscast at noon today, and we'll be able to recap a lot of these numbers, give you the latest on what it is where you are out there. 2 to 4 inch accumulations, though, pretty common from Dixon through Nashville, back to Gallatin, and then over onto the northern edge of the plateau. 1 to 2 inch accumulations further down to the south, and then 3 to 6 to the north. And I got to tell you, some areas in Kentucky, it's a lot more than 6 inches of snow. We put that plus on there to indicate that it could go above that, and it did in several spots where we have about 8 to 12 inches of snow on the ground. So once again, it is a major snow event for Kentucky as well as Tennessee. We're going to make it to 23 degrees this afternoon. The snow will taper off. Tonight we're down to 8 with clearing skies. Tomorrow, plenty of sunshine. The high only at 31 degrees, but we'll start melting away some of that snow out there. And it looks like for the weekend, sunshine with temperatures really beginning to rebound. I've got some 60s we're going to be talking about, and I'll tell you more about that in just about 5 minutes. In the meantime, let's get the latest on what's going on out there on the roadways. Here's your steer clear traffic, obviously under a code red too.
That's right, Craig. And the good news is we're not seeing a lot of traffic around our interstates or secondaries. We are dealing with a lot of crashes on our secondary routes as folks try to head out this morning. Really advising folks along with TDOT to stay in today. If you can wait out the morning rush, we really advise doing so until TDOT can better clear these roads. Right now, Briley at Lebanon Road, not a car in sight. The exit ramp to Lebanon Pike had been previously blocked by an accident. Just a heads up that if you are trying to make your way out, extra caution, especially on those bridges, overpasses, entrance and exit ramps. They freeze first. Sizable amount of snow along Briley Parkway the entire stretch. This is north side of town 65 just after Vietnam Vets. A little bit of light traffic on that southbound side, speeds under 20 miles per hour. Franklin police also tweeting out, letting folks know 25 miles per hour is too fast for conditions like this. They're seeing thick snow on the interstate in Franklin as well. In Brentwood, Holly Tree Gap Road closed right now between Franklin Road and Murray Road. That is because of hazardous conditions from the snow. And even though traffic is extremely light from Spring Hill all the way towards the 440 area, we're seeing very slow moving conditions. That's why we're seeing a long line of yellow on our steer clear map. Another crash right now that we just saw cleared by Briley and Lebanon. We have an accident 18th Avenue South near Appleton Street. Plus, as you make your way out downtown, a crash 4th near Korean Veterans Boulevard, 5th Avenue South at Demumbrian Street, and then this crash just cleared Woodmont Boulevard and Harding Place. Like I said, a lot of minor fender benders on our secondaries, and then really slow moving traffic on our majors. We're going to keep you updated, but the best advice I can give you, taking a look at all these TDOT cameras around town, is that if you can at all stay home, we really advise you doing so. Another crash by the airport, that is Hanger Lane out by Donaldson Pike. And keep in mind, check with your carrier before you try to take on these roads to get to the airport, because almost every flight in and out of Nashville has been canceled through at least the noon hour. I'm waiting to hear about my flight that's scheduled for this afternoon. Samantha Singer has our team coverage. She's covering this March mess from the steer clear traffic car heading towards Nashville from Clarksville, and I know you've hit some rough spots out there.
Yeah, we sure have. We've made it back to Nashville, and now we're on 24 eastbound. We're coming up now to Harding Place. We're headed to Antioch. Let's take a look out the windshield. All right, so a couple things that we've noticed. There are definitely more cars out there this morning, and some of the people, honestly, they're going a little bit too fast for conditions. We've seen a couple close calls this morning, and you can see in front of you, just completely covered. The ground is all snow. You can't even see where the lanes are. Now, we just got off at Harding Place. We're in Cheatham County. We were talking to a Pleasant View police officer, and he had a word of advice for everybody today.
I would suggest if you have to come out, you just drive really slow. You can actually drive okay on the snow for right now, but if you don't have to be out, just stay at home.
And I know we can't, we keep repeating ourselves by saying take it slow and don't go out if you don't have to, but I mean, that is just the main message here this morning. We are live in the steer clear traffic car at Harding Place right off of 24, and Kelly Rippon is going to continue our team coverage now. She's live in Dixon. Kelly?
We're out here in Dixon County. I want to show you guys. So this is where a lot of the snow, and it's pretty significant. I'm saying like 4 or 5 inches, and this is where a lot of the snow has blown back and forth. Of course, here in Dixon County, we are starting to see some flurries pick up again, and you can see a surprising number of people out here at the gas station. Now, this Dunkin' Donuts actually behind me, they are closing down because employees can't get here to work the rest of the shifts, and the people that have been here since overnight. They said also the Dunkin' Donuts across Dixon County are closed, and not that that's breaking news, but it is significant that businesses that were open are now saying no more. They're shutting down because it's not safe for their employees to get here. I want you guys to quickly just take a look at the roadways here because we are still seeing people out there. They are asking that if you do not have to be out, don't go out. You can see that we're starting to actually be able to see the roadways, but still the plows are out there. They're going to plow the roads, then salt the roads, and they're really trying to get this cleared off because with the cold temperatures we have coming in overnight, they want to make sure things are as clear as possible as we head into the weekend. So we'll keep you posted out here in Dixon County. We're actually going to pack up and try to hit the road a little bit, see what the roads look like for ourselves. Of course, take it slow out there as we do so. Reporting live in Dixon County this morning, Kelly Rippon, Fox 17 News.
Yep, y'all be careful, Kelly. Thank you. 8:11 right now. Fort Campbell schools closed today along with the base itself. We have a lot of school closures, not only for today, as you take a look at this map, all in red, but we actually just in the last couple of minutes got the word that for tomorrow, okay, listen up to this, for tomorrow, Robertson County schools are closed. So we just got that call that Robertson County already closed for tomorrow. Also, we do want to let you know that we were supposed to have a Fox 17 job boot camp today, but we had to reschedule that. We wanted to make sure people could stay safe. So we've rescheduled our Fox 17 job boot camp for March 24th. It'll be over at Bridgestone Arena.
Well, the snow is really stacking up out there for this morning before it tapers off to an end. We're going to look at some of those snow totals and let you know what you can expect for the rest of the day.
And at 8:12, our code red continues with all the snow, sleet, and ice in the area. Kentucky, not a place to travel unless you absolutely have to be out and about. Big portion of 24 shut down. We'll help you get around that one as we continue.
And a lot of people are having a hard time driving out on these roads in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. So some taking to foot and walking in this weather. We'll give you a live look coming up next.
And coming up on 8/16, the March Mess.
The March Mess. It's officially here.
Yeah. We get a lot of folks posting stuff on our social media, and we thank you. Candace Lawson, that's a beautiful shot. Nice house there as well.
Yeah.
Taylor Slore, Rachel Levine, nice shot of Nashville.
Well, it's been great to see not only your pictures, but your videos. We're so grateful to have all of these awesome viewers who are showing us what's happening in their backyard, and we're able to share it with you here. You know, we've had a lot of streets, a lot of our interstates really covered. That's a beautiful
Nice.
shot there as well. What does that say?
Was there a weasel on back of that bird? No.
Again.
Okay.
Snow again. Does that not just say it all right there? You know what? We've got several inches of snow across the mid-state. I was actually just talking to the husband up in Hendersonville.
The
he says,
husband.
The husband. He says he thinks we have about 6 inches in Hendersonville.
Okay. See, I can't say the wife. I spoke to the wife.
I could have
think
said the hubs or the hubby, but I was trying to be more formal.
Continuing our team coverage of the Mars Mess here. We have crews spread out across the mid-state. Fox 17's Megan O'Halloran is live up north in Hopkinsville. Good morning.
Hi, Bob. I can't feel my face. I can't feel my ears, my nose, or my toes. But you know what? It's all right. Everyone's still in pretty good spirits. We actually had Gary come check on us for coming out and seeing if you doing.
Just doing about like everybody else around here, just pulling people out of ditches.
So you're actually, what a great Samaritan. You're out helping people out this morning. What have you been seeing?
Mostly diesel struck on the ramp, trying to get up the ramps, can't get down cars, can't get across the medias. There's just no way to get them. It's impassable right now.
We actually have just seen a few cars. It's mostly cars getting stuck. They don't have the four-wheel drive.
Well, they're not got the tires for it.
And so what are you recommending people do?
Stay at home. If you ain't got to be out, don't be out. There's just no sense in it, especially in cars.
Yeah. And
I had to take a woman to the hospital a minute ago. She works at the hospital. I had to give her a ride. That's the reason I'm out.
Because some people
do
have to go to work. And the interstate's pretty bad too.
No, they got that pretty much graded off. You can get up.
So the interstates are looking better.
All but 24, and they still got it closed.
Yeah. I know if you look behind us here, there are some truck drivers that have pulled off. Actually, this guy, we talked to him earlier, he's been here overnight.
Yeah, you can't pull them things without, that's what I do is drive a truck. You can't pull them things. They have no brakes on the back axles or anything.
And Gary, where are you headed to next?
Both Words apartment complex, make sure a friend of mine can get her out and go get, she got kids, make sure she got everything she needs.
Gary, thank you so much for checking on us and helping everybody out.
You need to go get you. You'd think they'd buy you a better coat, be out here freezing to death.
Do you hear that? Give me a better coat, guys. We're live in Hopkinsville, Kentucky this morning. Back in O'Halloran, Fox 17 News.
It's all about layering.
Fantastic. Wonderful news there, Megan, to get a new coat. And we feel for you. We want you to stay warm out there. I hope that headband's keeping your ears warm.
She does need a hat.
This mess. A hat would be good. We're sending you warm vibes. And this is a look from your T-Dot camera west side of town. 40 out by White Bridge. Look at that semi. Visibility is affected. Speeds under 20 miles per hour. That's why we're urging folks to stay off the roads, and a lot of people are. We've noticed a significantly less amount of traffic than what we normally see. Big mess east side of town. There was an earlier crash, Briley northbound at the off-ramp to Lebanon Road. You can see a semi and a car involved in a crash along Lebanon Road, and it looks like police were out there earlier. They've moved a bit, but we're just urging folks to stay off the roads. We're seeing a lot of spun out cars. I want to show you a very empty view of Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. Not a car in sight right there in Hendersonville. A lot of snow in that area. And we've been dealing with a lot of crashes on secondaries, really all over the mid-state. So just a little advice, if you can at all stay home, we advise you to do so. I want to show you a look in Brentwood on 65. It does not look like that interstate has been plowed at all. Really thick layer of snow out by Old Hickory Boulevard, and those folks are moving even a little faster than what I would suggest. You can't even see the lines on the interstate right there, and you may hit black ice under the snow. Don't get comfortable and think, hey, I'm just driving through snow. You don't know really what is underneath that snow. We're going to show you a look downtown at the South Loop. This is 40 at 65, and that South Loop usually crowded this time of morning, and right now it's just, again, light traffic, snowy conditions, and those snowy conditions really continue all over town. I want to show you a look out in Hermitage where snow is really thick out by Old Hickory Boulevard. Look at that. This time of morning, normally it's bumper to bumper traffic, and right now, as you can see, if it's any indication of what the conditions are like, this is why we're asking folks to stay home today if possible. Kentucky, it's even worse. Huge stretch of 24 shut down in both directions. Clarksville had close to 60 accidents from last night at 5 through 5 this morning. We'll keep you updated on that commute, but again, it's a day to stay in if at all possible.
Well, at 8:21, we continue to have snow falling in the area. It's light to moderate snow right now and tapering off as it's going through the morning. We'll tell you when it's going to come to an end in just a couple of minutes.
Well, in some areas, snow is causing problems, but here on the plateau, it's all about the sleet, making roads treacherous. We'll show you just why you need to stay home if you're on the plateau. You're watching Fox 17 this morning. All local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. We're operating under that code red for this morning simply because we have snow in the area and it's still snowing. And we also have a winter storm warning that's in effect until noon today. Now, this is what it looks like on the radar. I do want to show you this. Now, this is our steer clear car that you can see behind me here. They just got stuck. But they're actually, you can see, moving a little bit. So they're trying to get the car out of the snow that's over there right now. So we'll keep an eye on them. There's a car coming toward them as well. Just a couple of the problems you're going to experience when you head out there for this morning. I want you to see this. Now, as we're looking at the radar back out to the west, and this Interstate 55 is actually right along the edge of the Mississippi River back into Arkansas. Notice the snow is tapering off here. Jackson not showing snow. Then you start encountering the snow along I-40 as you're heading closer to the Nashville area on I-40. There's still some snow off to the north in Kentucky. This area was hit very hard last night, by the way. Some areas through here around Murray, Kentucky, and back over into Stewart County picked up a foot of snow out of this system last night. And then toward Bowling Green, tapers off a little bit, but they still have some heavy snow there too, and it's all making its way off to the east. Now, it tapers off into just a little bit of some actual freezing rain off to the east as you're heading on into areas closer to Knoxville, and just rain further to the east as the temperatures are a bit warmer. Now look at this. I want to show you, we still have all of this in motion so you can get an idea of how it's kind of tracking on through. The showers off to the east in the form of rain, then you have that sleet, freezing rain, and then the snow. The snow beginning to taper off now, so the bulk of the snow totals that we have in out there are really going to be what we're going to wind up with. The flurries that we have out to the west really shouldn't add too much more to our snow totals. And I do want to show you this. Once again, we still have that storm warning in effect for the area. You can see right through here all the way into Kentucky. That's in effect until noon. And then the advisory's off to the east. And this is something that is new. I want to show this to you because this is going to be a little more widespread. When you see this pink disappear, you can see a lot more of this blue. That's a wind chill advisory because we're expecting some wind chills to get below 5 below zero for tonight. It begins at midnight, will continue until about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And once again, you're going to see a whole lot more of that as we go through the next 24 hours, as the wind chills are going to be a major factor for us. This is what it looks like on the sky eye. You can see the snow that's on the ground around the Nashville area. Generally, it's around 2 to 3 inches of snow in the downtown area. Some areas have a little bit more. And if you head down to the south, it's a little bit less than that. Our winter storm warning continues until noon. We have ice and snow on those roads out there. They're slick this morning. If you can stay in place, stay where you're at. Otherwise, use extreme caution and add a lot of time to any travel that you have planned for today. We have 2 to 4 inches of snow on the ground around the area, 1 to 2 down to the south, and even more than 6 up to the north. Temperatures for today stay below freezing, so all of this snow stays in place. It does not melt away today. I'll have more about the extended forecast in 10 minutes.
Thank you, Craig. And continuing our team coverage of this March mess, we have crews spread out across the mid-state, which includes Fox 17's Roger Susanna live in Monterey. Good morning once again.
Good morning, Bob. And we are still on the road. We are on 70 North right now, right near the Putnam County line. We are trying to get to Pleasant Hill, which normally would be about a 20-minute drive from Monterey where we started. But this morning it is certainly going to take a lot longer than that, mostly because of the conditions, although I will admit I took a wrong turn, which for folks that know me probably does not surprise anybody. But you can see just how slippery these roads are, just a whiteout conditions here. The good news here on 70 North, normally this is a pretty heavily traveled road. Well, not this morning. So it does appear that most folks are staying inside their homes because they knew what was coming and they knew it was going to be bad. Now, in some areas, you saw snow, but here in Putnam County and Cumberland County, it's mostly sleet on the road. We're going to have a lot more on these conditions, as well as school closures and power outages coming up. You're watching Fox 17 this morning. All local, all morning.
Welcome back to Fox 17 this morning, 8:31, a live picture from our sky eye showing the snow over downtown Nashville. And once again, it is still mounting up out there. We'll look at some of the snow totals in just a couple of minutes.
Oh yeah, and the roads are dangerous around town. In Coffee County, 24 eastbound, a portion closed from an earlier overturned semi-accident. We're going to help you get around if you have to make your way out to work this morning with your steer clear traffic.
And you know what? We have you covered here on Fox 17 at 8:31. I'm Jennifer Waddell. Bob Sellers, we have incredible team coverage. Folks everywhere.
Folks everywhere. They're actually experiencing what's out there, including we had our steer clear traffic car sliding on the road as we were getting a report from Samantha Singer. So we'll hear from those reporters in just a few moments. But first, let's get over to Craig. Take a look at our weather.
Yeah, we're trying to brave the elements out there so you don't have to, and actually give you a good view of what's happening across the area as well. We've got an Arctic blast blast on the way. My little buddy here is going to be freezing tonight because temperatures are going to be getting down into the single digits around Middle Tennessee. We're looking at record low temperatures coming in, folks. For today, colder air is arriving even as the day unfolds. It's going to be below freezing for the entire day. Record cold tonight. Looks like we're going to get down to around 8 degrees here in Nashville. That's going to be a record low. The old record, 12 degrees. Look at this. 60% chance of snow around, especially this morning. This is tapering off into flurries, but the high today only at 23, so below freezing all day. There's that 8 we're expecting for tomorrow morning. Now, I'm forecasting that 8 in Nashville. Outlying areas will be colder than that. And when you factor in the wind, some of the wind chills we're looking at are going to be at 5 below zero to around 10 below zero. So wind chill advisories take effect at midnight tonight. They'll continue until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for areas especially to the northwest of the Nashville area. 31 should be the high tomorrow. Bright sunshine. But even though we're hitting 31 degrees right at the freezing point, we will get more melting taking place. The sun will take care of that. It acts like billions of little what am I trying to say? I can't even think. It's not a microscope. It's magnifying glass.
Magnifying glass.
Yeah.
My mind went blank.
Sorry.
That's
Charades,
okay.
you
I've
ready?
been on
Let's
TV
play.
for 5 hours
Yeah.
already today. But once again, so magnifying glasses out there that are going to start to melt some of that snow, even though we're going to be below the freezing point. That's the point I'm trying to make. 17 degrees on Saturday morning, so we'll refreeze some of that melted snow. But then by Saturday afternoon, we're at 47 degrees with mostly sunny skies. Sunday up to 50 degrees. Now, by then, we're going to have most all of this out of the way. So a lot of melting taking place over the next couple of days. And then look at Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And I really want you to see this because it might make you feel just a little bit better about that snow that we have in place. 54 degrees, the high on Monday, partly cloudy skies. And when we go down to the overnight low, it's not even below freezing by Tuesday morning. So above freezing Tuesday, 60 should turn out to be the high, 20% chance of a shower on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, 30% chance of a shower, 62 for the high temperature. That's spring-like weather right there. So once again, it does look like things get much, much better over the next couple of days. But right now, you've got 2 to 4 inches of snow around the metro area, even more than that in areas off to the north, and a little less in areas down to the south. And we're going to look at those totals in just a couple of minutes. Right now, here's Aaron with the most important information, how you can get around on those roads.
That's right, Craig. That's why we're a code red, and we're asking folks, if at all possible, to stay in right now until TDOT is able to better clear the roads. An earlier crash this morning before the 5 o'clock hour involving a semi, still closing 24 eastbound in Coffee County at Highway 41. That's just before 55 in Manchester. You can see all that slow-moving traffic there. TDOT doesn't think they'll be able to reopen that till about 10 o'clock this morning, so keep it to 41 or just try to stay indoors if possible. In Brentwood, Holly Tree Gap Road, that is closed between Franklin Road and Murray Road because of treacherous conditions from snow and ice. Really slow roll with very little traffic, 65 in both directions between Spring Hill and Oak Hill. As you make your way out East Nashville, getting reports of a lot of snow covering those secondaries. There's a crash South Main Street and South 5th Street. Now, in addition to that, Hillsborough Circle at Warfield Drive, a crash. We've been seeing a ton of accidents on our secondaries. This is a live look from TDOT 24 at Haywood. You can see that semi going by. I really suggest if we're going to be out and about, take it slow, go under 20 miles per hour. You want to go much slower than that pickup truck right there because you could hit black ice that is covered by snow. You can't even see the lanes right now. So again, not a good example of how you want to be driving if you're driving out on those interstates. This is a look northeast side of town, Vietnam Vets at New Shackle. Snow and ice, very little traffic, and getting reports of a lot of snow out in Hendersonville. Got a picture on Twitter from Adriana on New Shackle. There was just one car and it was trying to get uphill. Not what we recommend this morning. We'll keep you updated on those conditions. Bob?
Thank you, Aaron. 8:36, team coverage continues. We're going to take you west of Nashville right now, where Fox 17's. She's been in Dixon County. She was there yesterday, spent the night. How's it looking today?
Definitely a different picture than yesterday, Bob. We had 65 degrees, rainy. Today, a blanket, probably 3-inch blanket of snow. Take a look at this. I mean, this is stuff that hasn't actually been touched, and you can see that it's actually pretty significant as far as accumulation goes. So you can see this gentleman kind of spinning a little bit his wheels, trying to get out of the parking lot here because this has been virtually untouched other than a couple of trucks that have come through here. I just was inside Lowe's, and they said they have stuff flying off the shelves. They have only pool salt left, no more road salt. They also have about a dozen shovels and as well maybe 2 dozen of the scrapers and the brushes for your cars. What was funny is she said a lot of this went the last time and they didn't really anticipate seeing this again, so it wasn't able to get restocked in enough time. Also, she mentioned they had 350 sleds sold during the last round of winter weather. Some of those sleds had been on the shelves for years, and she said now they are completely wiped out, no sleds left. So we actually checked with them. They're going to see if someone can come out and talk to us this morning, but you guys can see what we're dealing with out here in Dixon County, and not a lot of equipment left to actually take care of it from that last round of winter weather. We're going to check in on the roads coming up in our next half hour out here west of Nashville. We are live this morning in Dixon County. Kelly Urban, Fox 17 News.
All right, Kelly, thank you. 8:37. We do want to continue our team coverage for you right here on Fox 17. By the way, we're going to be live for you through 10 a.m. We are in the steer clear traffic car with minute-to-minute updates. We've got Samantha Singer standing by now. Looks like she's got out and she's talking to somebody.
Yeah, you know what? We're in an apartment complex here in Antioch. We see 2 cars. You can see they're both abandoned here. One's abandoned, actually. We got the driver of one. They're stuck up this hill. They cannot get up. We have Elijah. So this just happened to you moments ago. We were here witnessing it. Your car is right over there. It's stuck. I mean, what happened? Tell us what's going on.
I was going out to take my neighbor to get some gas because he ran out of gas because he was stuck. Look at me, I got stuck. So it's bad out here.
Oh my gosh, do you have anywhere to be right now? I mean, how are you freaking out a little bit?
Nah, I actually have everything I need at the house.
Okay.
I'm just glad I was out work today. I'm not missing work, so.
Okay, well, good, good. Well, you said you're waiting for the truck, right?
I'm waiting on the truck right now. Hopefully he shouldn't be long.
Okay, and they're gonna pull you out and help
Hopefully.
you? Okay,
If
well,
not, I'm gonna
Elijah.
have to wait.
Good luck to you. We're going to be here kind of monitoring the situation. But as you can see, I mean, we got a lot of snow here. That car right there, stuck, abandoned up the hill. And then we have this one right here, Elijah's car. So really be careful this morning. The interstates we were on, they were snow covered. Just if you don't have to go out, stay home. We're live here in Antioch. Samantha Singer, Fox 17 News.
Samantha, thanks. 8:39 right now this Thursday morning, and taking a live look at one of the traffic cameras set up in Clarksville. So this is a real-time look for you over in Clarksville. You can see it looks like a couple of the lanes have been plowed a little bit, but no traffic to speak of right now. Maybe every once in a while we see a car or two go through this shot. Very quiet up in Clarksville this morning where they have several inches of snow. And we do want to make sure we're working to help you protect your family this morning if you do have to head out in these conditions. And look, we get it, folks. Sometimes you just got to go to work. But the last thing you want to do is put yourself in even greater danger than what's already facing you out there. And it's pretty bad. That's what can happen, though, if you set your cruise control. So when you're heading out this morning, please, all kinds of driving experts will tell you do not set your cruise control in this kind of weather, even if it's at a low speed. You need to be able to have full control of your vehicle in the event that you start losing traction. Maybe you start to slip and slide on the road. So if you're headed out, give yourself a lot of extra time. I think I heard Aaron say maybe give yourself an extra hour. Take it slow and stay off the cruise control.
I'm one of those guys who uses the cruise control when I'm coming in the mornings. I just want to maintain my speed, but not this morning,
today.
I'll tell you. This is not the day for that. Once again, we have plenty of snow out there that's on the roadway. It's also all around Middle Tennessee, but I'm going to tell you when it's going to taper off and come to an end in just a couple of minutes.
And right now at 8:40, breaking news, the off-ramp to Hillsborough Pike from 440 westbound shut down because of a stalled semi. TDOT turning the camera around, checking in, and I can tell you there's a backup. We actually can see a car out of the corner there, backing up, reversing, trying to reroute. We'll check in there with your steer clear traffic. Keep it to Fox 17 this morning. We're staying on through at least 10.
It is 8:43. We have snow over Middle Tennessee this morning. It's beginning to taper off here in the Nashville area, but as you can see from our sky eye, it has accumulated in many areas out there. We're going to look at some of the snow totals and talk about when this snow is coming to an end in just a few minutes. Bob?
By the way, Paul Jones, our big sports guy that we love here at night, is telling us TSSAA tournament games have been postponed. So check out those if you're involved with those. Meanwhile, our team coverage continues. We have crews spread out across the mid-state, and that includes Fox 17's Roger Zuzanin. He's in Putnam County. Roger, what's going on?
Well, Bob, we're on a secondary road right now, Mayland Drive, near the Putnam and Cumberland County border. And you can see, obviously, no plow has been through this road yet, and the conditions certainly reflect that. We're on our way to Pleasant Hill, and it's a drive that has taken us much longer than it normally would. We have seen all kinds of chaos here on roads here in the Putnam County and on the plateau in general. We've seen accidents. We have seen plows try and fight through this stuff, but we've seen some snow. But what the real issue right now is sleet, and unfortunately there have been increased power outages here. About 1,000 folks in this area lost power early this morning, and here's what's really frustrating. I was talking with the utility worker. He says these folks actually just got their electricity back about 24 hours ago. They were some of the last folks to get it back, and then actually a utility pole fire early this morning knocked it out again. So they have certainly been going through the ringer with this storm here in the Pleasant Hill area, which is actually in Cumberland County. Now, we're going to hopefully talk to some of those folks this morning. Again, this drive has taken much longer than it normally would, and you can see the condition of the secondary roads here on the plateau. You certainly do not want to be out driving in this. You'd almost be better off in a sled than in a vehicle. The primary roads are just a little bit better. Reporting live on the plateau, Roger Suzanin, Fox 17 News.
There you have it. Roger says you'd be better off in a sled than a vehicle.
And look at what we're dealing with right now on 440. This is exactly why we're code red. The exit ramp to Hillsborough Pike from 440 westbound blocked by a stalled semi that's stuck on ice. The wheels are just turning as a tow line tries to get it out of the way. You can just see that front wheel spinning and picking up right there. We've been watching this unfold because boy is it a mess out there, and just a perfect example of the conditions you're going to encounter as you try to make your way to work this morning. Unfortunately for that truck driver, it's part of his job. He's just trying to get to where he needs to be, but again, you can see that natural beef truck completely stalled out right there. Again, spinning wheels.
Reminds me, I got to stop at the store.
On the wider shot, when we were able to look at this earlier, TDOT is on both sides of him. So they've got that area blocked off. So that's the reason you're not seeing any other traffic around this particular truck.
Look at it there. It's spinning sideways.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, that's a mess out there. And I want to show you another look right now. You can see that southeast side of town. 24 moving along surprisingly well by Bell Road in both directions. However, Craig just got word that in Smyrna, Nissan Drive right out there, big crash backing things up towards the interstate. So secondary is really dicey because of ice underneath the snow. And aside from that, we're just seeing really light traffic around town. Vietnam Vets, for example, we'll switch things over and just show you. Traffic is not picking up very much around town. A little bit of traffic out there. Again, best bet, if you have to make your way out, take it under 20 miles per hour. A buddy of mine on Twitter said he headed to downtown from Bellevue. Slow and steady wins the race. Give yourself about an hour and just really, really plan on keeping it to that center lane. We'll have more steer clear traffic in the next 10 minutes.
Our Fox 17 social media feed has been buzzing this morning with weather photos and videos, and we can tell you that Kentucky got hit hard. It continues to, although we're at the tail end of this, according to Craig. Here, we're going to scroll through a number of these, flip through a number of these pictures that we're getting in. Some of them beautiful, some of them just showing you the effects of how different areas got different amounts of snow. And it all started off as this rain, then ice and snow. Generally more snow to the north and versus the south. This from Taylor Abram. We appreciate you sending this in. We're trying to get as many on as we can so you can get a feel for our entire area, how everyone has been affected.
Well, what's wild is, Craig has been showing us some of the snow totals from, down south. I love this one.
Snow again.
Snow again.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Who wants to make snowmen with me? But, the snow totals range anywhere from like 1.5 inches of snow up to 12 inches of snow and more as we get up into some of the parts of Kentucky that
like
actually
20,
watch our news.
Yeah, in the southwestern part of Kentucky, 20 inches of snow in some areas. So thank you for sending these. We'll continue to take a look at them and post them at fox17.com.
From our sky eye, you can see that we still have cloudy skies. There's light snow that's falling over the Nashville area right now. It looks like it will taper off in the next hour and a half, but we're going to stay with you for another hour right here on Fox 17. All local, all morning. Welcome back to Fox 17 this morning, 8:51. And as we're looking outside for this morning, lots of snow over Middle Tennessee. Now, the good news is it's beginning to taper off. For those of you that want this to get out of the way, it looks like it is going to start moving out in the next few minutes or so. And looking at the sky eye for this morning, lots of snow out there. This is what it looks like on the radar again, scanning live. It's tapering off in those areas off to the west of us, and it does look like it's going to come to a close relatively soon. So in the next hour or so, the snow comes to an end, and after that, just a few flurries until we start clearing the skies for this afternoon. You know that's not going anywhere anytime soon, however. Temperatures are so cold, it's going to hang on through the day, through the night, and tomorrow. Then it actually starts to improve as we head into the day for tomorrow. With some sunshine around, temperatures will get much better across the area. This is a live look at Doppler. I want to put it in motion so you can see how this is kind of tracking on through, kind of a wider view too, so you can see this. And the snow tapering off back down to the south and west. That's the last of the snow. So it's almost here, and that means it's going to be coming to a close. It'll press off to the east on into parts of Kentucky. The purples that you see here coming to an end as well. That's the sleet and freezing rain. Then it's just rain over the eastern part of the state. So it does look like, as far as the warnings are concerned, this one's in effect until noon, but the snow should be well over with before that. That's a wind chill advisory coming up for tonight. Starts at midnight and will go until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Wind chill readings will be -5 to -10 in that area. And they're going to be pretty cold around here too, and that's just the advisory for that freezing precipitation and rain making its way through the eastern part of the state. So once again, a lot going on out there for this morning, but the snow seems to be coming to an end. We're going to look at the forecast hour by hour so you can make your plans for the rest of the day, if that includes sledding or trying to drive the car. We'll have more about that in a moment.
Maybe a little bit of both,
Yeah,
depending,
could
right?
be.
Continuing our coverage of the March mess, we have crews spread out across the mid-state, and that includes Fox 17's Megan O'Halloran. She's up north in Hopkinsville, and she's cold. We saw that last time. Good morning.
Good morning, Bob. Well, I'll tell you what, the worst of the weather is bringing out the best of people. A Good Samaritan just stopped by and brought me and my cameraman a cup of coffee. Really sweet there. And what else we've been seeing, you know, folks are getting stuck out here. In fact, just a few minutes ago, someone got stuck here at the intersection trying to make a right-hand turn, and the guys behind them got out and helped push the car. No one wants to be out in this weather, but people are getting out and helping. We haven't done this in a while. Let's take the unofficial measurements here with the snowfall. We've had people drive through here, but really, oh my goodness, we're sitting at about 7 inches here in the abandoned parking lot where we are. Just a mess in Hopkinsville. Stay off the roads if you can so that crews can clear it so we can get back to normal here as soon as possible. We're live in Hopkinsville, Kentucky this morning. Megan O'Halloran, Fox 17 News.
It's a rough ride in Kentucky and around the mid-state. This is a look at a semi that just got cleared. It was blocking the exit ramp, stuck on some ice, 440 to Hillsboro. We're going to check in and see how those crews are making out as they clear that out of the way. Keep it to Fox 17 this morning. We're on through at least 10 o'clock to help keep you safe during this March mess.
And it is 8:55, folks. We've got you covered. Aaron and Craig have been so busy in the Weather and Traffic Center, and their work is not done yet. We are here for you. We've got all the bases covered with complete team coverage of this March mess.
Till 10.
Well, right now at 8:57, you can see there's a very iced over TDOT camera. A stalled semi still blocking the off ramp to 440 westbound to Hillsboro Pike. Just one of many problems we're tracking around town.
And still lots of snow on the radar, although the heaviest snow is now off to the east of Nashville. We'll be tracking the last of that snow as it's making its way through.
And at 8:58, our Fox 17 social media feed buzzing this morning with all of your weather photos and videos. So we want to say thanks for sending those in. And we can tell you right now that taking a look at a lot of your pictures, Kentucky really getting hard hit this morning. In fact, we had Megan O'Halloran. She's up in Hopkinsville. She's saying at least 8 inches up there. These are more of the pictures that we're seeing on some of our social media feeds. We're talking Twitter, Facebook, and this is actually Banjo, kind of a culminator of all of this that puts it all together for us and gives us a really good view of what's going on.
You're watching Fox 17 this morning with Jennifer Waddell, Bob Sellers, Skywatch 17 weather with meteorologist Craig Edwards, and steer clear traffic with Aaron Como. This is Fox 17 this morning.
And thank you for joining us on this extended edition. We're going to be here at least till 10 because of all the conditions. They've been changing. We've been on since 4 this morning trying to give you team coverage of this March mess, which is what we've been calling it.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Craig and Aaron, you guys have been so busy this morning keeping people not only informed and really ahead of the storm, but kind of giving them an eye as to what's happening on the roads too.
That's right. Roads have been a mess because of all the snow that's been coming in on such a steady pace.
Yeah.
TDOT hasn't been able to keep up with the interstates.
Now, are we seeing it slow down right now?
We are seeing the snow slow down. Now it's just down to some light flurries around the Nashville area. Heavy snow continues in areas off to the east, however. Our code red will continue for the next couple of hours because the winter storm warning is still in effect, and it will remain in effect until noon, even though we're beginning to see this kind of taper off. Good morning. It is 9 o'clock. If you're not normally with us here on Fox 17 for our morning news, thanks for joining us right now. We want to bring you up to date on what's happening. We're going to continue with the news for the next hour and then go back to regular programming. And by the way, I want you to join us at noon today because we're going to have another special newscast going on that will actually tell you so much more about how open these roads are going to get as we head into the afternoon. This is live Doppler right now. You can see the snow that remains in the area. This is very light compared to what we went through earlier this morning. The heavier snow is showing up here from the Crossville area along the edge of the plateau, back over into Ray County, moving toward Dayton, and moving into Hamilton County down toward the Chattanooga area. So it's over on the other side of the plateau. That's the heaviest snow. This light snow continues. That's going to be tapering off as we go through the next hour and a half or so. So it'll just be some flurries showing up. Some of this is ground clutter showing up around the radar site, but some of it is still some light snow from Ashland City back up into Montgomery County, back over into Dixon County as well. White Bluff and Burns still getting some light snow, and that's the case toward Hendersonville. By the way, some of the Hendersonville totals look like they're going up to near 8 inches of snow in that area right now. Sky Eye shows that overcast out there. If you look closely, you may see a couple of snowflakes kind of passing through. These are some of the snow totals that we have seen around the area. Now, once again, tell you that some of these really are inaccurate at this point because we continue to get snow on top of the numbers after they were reported. So we're compiling a new list of snow totals, and we're certainly going to have that for you coming up at noon today. White House, about 5 inches of snow. Bumpus Mills, and if you're not familiar with Bumpus Mills, that's in Stewart County, closer to Dover. They picked up a foot of snow out of this. Over in Murray, Kentucky, which is almost due west of that area, also a foot of snow. Clarksville, 5 inches, and I have had reports of almost 6 inches of snow around parts of Montgomery County. Tennessee Ridge in Houston County, 4.5 inches of snow. Franklin, Tennessee, only 1.5 inches. And that kind of tells the story. The further south you go, the less snow that you find out there, but there is still some ice underneath that. So once again, while you may not see as much snow there, be careful because ice is just as slippery. And once again, that is underneath some of the snowflakes that we picked up earlier. 2 to 4 inches around the Nashville area, 3 to 6 inches in areas off to the north. As a matter of fact, into parts of Kentucky, obviously a foot of snow in some locations. Temperatures for today are going to stay on the cold side. 23 degrees, just about as warm as it's going to get. The snow will taper off, and we'll see some clearing late this afternoon. For tonight, down to 8 degrees. That's a record low temperature with clearing skies. Tomorrow, sunshine, and the high will make it up to 31 degrees. So 31, close to freezing, not quite there, but with the sunshine we're going to see, we will get some good melting going on for tomorrow. It refreezes going into Saturday morning, 17 degrees. 47 should be the high on Saturday, melting again, that's good. 50 degrees on Sunday with partly cloudy skies, still melting. Monday, partly cloudy, 54, 60 by Tuesday, 62 on Wednesday. So once again, all of it should be gone by then, and spring-like weather starts to make a real return to Middle Tennessee. We're looking forward to that. But snow is still going to be with us through the day because it's going to take a lot to melt so much of that away. I'll have more about that coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Well, right now, our code red team coverage continues for your steer clear traffic as well. Fox 17 Samantha Singer sending it outside to her in the steer clear traffic car. Looks like you guys are having some problems out there. A car stuck behind you.
Yeah, we've seen 3 cars stuck. We're on Glastonbury Road here in Nashville. Here's one of them stuck on the side of the road, abandoned. Now, we saw another one. They got clear, but hey, look at this. We have behind us a police car, Metro police car is blocking where this, you can see up the hill here on the road. This other car that's abandoned cannot get up any further. We've seen cars drive by, but they've really been slipping and sliding everywhere. We actually have somebody here. Andrea, you live in this apartment complex, Glastonbury Woods, and you're in a bit of a mess this morning. What's your situation?
I'm supposed to be going home to Northwest Arkansas today, so right now that's kind of up in the air with all the snow and ice.
So are you, I mean, what is it making you feel? Are you pretty annoyed by this all?
I'm done with winter. I moved south from being up north, and I'm done with snow.
You know what? You said it. I'm done with winter. I think that's what we're all feeling right now. Well, thanks, Andrea. Good luck to you. Everybody be careful out there. We've been roaming around in the steer clear traffic car. Just stopped here, Glastonbury Road in Nashville, where there's a bit of a mess here. Car stuck up a hill. We're going to continue our team coverage. Kelly Rippett is live in Dixon. Kelly?
I'll actually take it from here, Samantha. That's really representative of a lot of the secondaries around town. TDOT spinning their camera around. You can see that frozen ice over the lens. This is 440 where you're just covered in snow, light traffic. A semi had been stuck on the off-ramp to Hillsborough Pike from 440 westbound. That cleared. This is a look in Bellevue, west side of town, 40 at Old Hickory Boulevard. Very light traffic. You can see some tracks there of traffic that has gone by. This is on the eastbound side. You just want to be prepared to take it under 20 miles per hour and be extra cautious if you have to head to work this morning. Closure remains steady in Coffee County, 24 eastbound at Highway 41. About 5 o'clock this morning, we had an accident involving an overturned semi. Really slow conditions through Coffee County in Murfreesboro. South side of town, slick conditions. Watch for ice in Franklin, in Lewisburg, along 840. In Brentwood, Holly Tree Gap Road remains closed between Franklin Road and Murray Road because of icy conditions. And again, as Samantha showed you where she is, southeast side of town, we're dealing with icy conditions on several secondaries, causing a lot of minor accidents and stuck cars. East side of town, South 5th Street at Main Street, an accident. And you can see 24 north and westbound as you head towards Clarksville, backing up. 24 westbound remains shut down at the Kentucky County line in Clarksville, if that's any indication of what you're up against there. Hillsborough Circle and Warfield Drive, a crash. And then in Kentucky, 24 eastbound and westbound, a huge stretch of that remains closed because of treacherous conditions. The Kentucky Department of Transportation urging folks to stay off the roads out there if possible. They're dealing with up to a foot of snow in some of those neighborhoods. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Aaron. Continuing our team coverage of this March mess. Dixon County, west of Nashville. That's been one of the hardest hit and one of the first hit.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, that is where we find Fox 17's Kelly Rippett. She's been reporting there live this morning. She's seen everything from, folks getting stuck to donut shops having to close. And what's the situation where you are now, Kelly?
You know what? We ended up with a dozen donuts rather, and we're going to actually take those over to the Office of Emergency Management in a little while because they've been really helping us out, letting us know what's going on. They're telling us to stay at home if at all possible. We're here at Lowe's now. The employees did make it here this morning. They opened at 7 a.m. They are down to bare bones as far as supplies go, but I want to show you guys about how much snow has fallen because this is a good judge and a good area to show you kind of untouched snow. You can see we got about, I would say, 3 to 4 inches of snow just in this parking lot, and we continue to see TDOT crews roll by with plows, and they are telling everyone the primary and the secondary roads are all very dangerous. I actually want to show you guys a picture that we had a viewer stop by when we were at the Dunkin' Donuts gas station. He said this is a picture of his friend's car. She flipped on Highway 70. The good news is she is okay. She was able to post that picture on Facebook, but he said she hit a slick patch, hit some ice, and spun that car, and then it flipped over. There was also a fatal accident overnight on Highway 70. So definitely some patches of areas throughout Dixon County that are not safe, and they're asking everyone to allow the crews time to get out there, scrape the roads, and then they're going to go ahead and put the salt down there as well. Now, coming up in just a couple of minutes, we're going to talk about supplies that they do have left here at Lowe's, suggestions that they're giving people, and if you can, there's only about 15 days till spring, and there are lawnmowers out there, so we are still thinking about it, and they are prepped for it. However, today, it certainly does not look like it. Reporting live in Dixon County this morning, Kelly Rippett, Fox 17 News.
Yeah, you know what, Kelly? I went to Target yesterday, and actually the day before, I was trying to buy those snow blocks that you can use to kind of like build a little igloo. They were all gone. All the spring stuff is out already. 9:08 right now. We also want to let you know this morning, we've been telling you about a lot of closings. Our Fox 17 job boot camp that we were going to have today, we postponed it because of this bad weather. We didn't want anybody to get injured or, heaven forbid, be in a crash or something like that because of the weather. So we have postponed it. It's going to be March 24th, the Fox 17 Job Boot Camp, March 24th at Bridgestone Arena.
And let's take a look. Our Fox 17 social media feed has been buzzing with weather photos and videos. Let's take a look at some of those specifically from Kentucky. where they got hit, some areas like 20 inches of snow up in the southwestern part. There's an example. I believe that's south, considerably south of Louisville, that area. Thank you for sending that in, George. And here's some pretty shots as well. So you have the consequence. Can't wait to go out. Well, I missed all that, but a lot of people lamenting how much snow they got. And by the way, those dogs, their names were Waylon and Willie.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
So thank you for sending it in. Jamie Hill, Chris Conley, keep them coming, and we'll keep bringing them on the air for you.
Well, I'm still going over some of the snow totals that are beginning to trickle on in. We'll take a look at those and let you know who got the most snow in Middle Tennessee. You're watching Fox 17 this morning, all local, all morning.
As winter weather brings a March mess, Fox 17 is expanding our newscasts. Fox 17 this morning airs from 4 to 9 a.m. Special midday weather coverage from noon to 1. And Fox 17 News at 5:30 begins early at 4 p.m. Fox 17, keeping you informed, keeping you safe.
9:12 right now. Our code red steer clear traffic coverage continues. And just in from the Kentucky Emergency Management, there are hundreds of stranded semis and cars along 24 in both directions. That's why the interstate in Kentucky remains shut down near Katy. So keep that in mind. North side of town in the mid-state, we have an accident involving one car that spun out of control. Briley Parkway northbound at Gallatin Pike. Just that outer left lane appears to be plowed. Please reduce your speeds. Watch for conditions with ice underneath the snow, which is causing these wrecks around town. 24 eastbound southeast side of town, the exit ramp to Haywood Lane is blocked because of icy conditions. Bridges, overpasses, exit entrance ramps, they tend to ice first, so please be prepared to reduce your speeds. You can take Bell Road to get around that. Notice some snow coming down a little bit heavier there right now. Very light traffic going very slow. You can't even make out the lanes as you travel on the east or westbound sides. Taking a wide view of the mid-state, you can see all that yellow on the map. Even though there's not very much traffic out at all, the little bit that is out there is going under 20 miles per hour, and that's exactly what you want to do if you have to head out around town. 24 eastbound remains closed at 41 from an earlier overturned semi-accident and icy conditions. Take 41 if you have to travel in Manchester. Holly Tree Gap Road closed between Franklin Road and Murray Road in Brentwood. Really slow moving conditions all the way from 840 in Spring Hill through Brentwood on 65 in both directions. Again, light traffic, a lot of folks staying indoors today, waiting for TDOT to better plow these roads before they head out around town. As we mentioned earlier, in Kentucky, 24 remains closed in both directions with hundreds of stranded trucks and cars along that route. There's tons of snow up in Hopkinsville as well. Megan O'Halloran has been showing us that this morning. And in Montgomery County, 24 westbound at the Kentucky state line from Clarksville, that remains closed. So again, not an area you want to be traveling today if at all possible. That's your look at steer clear traffic. Craig has more on these snow totals and what we can expect throughout the day.
Yeah, we're still compiling that list too. I'm going to go ahead and put together a number of cities and list them for you so you can see some of that snow and how much we got in various locations. Chief Meteorologist Katie Morgan is in actually as well. We were talking over the Weather Center a few moments ago about some of this snow and the amazing numbers that are coming in northern sections of Christian and Todd counties into Kentucky, right through here south of Madisonville. We're getting reports of about 15 inches of snow. Doesn't surprise me too much because of some of the totals that we saw south of that. But once again, heavy snow through parts of central Kentucky. Now, looking at live Doppler radar right now, the light snow has returned to the Nashville area. It tapered off for a little bit. We've got a little bit more coming through right now. It's kind of picked up in intensity. This is all making its way to the north and east. But look down to the south. This is just as important as the fact that we're getting snow is the fact that it's ending in areas around Dixon, back down to Bon Aqua, and also back to Centerville toward Hickman County. Columbia just on the tail edge of this as it's making its way off to the north and east. So the snow coming to a close in some areas down to the south, and we can expect that to sweep on through the Nashville area too. So over the next few minutes, that's actually going to be making its way through the downtown. So the snow will taper off, and then it'll just be a few flurries through the rest of the day. Now, as we're looking outside right now, visibility reduced because we do have some moderate snow taking place through the downtown area right now. Look at that as we're looking toward Antioch. You can see how that snow is falling right there, just dropping the visibility off our camera. But the snow is already on the ground. It's around 2 inches around the Nashville area, 3 inches in a few spots around the metro. And then when you go further to the north toward Jolton, you can actually find about 4 or 5 inches of snow on the ground. So our winter storm warning continues until noon today. Ice and snow on those roads making them very slick and difficult to get around on. Don't get out unless you have to. If you really have to, use caution and plan on spending an extra hour on the road trying to get to your location, simply because other cars are out there that aren't controlling themselves and they're blocking some of the roadways, and of course just difficult to get up some of the hills in the area as well. So this is the forecast that we had for the sleet and the snow. Came out pretty close, 2 to 4 inches right through the Nashville area off to the north. Areas around Gallatin, some reports around 6 inches of snow from there to Hendersonville. 1 to 2 inch down to the south. That's very close as well. Franklin reporting about 1.5 to 2 inches. There's sleet underneath that, so a lot of ice underneath it as well. And then off to the north, obviously that's the area that got hit the hardest, heaviest snows off to the north. Well, the cold air is going to be in place throughout the day, so this is not going to melt away anytime soon. It's going to be below freezing all day long. Then for tonight, the cold air is really going to be here. So we're going to see temperatures dropping down into the single digits, down to around 8 degrees. If so, that's a record low for Friday. The high will make it up to 31 in the afternoon. Lots of sunshine around, and while we're not to the freezing point, that sunshine really will do a lot to melt away some of this ice and snow. We'll refreeze it on Friday night into Saturday morning down to 17. Saturday, we're up to 47 degrees, melting it again, and the melting continues Sunday all the way into Wednesday when highs climb into the 60s. So it gets much, much better over the next couple of days. Once again, I'm compiling a list of snow totals, and we're going to go over that in about 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, Craig. And by the way, if you're heading to the airport, allow some extra time, may be canceled. The news today is when a flight lands, and they were supposed to have one land about 45 minutes ago, but check it because we've had mostly cancellations, some delayed. Hopefully they'll get back on track as the weather improves, but you do have to deal with the weather where you're going.
Absolutely. We've got our social feed up and running this morning. We've been able to see so many of your awesome pictures through this really cool, it's Banjo. This is a feed where we can kind of put everything together and show it to you. These are pictures from Twitter, from Facebook. Beautiful shots from all across. There's a panoramic shot.
That was Bellevue. Here's Pegram.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff. Your pet's playing in the snow. Beautiful little bird there on the windowsill. So thanks for sending them in, folks. Keep them coming. We love seeing what you're seeing in your backyard, and we love being able to share that here. Hopefully, when you're taking your pictures,
North Clarksville there.
Do that safely.
And at 9:18, we continue to track this March mess through at least the 10 o'clock hour here in Fox 17 this morning. Interstate's a mess. Snow coming down heavy. The exit ramp to Haywood closed on 24 eastbound. We're going to check in with some problem spots all over the mid-state in Kentucky. Keep you safe as we track this winter storm. 9:21, and right now our code red remains strong for your steer clear traffic. Snow, ice, sleet mix causing big problems and slow conditions on our interstates and secondaries. The exit ramp to Haywood Lane from 24 eastbound is blocked because of treacherous conditions, and you can see that snow coming down pretty heavy for that portion of your ride. Can't even make out the lanes. It doesn't look like there has been any plowing done on this portion of the interstate. When we talked to TDOT earlier this morning, Heather Jensen told us that as quickly as they're plowing some portions of your ride, the snow is piling back up. That is why if you have to be out and about this morning, we urge you to drive with speeds under 20 miles per hour. And as Craig had just mentioned, giving yourself an extra hour to get to where you need to be. 65 at Harding Place, snow and ice and very light traffic, believe it or not, as you head to and from the Spring Hill area. And again, a little bit of traffic out and about is taking it slow. That is what we recommend. I've seen folks in the TDOT cameras driving well above speeds that you should for these conditions, and that is never a good idea with the amount of spun out cars we've been seeing and just really icy spots. That is why the yellow is being picked up all over our steer clear map, not because of any delays from congestion, but just because of that slow-moving traffic we're seeing. Coffee County 24 eastbound remains closed at Highway 41. And then Holly Tree Gap Road, that out in Brentwood, closed between Franklin Road and Murray Road, a windy road there, and it's just too treacherous to travel on right now. We're seeing a lot of cars getting stuck on secondaries. We've had tons of minor accidents. And then in Kentucky, it is a mess on your secondaries. A huge portion of 24 remains shut down in both directions. From exit 27, the interchange at Calvert City, to the Kentucky Kentucky 80 interchange in Cadiz. Now they have a lot of work to do to get that ice cleared, and we're getting reports of hundreds of cars and semis stranded along that stretch of interstate, just left there because folks were unable to get out of those snow drifts that were coming onto the interstate there. In addition to that, in Montgomery County, closer to the Clarksville area, 24 westbound closed at the Kentucky state line, traffic unable to pass through. So that is definitely an area of town we're urging folks to stay home today, if at all possible, until those roads are better cleared. Right now, we're going to continue our team coverage. Fox 17 Samantha Singer is live in the steer clear traffic car where they've been seeing problems all morning.
That's right, Aaron. Right now we're on Briley Parkway. We're just coming up to 40 east of town, and we're going to show you right now out the windshield. There is a car, if you see on the left side of your screen here, it's just left there abandoned, went off the road, and you can see just kind of stuck there in the snow. That's what we've been seeing all morning. I mean, we just saw 3 cars on a hill over here. Earlier today, we saw a lot of close calls on the interstates. We were on 24 for a while, and a lot of times, I mean, we slid, other cars were sliding. It was really dangerous. So we're going to continue to monitor the situation. Let's take a look out the back window one more time as the snow starts to pick up here again. It stopped a little bit, and now you can see definite snowfall. So we're live here in the steer cleared traffic car. We're east of town. Samantha Singer, Fox 17 News.
Thank you very much, Samantha. Right now, 9:25, and we're still operating under that code red for our Skywatch 17 weather department, simply because we have more snow and the winter storm warning continues until noon today. I want to show you what's going on out there, and as we look at the big screen for this morning, notice back out to the west, the snow is tapering off, coming to an end. That's the good news for us, and it looks like it's only going to be a few flurries as we make our way through the next several hours. Now, that's not to say it's not snowing relatively heavily around the Nashville area right now, because we're getting some snow downtown. It's making its way off to the east. When you get to the Knoxville area now, that has transitioned over to some sleet and some freezing rain, and so the colder air is still making a push in that direction and moving that way. Let me show you what it looks like in motion then. You'll see all these showers kind of heading off to the east. The snow showers here, the rain showers off to the east, and that clearing area that is back out to the west, making its way into the Nashville area. Now, when I say clear, I mean it's clear precipitation, not the skies clearing. We may see a little sunshine developing a bit later on for today. Here's a look at the sky eye out there, and you can see the snowflakes still kind of moving around. We're not getting as much as we did earlier this morning when we were picking up around 1.5 inches to 2 inches per hour. However, still some snow falling across the area, and as you can see on radar, it looks like that's going to taper off as we go through the next hour and a half. So it's going to get better out there. Look at some of the snow reports. These are some new numbers to show you that just came in to the office. In Aaron, Tennessee, and parts of Houston County, we picked up 7 inches of snow this morning, so that's the recorded levels there. Gallatin, around 3.8, almost 4 inches of snow in Gallatin. 3 inches in Old Hickory. This is the National Weather Service office over next to the lake. They went ahead and took that measurement this morning. That's the same measurement, by the way, that we got here at Metro Center here in Nashville. Lebanon picked up 2 inches of snow, and Waverly is reporting 2 inches of snow on the ground as well. Some of the other numbers that you may have seen this morning, we've been kind of passing these along. 5 inches in White House, in Bumpus Mills, in Stewart County, a foot of snow this morning. 6 inches of snow around Clarksville. 4.5 inches at Tennessee Ridge, that also in Houston County, and 1.5 in Franklin. Down into Williamson County, not as much snow on the south side as there is on the north side. There is a little more ice, however, in those areas further down to the south. 1 to 2 inch accumulations here, 2 to 4 across the Nashville area and back off to the north and east, and 3 to 6, and obviously even more than that showing up in parts of Kentucky for this morning. So it looks like for today, 23 degrees the high. We're below freezing all day, down to 8 tonight. 31 tomorrow with some sunshine. We'll start melting away some of that snow and ice. Fox 17 News this morning continues in just a moment. All local, all morning. And we're coming right up against 9:30, and this is a live picture from our sky eye. The snow continues to fall in the downtown area right now, but we can see signs it's tapering off as it's moving in. That means we can see an end to the snow here very soon. We'll tell you more about that in a moment.
Plus at 9:21, as you can see, we're dealing with very slow-moving traffic. The exit ramp at Haywood Lane is completely blocked. And right now we have Heather Jensen joining us on the phone from TDOT about these conditions. Hey, Heather.
Good morning.
So we're seeing really, really slow moving traffic on the interstates. How many plows are out and how's the progress going?
In the Nashville area alone, we've got, roughly 50 to 55 salt trucks, plow trucks. Most of those trucks pull double duty and do both of those things. So they're moving around, but keep in mind, we monitor 26 counties in Middle Tennessee, so we've got trucks in every single county taking care of these roads, and I assure you, nearly every road in Middle Tennessee has some sort of snow or ice on it.
And we're seeing really dangerous conditions, light traffic. A lot of folks have seemed to take our advice and stayed home today. When do you think it's going to be a little bit safer for people to head out today on the interstates and secondaries?
It is really going to be a while. Unfortunately, we're facing similar conditions to what we faced a couple of weeks ago, where we had the ice come in first and then the snow on top of it. And that's not something that we can easily break up, especially with temperatures not expected to get above freezing. It's going to take some time. We're using our plows as effectively as we can, using our salt as efficiently as we can. But again, this sort of situation, this sort of weather condition is going to take time to even really make a dent in it. I know that up to the north of us in Montgomery County and even in Sumner County, they're having trouble making headway because the snow just continues to fall. Even in small amounts, it's still making a difference in the work they're allowed to do.
Yeah, we're seeing very dangerous conditions. A lot of folks getting stuck on secondaries all around the mid-state as well as the interstates. Any major problems you're dealing with right now? I know in Coffee County, that portion of 24 eastbound is still shut down.
From what I understand, they have been able to open that back up, so that's good news there. But we're having a lot of issues with ramps. We stress to people, bridges, overpasses, ramps, those are elevated roadways that unfortunately ice over more quickly than the roadway and are usually more treacherous than the roadway. So we've got an issue on 440 westbound at the 21st Avenue exit. That exit is shut down, that off-ramp. And then 24 east at Haywood Lane, that off-ramp is shut down. And again, those are areas that not just the ramp, but once you get off the ramp, lead to a hill. So that's why Metro, as well as in coordination with TDOT, have shut down those ramps. And it's just something to be aware of. When we say that the conditions are treacherous, that's not an exaggeration. We mean that. We're doing everything we can to clear them, but it's going to take time and a lot of effort.
And we've seen TDOT help trucks arrive at the locations of different stalled vehicles. There was one earlier, 65, out by Vietnam Vets. Is it taking them a little bit longer to get to these locations because of the weather?
Most certainly, and of course, additional traffic. Anytime there is an incident or other motorists, that is taking up their time to get to certain areas. We're getting to any areas, of course, where we are called to. We will certainly go there, but it's going to take time because, again, the roadways are just as dangerous for us as they are for you, even though we have those plows, even though we have the salt at our fingertips. We still have to worry about getting through the roadways just like everyone else, and we hope that people are heeding our warning and staying off the roadways so that we can do our job.
Well, thank you very much for checking in with us, Heather Jensen with TDOT. We appreciate it. And as you've been telling everyone, we have been too, if at all possible, stay off the roads until TDOT is able to better plow and get those conditions clear. Right now, this is an area of concern she had mentioned. Taking a look at our code red steer clear traffic, the off-ramp 24 on the eastbound side to Haywood completely shut down because of those icy conditions. You cannot even make out lanes across 24 eastbound. Snow coming down really heavy. This is why we're urging folks to stay off the roads if possible. 65 at Harding Place, you can see traffic slow going in both directions. Yellow conditions on our map just because the light traffic is moving slowly. In Coffee County, 24 eastbound still shut down right now at Highway 41. And then as Heather had mentioned, in Montgomery County, 24 westbound remains closed. A portion of Holly Tree Gap Road closed in Brentwood, Franklin Road and Murray Road in that location because of ice. Things in Franklin moving along slowly. They're worried about ice on those secondaries down there. Same story along 840. So again, you heard it from TDOT, you heard it from us. If possible, stay indoors today, stay off the roads until they're better treated. But if you have to make it to work, we understand. We did this morning. Give yourself an extra hour of buffer room to get to where you need to be safely and just take it as slow as possible. That's your look at Steer Clear traffic. We'll have more extended coverage on this March mess as we continue to track all the different activities going on around town.
Welcome back, everybody. It's 9:36, almost 9:37. Looking at our Doppler radar, we can see the end of the snow making its way into the Nashville area. Been noticing some of the comments on Facebook, and a few folks are saying, well, no, it hasn't ended here. I can still see the snow outside. What I'm talking about is the edge back out to the west. That's where it's ending, and this is all sliding off to the north and east. So just hang on. It's going to come to an end where you are as well as this continues to track to the north and east and move out of the area. As a matter of fact, areas to the north of the Nashville area certainly are seeing this taper off. Where you see these purples, that's just a couple of flurries left over from Ashland City back into Jolton. Further off to the north and west as we head toward Cadiz, Kentucky and Hopkinsville, back down to Fort Campbell. It really has tapered off to just some flurries at this point, so no significant snow. Downtown, we're still getting some snow showing up here, but you can see the southern edge of this. And once again, think about the fact this is moving to the northeast. It's moving away. Now, we do have a winter storm warning that remains in effect over the area until noon today. Now these blue areas are beginning to show up. And the reason why they're beginning to show up is as we're canceling out the winter storm warning, then this wind chill advisory is starting to show up for you. Wind chill advisory is going to take effect at midnight tonight and continue until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And once again, we're talking about wind chills that are going to be from -5, -10 degrees by tomorrow morning. That's dangerous if you're out there for any length of time. Here's a look at the sky eye. Now our visibility is improving here over the downtown area. Still a couple of snowflakes flying, as you can see on radar. But once again, that's all moving off to the north and east. In just a few minutes, even this snow is going to be ending and coming to a close. So it does look like we've seen the bulk of this over with in areas to the north and west of Nashville, and certainly to the southwest, it is ending. Winter storm warning is in effect until noon today. The ice and snow on those roads is going to stay there through the day. Temperatures are going to stay below freezing all day long. That means the roads are still going to be slick all the way through the day. And if you picked up ice, you're talking about some slippery sidewalks and things like that as well. So just use caution if you're going to be out and about at all today. It's going to take some real warming to get rid of all of this, and it's going to take a few days. 23 the high today, down to 8 by tomorrow morning. 31 looks like it'll turn out to be the high on Friday with mostly sunny skies. Saturday and Sunday, lots of sunshine, highs in the 40s to near 50 degrees, and then we'll see the 60s showing up for Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. So spring weather will start to move back into Middle Tennessee. In the meantime, we're going to be dealing with that ice and snow out there through the day today. It's not going to melt today, and it's not going to melt early tomorrow morning, but by tomorrow afternoon, some melting will start to take place in the area, improving the roads in Middle Tennessee.
Well, we could stand that. We need to improve some of the conditions here in all of Tennessee, in fact, to people being affected. And we're joined now by Dean Fleener from the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency. Sir, thank you for joining us. What's the status right now? Are we still in a level 3 state of emergency?
We are still in a level 3 state of emergency, and we're probably going to be there until everything gets cleared out of the state. We're seeing, snow and ice issues in West and Middle Tennessee. East Tennessee has got some flooding. We actually have a state route, 297 in Campbell County, that's flooded right now. So we're asking people to be very cautious out on the roads and limit travel if at all possible. We have had, unfortunately, one fatality this morning in Dixon County due to an auto accident because of weather.
Dean, this is Jennifer Waddell. Thanks for joining us. Wanted to just kind of ask you a question and put this into perspective for folks who are at home and might be watching this morning. When you guys declare this level 3 state of emergency, can you explain in very simple kind of layman's terms what that means for people at home and how that affects them?
Well, what that state of emergency basically means is that we are activating the State Emergency Operations Center. We're having staff here, full boat during the day, and then a partial staff at night. At a level 3, we bring another operations officer, 1 or 2 more in to help with calls, and we're getting requests from counties for assistance with needs. And as you know, we went to a level 2 there for a few days. And what that means is we basically were staffing the State Emergency Operations Center 24 hours a day, full staff in 12-hour shifts. So it's a gradual increase in the staff and the monitoring and the issues that we are dealing with.
What is it you're dealing with specifically right now?
Well, it is watching the traffic issues on the roads. We have had a request from Obion County for National Guard assets. I'm not sure exactly the situation, but what we're working on is polling counties, checking to see how our county emergency management agencies are doing, to see if they have any needs, and we're getting, called in for needs here and there. Fortunately, we are not seeing widespread power outages. We only have 2 shelters open with no occupants, and all of those are in East Tennessee. So mainly right now it's polling counties to see if they need any assistance or help with anything.
And one last question before we wrap it up here for you. If someone finds themselves in a situation where they need help, but say it's not an emergency, not something where they need to call 911, what would you recommend?
Well, if you're at home, I would call, your local non-emergency number. In the Metro Nashville area, it's 862-8600, 615-862-8600. If you are stuck out on the road, call star THP, which is star 847 on your smartphone. That will get you connected to the closest THP dispatch office, and you can tell them what situation you are in. And we want to be sure that if you do get stuck out on the road, please call and please stay in your car.
Okay, star 847 if you are on the roads. All right, Dean Fleener from the Office of Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, want to say thanks for that update, and be safe out there.
Thank you, you too.
And at 9:43, we continue our team coverage of this March mess weather situation. Let's go out to Roger Suzanen. He's live in Putnam County. Good morning.
Good morning, Bob. Yeah, we just crossed over into Cumberland County, which is one of the hardest hit areas of the storm. You can see behind me, this downed power line is still kind of intermingling with all of the limbs that are still down here. You can see where a chainsaw cut that one clean. But if you look farther down this road, you can see that utility crews are here replacing a power pole. You can see the gentleman there in the yellow coveralls are hard at work this morning. And the folks here in Pleasant Hill, they have had it about as bad as anybody during this storm. Get this, they lost electricity for 9 days. They finally got their power back yesterday. And then early this morning, about 5,000 people in this area lost power again. Now, fortunately, that number is going down, and they hope that everybody in this area has electricity and has heat again by early this afternoon. I'm not sure if you can hear it, but you can tell the guys are digging down into the ground to replace that pole behind me right now. We just spoke with Jeff Dodson. He is the EMA director here in Cumberland County. He told me a couple of things. First of all, he said, as you can imagine, living without power for 9 days is the pits. He said he feels like he was in a time machine going back to the 1700s or something. He also says that the damage from this storm in Cumberland County is like an F2 tornado that hit the entire area. He says there's already been at least one death in Cumberland County. That was a carbon monoxide death, as well as several injuries, many folks getting in car wrecks, as well as just slipping and falling. We can also tell you that an ambulance just had to kind of make its way through here on an emergency call, and the gentleman in that ambulance who had to stop for a moment said, stay off these roads and leave it to the emergency responders and the people that have to be out here, especially on the secondary roads. We're live in Cumberland County. Roger Suzanen, Fox 17 News.
Well, right now we are code red for your steer clear traffic with lots of problems around town. At 9:45, the exit ramp to Haywood Lane is closed because of treacherous conditions from 24 eastbound. Traffic needs to move slowly if you have to be out and about. As you can see, it doesn't look like a snowplow has touched that section of the interstate just yet. Really thick snow piled up. Now we'll show you a look northwest side of town where you can tell the road has been treated and plowed, and it's much clearer, much better driving conditions for those folks on 24 by Old Hickory.
Yeah, they've got that one lane in each direction on 24 there.
Yes.
So that's good.
So
that's an improvement.
Big improvement that if you keep it to that one lane, that should help you stay safe. Now, another area where it looks like a snowplow has gone by, but then snow recoated. Let's take a look 40 out by Donaldson. You can see a little bit of visible road where that semi's going away from the screen there. It looks like they were able to plow that one lane, and then more snow kind of fell on top of that. We're seeing varying conditions on all of the interstates around town, some just shaping up much better than others. We'll take a look at Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, another part of town where it's pretty obvious that a plow has gone by in both directions there.
Yeah.
One lane a little bit clearer, traffic moving along better. What concerns me though is the area like 24 southeast side of town where it doesn't look like any plows have touched the road. There could be ice underneath there, and that's the big problem. You really need to take it slow because you don't know what you're driving over when there's that much snow.
And it's going down to 8 degrees tonight, so that is going to freeze overnight.
Right, exactly, and then that's when you deal with the huge problems around town. We'll take a look downtown at the South Loop. You can see traffic is very light downtown. Usually we don't see this light of traffic anywhere, let alone 40 at the 65 split. As you make your way out on the west side of town, if you're heading out in Bellevue, things are really treacherous out in Kingston Springs and in Hickman County. But as we switch things over and take a look at our other TDOT camera, you can tell that one lane of traffic was plowed there. So as you can see, that one the outer right lane on the eastbound side definitely has seen a snow plow. You can actually make out some of the interstate there. And it's also really hard to differentiate the lanes because a lot of the markings are blocked on the roadway. So we're going to keep you updated. But again, this is a day to stay off the roads if possible.
Well, it is 9:47, and we continue our special report this morning on the snow that has made its way through Middle Tennessee. The good news is we're seeing the end of the snowstorm. We'll talk about that in a moment. You're watching Fox 17 this morning, all local, all morning.
It is 9:51. The winter weather that's hit the southeastern region overnight. I-71, for instance, in Louisville, Kentucky, literally frozen, you could say, frozen in time. The snow and the ice on the roads has stranded people during their commutes. The drivers have to camp out on the roads in some areas overnight, not going anywhere. Semis that can't make it up highway ramps, stopping up the traffic behind them. The snow just too much for the cars to handle. Take a look at some of this. This is why they got backed up and they closed it. Drivers say they just want to get to their destinations. Well, anyway, Kentucky Transportation Cabinet has helped clear the roads to get some of those drivers going, but folks in Louisville are still waking up this morning with more than a foot of snow.
Yeah, for sure. And in fact, what we want to do is kind of check in to see what's happening in Kentucky right now. We've had our crews there live to show us some spots, but we've got Keith Todd on the phone right now. He's with the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet. Morning, Keith.
Well, I don't know if it's a good morning or not.
Well, you know, as some folks like to say, we're on this side of the dirt, so it could be worse. Tell us what you are dealing with right now. Do we have hundreds of vehicles stranded on 24?
Yes, we believe, maybe 400 plus stranded along a section of I-24, essentially between Paducah and Cadiz. We have a couple of road graders out working that section now. It is, we are leaving it closed simply because we need to get one lane cleared so that as we go back through and pull vehicles out one at a time, we can get people into that lane and get them moving to get them out of that area. We are making some progress. We're hoping maybe by mid-afternoon that we can actually reopen that section, but for right now it is still closed because we have to go back and pull out those individual vehicles. We have some sections through there where we had as much as 15 inches of snow. We have 2-foot drifts.
Wow.
We're using road graders to help cut through some of that, and yes, we are making some progress. We think maybe by mid-afternoon we can have the eastbound lanes open headed toward Tennessee. I've actually got to call and check and just make sure that Tennessee doesn't have any issues that will cause them problems by sending them a bunch of traffic.
How is the safety of these people who have been in their cars or their trucks overnight?
Well, we have some National Guard folks coming now that are going to be able to, maybe transport them into restrooms and back to their vehicle, maybe to get food or whatever. But I would hope that anybody that's out there this time of year in winter weather, especially with the weather forecast that we had, was fully prepared, had water, blankets, and some food with them.
But no reports of any kind of like medical situations or medical emergencies so far?
Not that I'm aware. We do have some National Guard units in the area, and they're going to be assisting ambulance services, fire departments, things like that with getting around and checking on some of those folks. But again, we're hoping maybe by mid-afternoon to have the eastbound going. It may take longer than that to get the westbound moving again. There are a couple of large hills in in Lyon County, around the 40 to 45 mile marker that have presented a problem. We actually have a wrecker in there now that's pulling out some trucks on the front end of the blockage, and they're essentially having to pull them up a couple of hills to get them moving. Wow. And so it's taking maybe a half hour to an hour per semi, and there are dozens and dozens of semis along that section.
Well, Keith Todd, thank you for joining us from the Kentucky State Cabinet. We hope your day ends up better than it started out this morning.
Yeah. For sure. All right, 9:55 right here, folks. We have been live for you this morning since 4 a.m. We are going to stay with you for a few more minutes. Make sure you get the forecast, the road conditions for the rest of the day.
Back at noon, too. 9:57, we take a last look at our traffic.
Yeah, that's right. At 9:57, we are tracking a new accident. This is 40 on the eastbound side out before Briley Parkway. We have a jackknife semi that is causing some big problems. You can see it blocking that right shoulder there. Traffic moving very slowly towards Briley Parkway in those outer left lanes. Police out there. It's very easy to slip on black ice that is underneath that snow, so please be extra cautious as you travel around town. The off-ramp to Haywood from 24 eastbound has reopened, and as Keith Todd told us with the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet, about 400 stranded vehicles all along 24, so please only travel if absolutely necessary in Kentucky this morning. We'll have more at our noon special weather and traffic report coming up. Craig?
Well, this is a live look at our Doppler radar, and right now you can tell that the snow is coming to an end because it's making its way to the northeast. Notice it's still around Nashville, but areas to the southwest, areas off to the west, it really isn't showing up on radar. That's really indicating to us that we've reached almost the end of this snow. It's still snowing heavily in a few areas into Wilson County and back over toward Putnam County and especially off to the north. But I got to tell you, I was really surprised looking at some of the pictures that we got in from a few locations not that far away where they really didn't get much out of this at all.
Right.
Here around the metro area, we had 3 to 4, even 5 inches of snow. But if you go down to the southern sections of Rutherford County, it was sleet and there's hardly any snow left on the ground there. So there's some spots where it's really not showing up at all. If you're going to be heading out for this afternoon, just keep it in mind, roads are not going to improve simply because we are going to continue to have freezing conditions. Temperatures will be down as we go through the day, actually down to 8 degrees by tomorrow morning. Finally, some sunshine will make a return to the area, but folks, once again, it's not really going to melt away until we get into the weekend.
We have been keeping a close eye on all of your photos and videos you've been sending us throughout the course of the morning, and we want to say thank you. We have some of the best viewers anywhere in the mid-state, and we've just really appreciated getting all these different shots of where you are.
Wow.
Some of them personal, like your pets and your kids. It's been awesome to see, so thanks for showing us what you're seeing. The Parthenon there.
Great shot.
I want to go out and build a snowman.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, there's some spots you can, some spots you can't, apparently.
Yeah.
We may be in the opposite one. I'm not
exactly,
sure we're going to get the snow.
Down to the south, not as much.
I think you've got plenty of snow.
Got lots of snow to play in at the house.
Thanks for being with us. We will be back, not us specifically, but we will have a broadcast at noon today on this special March Mess.
Thanks for tuning in.
I kept watching.